Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. So today we are gonna see, what if Naruto was raised by MAKAROV DREYAR? Before we start, please join my Patreon page to watch latest 18+ content. Now let's begin. The Black Wizard Zerf was known throughout history as a monster who desired nothing besides death and destruction. Stories passed over the centuries retell the horrors of the demons which he brought into the world to do his bidding. Cultists worshipped the ideal of this dark and vile being and the values that he represented. Though what no one knew was the story of Zerf Dragneel, a cursed boy whose only wish was to bring his younger brother back to life. Though as the years passed, that dream faded into the darkness that followed him like his own shadow. This darkness was his curse, the Anksaram black magic which would kill anything that he loved. So this forced the boy who couldn't die to separate himself from all human contact and do nothing besides plan a way to take his own life and end this nightmare. With the goal of ending his own life, he created his Demons of Tartaros and the Book of END, which contained the master of Zeref's group of demons. Unfortunately, even his own creations didn't possess the power to end Zeref's life. This forced the Dark Wizard to live throughout the centuries in his own depression, always hoping for the day when he would draw his final breath. Eventually, Zeref's never-ending nightmare was brought to a momentary halt when he met a young woman named Mavis Vermilion. She was the light that brightened the darkness that shadowed him. In fact, what no one knew was that Mavis shared Zeref's curse, so in a way Mavis and Zeref were bonded on a level beyond comprehension. This bond brought the two doomed souls together in love. They spent an entire year together away from other humans and started a life together in solitude. However, Zeref was destined for a life of misery when one night his curse overpowered Mavis's own, causing the first master of fairy tale to fall into a state close to death. Though Zeref believed that she was lost forever, so he returned her body back to fairy tale. This was when the second master of fairy tale, Precht, took Mavis away and sealed her away in a crystal with hopes of bringing his friend back in the future. Though as time passed, Mavis remained trapped inside the crystal, with her curse being the only thing keeping her somewhat alive. However, Mavis wasn't the only one inside the crystal, as there was a tiny spark of life within Mavis. One that was half dark and half light, a perfect balance of yin and yang. This was her unborn child, and, due to Mavis's predicament, her body could only focus so much of her remaining life force to keep the child inside her womb alive. Precht, being the brilliant man he was, placed runes onto the crystal when he discovered Mavis's fate and that she was with child. His goal was to give enough power so that Mavis could stay alive and the child would be able to grow inside her like a normal pregnancy. Though instead of the usual 9 months, this method would take years, even decades, for the child to be born. Precht didn't care, he just wanted to help his friend any way he could. So with that, Fairy Tale's ultimate secret was born, and it stayed a secret until the day Precht decided to hand the TLE of Master over. He showed Mavis to his successor MAKAROV DREYAR and told the man of her condition. This caused the now third guild master to do everything in his power to not only keep her a secret, but to try and save her. He tried his best to save the woman, but her condition was far beyond his understanding. Soon the years passed by and MAKAROV was unable to do anything for Mavis. In fact, the short guild master now spent a majority of his time raising his grandson Laxus after he was forced to expel Laxus's father Fr. Owned the guild, causing the man to run off and leave his son behind. Soon the thought of saving Mavis fell into the background of MAKAROV's life, but that changed on the day of October 10th, X768. Which is the day where our story begins. With MAKAROV sitting alone in his office with nothing besides his work and thoughts, MAKAROV worked diligently on his paperwork for the guild. His thoughts, though, were constantly being shifted to his 8-year-old grandson Laxus. It has been 3 years since his father had experimented on the small child, causing MAKAROV to expel his son from the guild. So for the past 3 years the short master has spent most of his time raising Laxus. Currently his grandson was at their home asleep, while MAKAROV worked on some important paperwork regarding a few missions his mages had been on. While he worked, he thought more and more about Laxus. His grandson had been an official member of the guild for 2 years now and already showed great PR. Omise in power. This made MAKAROV extremely proud, and he hoped his grandson would turn out to be a wonderful man in the future. Well, that should be enough work for today. MAKAROV mumbled in exhaustion while moving his papers together in a neat stack. I swear that damn Guildarts is going to be the death of me. 6 more reconstruction fees from towns he's demolished. I don't have time for this, it's getting late, I should go home and check on Laxus. Quote. Makarov jumped out of his chair and walked towards the door of his office. However, before he could grasp the doorknob he heard an unfamiliar cry. What in the world? The aged wizard mumbled in confusion before taking a moment to listen in closer. That sounds like a baby crying, but that's not right. No one is at the guild besides me. Following after the sound, Makarov quickly found himself heading towards the fairy tale basement. Soon he found himself standing at the door of Lumen History, where the crying could be heard easily. From within, slowly preparing himself for a trap, Makarov prepared his magic and walked into the room. What the hell? The wizard saint mumbled in confusion as he walked over to a small child laying before the first master's crystallized body. A baby boy, how is this possible? Without thinking, Makarov picked the boy up and took notice of his spiky blonde hair that held a small streak of black down the middle. He also took notice of the child's beautiful bright blue eyes and whisker-like birthmarks on his checks. You're a beautiful child, but how in the world did you end up here? Makarov asked himself as he continued to observe the small baby. The answer is simple, he is my son. A female voice answered, causing Makarov to turn around in surprise. The first, Makarov shouted in a hushed tone, trying not to startle the baby. Mavis walked towards Makarov in her ethereal form and then looked to her body. I have been pregnant with my little Naruto for years, but thanks to my condition giving birth wasn't really an option. So thanks to the help of Prekt I was able to muster up enough magic to give birth to my son by teleporting his body out of my own. Makarov looked down to the child with wide eyes. Prekt only told me about you being trapped within the crystal. He never mentioned anything like this, but how could you sustain your life and his while being in the crystal? Mavis smiled and tried to touch her son, but her hand passed through his body causing the new mother to frown. Like I said, it's all thanks to Prekt. He figured out I was pregnant and devised a way to help my child grow and even created a way for me to get him out of my body once the time was ready. Now all that is left is for someone to raise my child. So I'm going to ask you to do it for me, Makarov, raise my little Naruto. The short guild master was stunned. He didn't know if he could raise another child while running a guild at the same time. First, I don't know if I can. I already have so many responsibilities and I'm not the best at raising children. Just look how my son turned out. Mavis puffed out her cheeks and placed her hands at her hips. That's bull, Maki-chan. You were a great father and you are raising Laxus to be even better. Besides, you are the only one who can raise my son. No one but you knows about me and I can't raise Naruto. Makarov looked down to Naruto who had fallen asleep in the master's arms. Fine, I will raise him, but I would like to know who his father would be. Mavis waved the wizard saint off. He's someone from the past you wouldn't know of. Besides, I have one more request. Naruto will not know of me. It would be much easier for him to grow up believing he is your grandson. But first he should have the right to know about you, and even if I lied to him and said he was my grandson, Laxus wouldn't believe that Naruto was my grandchild, eh? There. Mavis smiled and kept her gaze of her sleeping child. He doesn't need to know about me or my sins. The first master explained cryptically. And as for believing that he is your grandson, it would be easy to lie and say your son had another child which he left off with you. Quote. Makarov thought for a moment, then after a short time thinking to himself he looked down into Naruto with a smile. Fine, I can accept those terms for the time being. Happy birthday, Naruto Dreyar. Mavis smiled and started to fade away, knowing her son was in good hands. Grow up well, Naruto, and know mommy will always be watching over you, the founder of Fairy Tail promised before she disappeared. 5 years later. X773. It has been 5 long years since Makarov had adopted Naruto into his family. Since that time all of the current members of the guild bought into the lie of Naruto's origin, considering leaving a child behind would seem like something Ivan would do. And since he wasn't around to deny being Naruto's father, everyone accepted Naruto as the master's grandson. After all, everyone believed that Makarov wouldn't gain anything from lying, so why would he even try to? Even Laxus, who was now 13, accepted his little brother, and was not only protective over Naruto, but was the small 5-year-old's role model. The two blondes were inseparable, and this brought a change in Laxus that made Makarov beyond glad. This change started around the time Laxus took up his role as older brother. Instead of the traumatized boy angry at his father, the eldest grandchild became strong and caring. Traits that Makarov hadn't seen in Laxus since his father left, causing the aged wizard to believe having Naruto in their lives was a true blessing. Speaking of Naruto, the child was a true marvel. At 5 years old he could already speak and write perfect English. A feat that many people well beyond his age never master. He also had a very mature mindset, but for some reason never asked about his parents. Something that Makarov found off, because what child wouldn't want to know about his parents? Even if the master promised he would lie and keep Mavis's identity as Naruto's mother a secret, it was still odd. Though there were two things that set Naruto apart from any other child his age. The first thing was his personality, which was a happy and carefree attitude mixed in with a little side of recklessness. Especially when magic was involved. Bringing up the topic of magic, this is what made Makarov's life a struggle. See, Naruto held unrealistic amounts of magic within his body at the age of 5. In fact, the master believes that Naruto's magical reserves rival his own. Which was a scary thought when you think that all Naruto can do from this point on is grow stronger and stronger. Makarov chalked up these impressive reserves as a byproduct of the first master's magical power and how she was pregnant within the Lumen history for years. Though Makarov was half right, the rest of the truth stemmed from Naruto's true father, Zirf. Though regardless of his lineage, Naruto was a true genius who was already learning magic. Currently he was learning advanced lightning magic from Laxus and has been reading dozens of books over wind, water, fire and even earth magic. He even asked one of Fairy Tail's older members, Mikao Konbolt, to help him with his fire magic. Though the blonde was disappointed in the lack of wind, water and earth mages in Fairy Tail, as he really wanted to master the 5 basic elements, and having a teacher made things much easier. But not having a teacher didn't deter the small child. He trained every day he could. Already he was starting to show remarkable progress and something else as well. See, the master took notice to some odd occurrences when he would supervise Naruto during his training. Whenever Naruto would focus hard enough or show intense moments of anger and happiness, Makarov would notice the area around the blonde would undergo certain events. Sometimes Naruto would become so mad that he would unknowingly push rocks and dirt away from his body by using some unknown force. And when the blonde would mediate and focus, Makarov noticed again he would cause objects to levitate in the air. This made the master wonder if his adopted grandson has the natural ability to control gravity. This wasn't a rare occurrence, as most people are naturally attuned to learning one time of magic without much work. So the master theorized that Naruto had the ability to use some form of gravity magic. But he wasn't going to pursue this theory and help train Naruto just yet. First he was going to help the boy learn the magic that he sought after to learn in the first place. So joining Naruto and Makarov, we find the two walking down the streets of Magnolia with Laxus following close behind. You showed real progress today, Naruto-chan. I am very proud of you, Makarov revealed with a large cheeky grin. Keep up the hard work and you will be Fairy Tail's ace one day. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement at his grandfather's compliment and started to jump up and down. Do you really think so, Gigi-chan? I mean, I work really hard and I can already use lightning and fire magic. I bet if I work even harder I can start using wind, water and earth magic too. Laxus smirked at his little brother's determination. The little 5-year-old wouldn't stop practicing till he was the best at everything. Settle down, Naruto. You are already learning 2 types of magic. Don't go overboard. You are only 5, for crying out loud. You have plenty of years to learn other types of magic. Laxus spoke as the voice of reason while ruffling Naruto's hair and causing him to calm down a little. Hey, I'm 5.5. Besides, I can't wait till I'm older because I'm going to be the strongest mage Fairy Tail has ever seen. So I have to start early if I wanna pass you, Gigi-chan, and Gildarts in strength. Naruto shot back quickly, showing yet again how determined he was to grow stronger. Makarov smiled and picked Naruto up and quickly placed the child on his shoulders. I know you can do it, Naruto-chan. Just keep working hard and I'll be proud no matter what happens. Laxus looked up to his younger brother with a devious smile. The same one that Naruto would use when he would pull a prank. You know Naruto, you can't be the best until you officially join the guild. Can't be Fairy Tail's ace if you are not a member of Fairy Tail. Naruto placed his hands around his face and started to panic. Ah crap, you are right, I'm not a member of Fairy Tail yet. The blonde shrieked in worry, causing Makarov and Laxus to chuckle. Well, why don't we fix that, Naruto-chan? Makarov promised with an honest smile. Naruto's eyes grew big and he hunched over to make eye contact with his grandfather. Really, Gigi-chan, I can become a Fairy Tail mage. The small boy shouted in excitement. I don't have a problem with it. Do you, Laxus? The eldest Dreyar asked. Laxus crossed his arms and looked to Naruto with pride. He did train the blonde to use his strongest form of magic after all. Yeah, old man, I think he's ready to join the guild. He's already stronger than half the weaklings in the guild anyhow. The teen replied, showing a small distaste for the weaker members of the guild. Makarov pushed the weakling comment off and focused on Naruto. Well, that settles things. Let's head off to the guild and get you a guild mark. Naruto tossed his hands up in victory. Today was the day he became an official mage of Fairy Tail. And the ethereal form of Mavis watching above couldn't have been happier. 1 year later. X774. It has been 1 year since Naruto became an official Fairy Tail mage by getting his guild mark, which was a dark orange symbol stamped onto Naruto's right shoulder. Though he wasn't just a mage in name, considering with the aid of Laxus Naruto has managed to complete several missions without trouble and even complete 1A class quest. Though that mission almost cost Naruto and Laxus both their lives, but it allowed Naruto to unlock some of his hidden potential. Flashback. It was a simple mission really. Go into a town and clear out a group of dark mages that had been kidnapping children and shipping them off somewhere out to sea. Though things are never as easy as they seem. The Dark Guild was supposed to be low in numbers and overall pretty weak. No sweat for a powerful wizard like Laxus who was climbing his way into the ranks of S-class. Plus he had Naruto by his side who was young, but was already a B-class caliber mage. So the two brothers believed their mission would go without a hitch. And it did for the most part, as Naruto and Laxus decimated every dark wizard in their path. However, when they finally made their way to the guild's master, things took a drastic turn for the worse. See, even though the guild itself was pretty weak and the master had average strength, but he had a type of magic that Laxus couldn't stand against, Rubberman magic. No matter what Laxus did, his lightning had no effect on the man. Same went for Naruto, but the blonde still had his fire magic. Though even that wasn't enough, as the man beat both boys without mercy across his guild hall. You little shits dare come into my guild and defeat my underlings. I'm going to break every bone in your body, then I'm sending you to the Tower of Heaven. That way you can spend the rest of your miserable lives in slavery. The guild master declared in a vile tone while standing over top a beaten Laxus. Piss off. The elder brother growled, charging electricity through his body. He tried to send a jolt of lightning through the dark wizard. The man laughed as the lightning passed harmlessly through his body. Do you ever learn? The man sneered as he kicked Laxus in the ribs, causing the second-generation Dragon Slayer to cry in pain. Naruto was laying on his stomach a couple feet away and watched his brother get beaten in horror. Laxus knee. Naruto called out weakly in fear, before looking up to the man. Stop hurting him. The dark mage ignored Naruto and continued to attack the defenseless Laxus, causing the older boy to ball up and try to protect himself. Naruto, run away while you can. Laxus ordered loudly, ignoring the blonde's cries for the man to show Laxus mercy. Oh, he isn't going anywhere. The man chuckled as he kicked Laxus once more, causing the blonde teen to cough up blood. Naruto's eyes grew wide when he saw Laxus bleeding. Stop hurting my brother. The child shouted as he rose to his feet, his magical power slowly rising. The man slammed his foot down on Laxus's face and held it there. Oh, and what are you going to do, brat? The air around Naruto grew heavy and dirt and rubble started to float around him. I said stop hurting my brother. Naruto cried as he raised a hand up into the air. The man was taken by surprise when he was quickly lifted into the air. What the hell? He called out as he tried to swing and jerk his way free. Get lost. Naruto mumbled as he flicked his wrist, causing the dark mage to take off flying through the guild's roof and travel off into the distance. Laxus looked to his brother with wide eyes, unable to believe what he just witnessed his brother do. What kind of power was that? The elder of the two gasped in shock, while Naruto ran over to his aid. Flashback end. After that incident, Makarov refused to let his two grandchildren take another mission for an entire month. Though eventually he cracked and allowed the two to take missions again. However, Makarov learned about what Naruto did and he was rather happy about being correct about his suspension of the blonde having some kind of gravity magic. So he spent a vast majority of the time helping his grandson master his abilities. And the stuff the now 6-year-old Naruto could do with gravity magic was a little frightening. Not only could he pull and throw large and small masses, he could increase the gravity or decrease the gravity in a certain area, and even repel attacks with a force of gravity. This made the master believe that Naruto could really one day, when he becomes of proper age, be the new ace of fairy tale. And he was going to help his grandson get to that level. Today, however, wasn't a day to train or do missions. Instead, the master was busy with some legal documents and Laxus was out with his new friends. Freed, Evergreen and Bixlow, who created the group of his personal bodyguards, the Thunder God tribe. So Naruto's was left alone in the guild's main hall with nothing but his thoughts and a bowl of ramen while he sat at the guild's bar. Such a boring day. Naruto moaned in boredom while using his hand to make ramen levitate into his mouth. Stupid Laxus knee, ditching me for his cool new friends. I wish I had friends. Naruto sunk into depression as he realized there wasn't any members in the guild around his age. Sure, there was Laxus and his friends, but they were all much older than him and didn't really like to do the things he did. Hey kid, an unfamiliar voice spoke up from behind, causing Naruto to turn around. Where is the guild's master? I have to see him. Naruto looked down to the boy. He appeared to be a year or two older than Naruto, which made the blonde slightly happy. He also noticed the boy had a pack on his shoulders, so maybe he was thinking of joining the guild. Being too overjoyed to respond, Naruto started to look at his potential new friend's appearance. He was taller than Naruto by at least 6 or so inches and his spiky hair was jet black. The boy had a simple white coat with orange fur around the collar that was left open, revealing his plain blue shirt that went well with his plain blue jeans. Finishing his ensemble off was a silver cross necklace around his neck. Hey, you gonna answer me or keep looking weird? The kid asked while looking at Naruto with a cold expression. Naruto gave the boy a cheeky smile. Hi, I'm Naruto Dreyar, future ace of fairy tale. The blonde introduced happily. Who are you? And would you be my friend? The name is Gray Fullbuster. And I'm here to talk to the master, not make friends. So once again, where is your master? The now named Gray revealed in an irritated tone, causing Naruto to pout and look away. No, I'm not telling you. The blonde replied stubbornly. Not till you become my friend. Quote, fine, I'll just ask someone else. Gray replied smoothly while turning his back to Naruto. Freaking out, Naruto jumped off his stool and got in front of Gray. This made the older of the two smirk in victory. Alright, I'll help you find the master since we are friends now. Naruto explained quickly, causing Gray to sigh. You are really annoying, but call me whatever you want. Gray replied as he decided on giving up and letting the blonde call him friend. Alright, let's go. Grandpa should be in his office right now. Just follow my lead, Naruto revealed before taking off towards Makarov's office. Grandpa, the ice mage mumbled as he titled his head and followed after Naruto. Soon Naruto stopped at the door to Makarov's office and without waiting or knocking he walked inside. Hey Gigi-chan, my friend wants to talk with you. Makarov took a break from his documents and looked up to his grandson and Gray. The latter of whom was gritting his teeth in annoyance, causing the master to laugh as he picked up on the situation. Well, since you are Naruto's friend, what can I do for you? The eldest Dreyar asked, while folding his hands over his desk. Gray looked forward with a stern face and clenched his fists. Do you know anything about the iced shell spell? I've been searched countless guilds hoping someone would know how to reverse its effects. Makarov slightly frowned. I'm faintly familiar with the iced shell. It's a spell used by ice make wizards. If memory serves right, the spell takes the caster's body and molds it into ice that cannot be melted. Gray merely nodded, knowing all this himself, but he waited for the other half of Makarov's reply. To my knowledge, I never heard of anyone actually casting that spell. Nor have I heard of a way to reverse its effects. The master then rose to his feet and walked over to Gray. So tell me why a young ice make wizard wants to know how to reverse its effects. Quote. Gray was taken back by surprise while Naruto looked to the boy in wonder. Wow, you're an ice make wizard. That's awesome. The blonde shouted in excitement. You'll have to show me your magic. Ignoring Naruto, Gray looked towards the master. How did you know about my magic? Chuckling to himself, Makarov began to speak. It's fairly obvious with a boy your age traveling to different guilds asking about a dangerous spell. It's not hard to figure out you have connections with ice magic in some way. Besides, ever since you entered the room the temperature inside has dropped, which normally happens when an ice mage is present. So tell me, who is the person that used the iced shell spell? Gray looked down, his hair overshadowing his eyes. My master. Her name was and she protected me from a demon that killed my family and demolished my home. It's my fault she is dead. I went after Deliora against her wishes, so she paid the price to save me. So I'm going to do everything I can to save her. Makarov stalked over to the boy and placed a hand on his shoulder. Listen, Gray. Naruto chimed in. Makarov smiled. Gray, there isn't anything you can do for your master. She is gone, but there is one thing you can do. And what is that? Gray asked in a weak voice. He had lost everything and traveled so far for nothing. You can continue to live with the life she sacrificed for you. Join my guild and make new friends and cherish the memory of your master. I believe it's what she would have wanted for you. Tears started to run down Gray's face. Do I deserve such freedom? Do I deserve a chance at happiness? Quote, I believe you do. Makarov replied with a small smile, trying to cheer the boy up. Why don't you have my grandson show you around the guild? In the meantime, I'll get some paperwork set up and get you a place to live in town. Quote, Gray started to dry his tears and he looked over to Naruto, who was giving him a friendly smile. All right, I'll give it a try. Great, my friend is going to stay. Naruto cheered happily, before his jaw dropped and he pointed a finger at Gray. What the hell happened to your clothes? Gray tossed his hands in the air and looked to the pile of clothes on the ground. Ah, you have to be kidding me. Makarov had a bead of sweat trickle down the side of his head. Gray was definitely going to make an interesting addition to Fairy Tail. 2 years later. X776. It's been 2 years since Gray joined Fairy Tail, and the Ice Make Mage couldn't have been a better addition to the guild. Over the past 2 years he finally accepted Naruto as a friend and the two formed a very close bond. Gray was like a second brother to Naruto, just like Laxus, but Gray was more relaxed and goofy while Laxus had grown to be more serious as the years went by. Naruto didn't mind how his brother was changing, as he would still do jobs with Laxus and the Thunder God tribe. Though he found himself doing a lot more missions with Gray as well. He eventually started doing enough mission to earn himself the moniker Yosei Kami, or the fairy god, in other words. This name came from how the small 8-year-old behaved in battle. Normally Naruto was a bright and childish boy who enjoyed life. Though in battle many of the dark mages he defeated described him in ways a child his age shouldn't be like. See, in battle Naruto was ruthless and powerful. So powerful that most of his opponent believed he wasn't a child but some divine being sent down to destroy the wicked. Of course this wasn't true, but his name grew quickly in fame as he was the grandson of a wizard saint. Also his power was impressive to say the least for his age. So thus the Yosei Kami was born. Naruto enjoyed his title as he felt it fitted the future ace of Fairy Tail, but the child wasn't foolish. He knew his moniker was only a name and he definitely had his limits. He was strong, but there were plenty of stronger mages in the world. Like his grandfather, brother and current ace of Fairy Tail Guildarts, just a few to name. Though he didn't let that fact deter him, it only pushed Naruto to train harder, improving his lightning, fire and gravity magic to all new IGHTS. He even beginning to grasp the concepts of wind magic on his own, leaving only earth and water magic on his list. His magic wasn't the only thing that improved, as his physical attributes had increased as well. This was thanks to all the missions and friendly spars he had with Gray and Laxus. Though at the moment, Naruto was returning to the guild with Gray. They had just finished a mission which involved clearing a small band of dark mages out of a small fishing village. A mission which was a cakewalk for the two young mages. Man Gray, that mission was a real letdown. I mean, it took us 3 days of traveling for what? A 20-minute fight where the leader started to cry like a baby. Naruto whined in annoyance while he walked by Gray's side. Laxus ni gets all the good missions since he is S-class. Gray remained calm as always and placed his hands into his pockets. Yeah, I'll give it to you, Whiskers, this was a waste of time. Maybe the master will let us take the S-class exams soon. I know I'm up for a new challenge. Beating on weak dark mages is getting old. Naruto deflated at his 10-year-old friend's remark. Yeah, I know, it's like they want us to kick their asses or something. It's just gotten too easy, but I doubt Gigi-chan would let us take the exams. Laxus is 16 and he became S-class a year ago. I'm only 8, so there is no way he will allow me to take them. And I would bet that places you in the same boat as me. Quote. Gray gritted his teeth as he saw the approaching guild in the distance. Shit, that could mean it would be at least 5 years before I could move up. Maybe even longer than that. After all, the exams aren't held every year. Naruto interjected, causing the mage to slump over. You have a good point. Naruto held a finger up. Also, even if one is held and you are chosen as a candidate, who is to say you won't get beat out by someone else? Gray shot a glare towards Naruto. Now you are just bumming me out, jerk. Naruto laughed as he placed his hands on the guild's doors. Hey, I'm only making valid points here. Yeah, well, the only people in the guild who could have a shot against me is you and your brother's little groupies. The ice wizard replied as he and Naruto walked into the guild. As they walked, they noticed MAKAROV talking to a girl with scarlet-colored hair and an eye patch. She was dressed in worn-out dirty clothes, causing Naruto to take instant notice of her. Hey Gigi-chan, who was that you're talking to? The Yosei Kami asked, while Gray followed up behind, already stripped down to his boxers. Yeah, master, who is she? The ice wizard asked. Naruto sighed without even looking at his friend. Gray, your clothes. The blonde pointed out, showing he was accustomed to this happening. Aw, damn it, not again. The black-haired stripper yelled in embarrassment. The unfamiliar girl brought a hand to her lips and couldn't help but smile and let a small laugh pass through, causing MAKAROV to smile. Wide. This was as much emotion as the girl has shown in the past hour. Naruto. Gray, this young lady is Urza Scarlet. She is a friend of an old buddy of mine, Rob. She has come to Fairy Tail to become an official Fairy Tail mage. And Urza, I'd like you to meet my grandson Naruto Dreyar and his friend Gray Fullbuster. Gray tossed his hand in the air and muttered a, yo. Naruto on the other hand acted a little different. He ran up to the girl at surprising speeds and held a hand out. Hi Urza, it's nice to meet you. Since we already know each other's names, let me show you around the guild. After all, we are friends now. The blonde offered nicely, while not giving her a say on the latter. Friends. We just met. Urza mumbled weakly, showing she was still traumatized by something. Gray slipped by Urza and whispered into her ear, causing the girl to go on edge by his closeness, something that Naruto and MAKAROV both picked up on. Just be his friend, trust me, he's a persistent little guy. But a good friend when you get to know him. Naruto grabbed Urza by the arm and started to drag her off. Come on Urza, we have places to be. Naruto shouted happily as he walked off, leaving the master and Gray behind. Urza removed her arm from Naruto and retreated back. I'm perfectly capable of walking on my own. The one-eyed girl replied before continuing to walk. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and started to point different areas out. There is the bar where you can get food and drinks. Like ramen and strawberry cake. Urza looked over to the side and titled her head. Strawberry cake. The girl murmured in confusion. She never had anything like that before, thanks to the old life she lived. Yeah, it's pretty good, but nothing beats ramen. Naruto explained happily before pointing over to where Nab was standing. That's the mission request board where you can take a job for money. And that bastard over there is Nab, he never does a single job. Hurry up and decided on something already, Nab. The blonde called the last part out towards Nab. Turning around, Nab waved the blonde off. I'm coming close to finding one. Naruto mumbled a, yeah right, and continued his tour. Above you is the second floor, which is reserved for S-class mages only. So don't even think about going up there unless you have passed the S-class exams. Urza nodded in understatement. And now for my favorite part. Naruto chuckled mysteriously as he took off towards the guild's back door, walking outside and running towards a small river bank. They arrived at just the right time to see the sunset. What is this? Urza asked as she walked up from behind. Naruto took a seat by the water and smiled. This is where I come to train and clear my head. So I figured this would be a great place to end the tour. And an even better place to find out what pain is within your heart. Quote, Ezra's lone eye grew wide. What are you talking about? The girl asked in a weak voice. Naruto patted his hand against the ground. Take a seat and I'll tell you. Urza hesitated for a moment, but eventually did as she was asked. I might be young, but I can easily tell something is wrong. You act all depressed and alone, while your trust for others isn't the best. I mean you about attacked Gray when he got too close. So tell me Urza, what happened to you? Quote, Urza looked away. I can't. Urza-san, you need to open up to someone. Naruto shot back quickly, causing Urza to look towards him and take a deep breath. I was a slave, she began weakly, as she started to zone out and remember all her pain and hardship. I've never had anyone to call a friend or family until I met my fellow slaves, who experienced the same hardship as me, though during a rebellion one of my friends changed. He turned. I just don't know. Quote, Naruto looked over to Urza and noticed her tears. Shish Urza, you don't have to say any more. We can talk about this in time when you are ready. The small child explained while moving a hand to brush her tears. Though as his hand passed Urza's eye patch it began to glow a luminescent green. Then before Naruto or Urza could even make a proper response, the green aura flew onto Urza's eye patch, before quickly disappearing. What in the world? Naruto mumbled in shock as he jerked his hand back to inspect. Urza on the other hand slowly brought her hands trembling to her eye patch. Then as she removed the patch, she gasped in surprise. You healed my eye. I can see again. Urza revealed before barreling into Naruto and giving him a hug. Thank you. Then as she backed away Naruto saw her healed eye flash red, before shifting to its normal color. Naruto was still too surprised to even think of a response. He didn't know any type of healing magic, epically one that could restore a fully damaged eye. All the blonde knew was that he needed to speak with his grandfather immediately. Excuse me Urza, I have to go find my grandfather. Naruto explained as he rose to his feet. Please keep what happened to your eye a secret for now. He added in before running off, leaving a confused Urza behind. Well, this is an interesting twist. Mavis mumbled to herself, as she was watching her son the entire time. What other surprises does my son hold within himself? It has been 1 year since Urza had joined the guild and Naruto had healed her eye. Like he said, Naruto went straight to his grandfather and explained everything. This brought the master a great deal of surprise and even caused him to look over Urza's eye. He found nothing wrong with the girl, showing that Naruto did truly heal her eye. This led the master to believe Naruto had another type of repressed magic. Though unlike his gravity magic, this was some kind of healing ability that could reform an eye. Which was no simple feat, making the master wonder what the limits of his healing magic was. It even made him wonder if it was a healing magic at all. Though until he got the answers he wanted he forbid Naruto and Urza to speak a word about what happened. He didn't want people taking advantage of his grandson when he didn't know the drawbacks yet. Naruto and Urza easily agreed to the terms Makarov set, promising to keep what happened a secret. So for the last year, no one knew of Naruto's newest abilities beside a select few. This secret caused Urza and Naruto to grow closer as friends, referring to each other as siblings. This relationship grew even further when Urza revealed her full past to Naruto and Naruto only, causing the blonde to swear that he would always protect his older sister. The two would even do missions together and sometimes Gray would tag along, causing the Ice Mage to form a friendship with Urza as well. Though they worked together, they were not an official team as Naruto enjoyed working with Laxus as well. So for now the blonde worked with various other mages throughout the guild. Though when he wasn't working a job or spending time with his friends and family, Naruto continued to train in his training over the years has taken a serious spike. He had given up on learning water and earth magic for the moment as he needed to find a teacher for those fields. But he improved his other magics and was currently learning how to use 2 types of magic at the same time. So we joined Naruto in the backyard of the guild, meditating 10 feet in the air thanks to his gravity magic. In his left hand he had a spark of lightning dancing in his hand, while in his right hand there was a bright red flame flickering about. "All right Naruto, you have this," the blonde mumbled to himself, while he slowly moved his hands closer together. "Just focus, picture the elements mixing in your hand." Slowly the fire and lightning started to bond and become one, causing Naruto to smile. "Almost there," Naruto spoke happily as a bead of sweat went down his forehead. "Hey kid, what the hell are you doing up there?" a loud and unfamiliar voice shouted. Naruto was caught off guard by the loud voice and he lost his concentration. This caused the magic in his hand to explode and send him rocketing into the ground. "Shit," the blonde cursed as he smacked the ground and got up on his feet. He quickly noticed the culprit behind his mess up. He was a boy around Gray's age and height, with spiky pink hair and a scale-patterned scarf. "Don't sneak up on people, jerk." The unfamiliar boy walked up to Naruto and held his hand out. "Hey, I'm Natsu. My dad was a dragon and I'm a dragon slayer. Wanna fight?" Naruto tilted his head at the strange boy's rather quick introduction. "Sure, why not?" Naruto replied as he shrugged his shoulders while planning to pay Natsu back for interrupting his training. Natsu brought his arm back and smirked, instantly coating his fist in fire. "Fire dragon, fall," Naruto mumbled as he lowered his hand, causing Natsu to slam into the dirt. "I win," the blonde declared as he walked off. Natsu growled as he felt the large force holding him down release. "Oh yeah, well your back is turned," the dragon slayer yelled as he charged forward. "So?" Naruto asked without turning around. He simply moved his hand to the right and Natsu flew into the river, making a loud splash as he crashed into the water. Naruto smirked as he walked towards the guild's doors. He was enjoying his little payback too much. 3, 2, 1, "I'll knock your block off, jerk," Natsu declared right on cue as he jumped out of the water. Turning around, Naruto started to spin his finger around in a circle, causing Natsu to levitate and spin midair. "I don't think you will," the blonde replied, spinning Natsu so fast he started to have the Dragon Slayer motion sickness. By now, Natsu stopped spinning in air for a brief second, but that didn't last long as he went sailing backwards into the river once more. "Shit," Natsu screamed as he floated to the top of the river. "Why can't I hit you?" Naruto giggled and took notice of the fairy tale emblem on the boy's shoulder, concluding he was a new member to the guild. "I'm just better than you, it would seem," Naruto taunted in a playful manner, trying to get a rise out of Natsu. "And the name is Naruto, by the way. Naruto Dreyar, and welcome to the guild, Natsu." Naruto then gave a wave and walked into the guild where a scolding red head was waiting for him. "Naruto, were you picking a fight with our newest guild member?" Urza asked in a commanding tone, causing Naruto to retreat backwards. "Urza, nay, you know I would never do such a thing," the blonde tried to reason, even though the scarlet-haired girl didn't buy into a word he said. "Oh really, then why are you backing away from me?" the elder mage asked in a sickly sweet voice. "Do you need punished?" Naruto looked around the guild for help. Gray noticed what was happening and already took off in the other direction. His older brother Laxus watched from the corner with some mild interest, as he didn't plan to help Naruto either. "I'm screwed," Naruto thought to himself while taking a hard swallow. Suddenly the doors to the guild flew open and Natsu came barreling in. "I got you this time, jerk," the pink-haired mage declared as he threw a blind punch forward, making solid connection with Urza's left cheek. The guild fell in silence as Natsu slowly realized what he had done. "Poor guy," Gray mumbled from across the room. "First day and he's already a dead man." Laxus laughed to himself. "Well, looks like I'm off the hook." "Thanks, Natsu," Naruto mumbled in a low voice while sneaking away. Natsu slowly moved his fist back and gulped. "Sorry." "Oh, you will be." Urza growled with fire in her eyes as she dragged Natsu off by his scarf. "I'm going to teach you some manners." "Someone help me," Natsu cried out, but everyone looked the other way as hell had no fury like a pissed Urza Scarlet. A fact Natsu was about to experience firsthand. "Hee hee, you'll fit in just fine here, Natsu," Naruto mumbled to himself as he watched the boy be dragged off in horror. "That is if Urza doesn't kill you first." 1 year later x 778. It has been a whole year since Naruto and Natsu had first met. And since their first encounter the Fire Dragon Slayer was determined to beat Naruto in a fight, considering he constantly challenged the blonde to a fight which would also end in Natsu being thrown through the air or smashed into the ground. Well, that is what would normally happen if Urza didn't intervene before most of their fights could start. She was the buzzkill of the guild and always tried to enforce people to behave better. Doing so in a way that struck fear in every single guild member, well besides Laxus. But he just really didn't give a shit about most things unless it involved his brother or the guild's reputation. Though back to Urza, she kept Natsu, Gray and Naruto under a close watch and would punish any of the boys if she saw them fighting. This caused them to act rather nervous and too friendly around her, even though Naruto could easily dispatch Urza by holding her in the air with his gravity magic. He was too afraid of his surrogate sister to do anything like that. Regardless that Naruto and Natsu had their fair share of scuffles as did Gray, deep down the three were best friends and grew extremely close over the past year. Though Gray and Natsu were too prideful to admit their friendship. At times Naruto would refer to Gray and Natsu as older brothers, and then other times he would call them annoying bastards. Truly they had an interesting relationship, but the three of them never once took a job together. This mainly due to Natsu and Gray's pride once again, as they didn't want to say they needed one another's help. And speaking of jobs, currently the guild's favorite blonde-haired 10-year-old was busy traveling down a long dirt road with one of his favorite people, his older brother Laxus, who he hasn't done a job with in months. So Laxus, are you excited for this mission? Naruto asked with a large smile, looking up to his older brother. Laxus, who was well within his teens and established as a powerful S-class mage, shrugged his brother off. This mission seems pretty boring to me. Not like the usual mission I'm accustomed to. Naruto deflated. This is why they haven't done any missions together recently, as all the missions Naruto can do, Laxus views as weak and a waste of his time. So Naruto had to practically beg for his brother to go on an A-class quest with him. Come on Laxus, we are hunting down a demon. Doesn't that sound exciting? Naruto asked again, trying to make his older brother enjoy the mission a little more. If this demon was anything special, we would be the ones being hunted. Not the demon, so I feel like you should have had this one on your own. You are not weak like the rest of the guild, you are a Dreyar. Laxus replied in a disappointed tone. Naruto ignored the comment about weak members of the guild and frowned. It's not that I need your help. I just want to spend some time with my big brother. You are always too busy to train with me or do a job with me like when we were younger. Quote, Laxus looked down to his brother and sighed. No matter what kind of front he put up trying to act as if he didn't care or he was too good, he truly cared for Naruto, as he was Laxus's only weakness. Well, that and transportation. Hey, don't be so down, Whiskers. Laxus spoke with a small smile while ruffling Naruto's hair. You and me have a demon to catch. Naruto smiled and looked up. His brother always came through for him in some way. The blonde wished that other members of the guild would see the mage like Naruto did. And maybe Laxus would see the guild the way Naruto sees it. But for now, Naruto was going to enjoy his time with his brother. Yeah, we do, Ni-chan. Naruto walked cautiously behind Laxus, constantly checking their surrounding for anything suspicious. The elder brother on the other hand snorted and looked over his shoulder. Why are you so on edge, Naruto? We haven't even made it to the village or met with the client. The lightning mage pointed out. Naruto continued to check his surroundings while he and Laxus descended down a hillside towards the town. According to the job request, the demon is somewhere in the outskirts of the village. I'm just trying to observe our surroundings and see if I notice anything that is off. What is that supposed to mean, Naruto? It's a straightforward mission. We go in, get the demon's location from the client and then kill said demon. Which ends with us getting paid the reward. Naruto walked to his brother's side and placed a hand to his chin. Still, the closer we get to the village, the more my gut is telling me something is off. It's like the time me and Gray took a mission that was a trap set by a dark guild. Sure, they were no threat to me and Gray, but you can never be too safe. The younger brother explained honestly. So you think this mission is a trap? Laxus asked in a bored tone, as he really didn't care if it was, since he was a little overconfident in his own abilities. Naruto shook his head. No, that's not what I'm saying. I just have the feeling that something isn't right. Laxus rolled his eyes and walked through the gates of the village. Well, I can obviously tell this isn't a trap. Just look around, Naruto. The town seems perfectly fine. There are shops booming with business, and look over there. A playground with kids happily playing about. Don't you want to help keep this peace? Quote, that's the thing Laxus need. Everyone is too happy. Naruto replied, causing the older mage to groan. Just listen to yourself, Naruto. Everyone is too happy. Face it, you are just being paranoid. The eldest Dreyar sibling accused as he took the lead once again and walked off. Naruto frowned. His gut was never wrong. And add the fact that the town looked untouched and perfect only increased the blonde's suspicion that something wasn't right. Regardless, he followed his brother into town and was occasionally greeted with a friendly hello by townsfolk passing by. Soon the two Dreyar siblings found themselves at the town hall where the mayor who set the job request up was located. Laxus looked over his shoulder to Naruto and noticed his brother was still scanning the area. Listen, Whiskers, I'll do all the talking, you just hang back and follow my directions. Laxus ordered in a stern voice, causing Naruto to pout and cross his arms. Is that a problem? Why do you get to be in charge? It's my mission. Naruto grumbled in an annoyed tone. Laxus pushed Naruto's head back with a poke to the forehead. Because I'm the older brother, so what I say goes. He explained before walking into the front door of the town hall. Naruto mumbled something about an annoying older brother under his breath before following Laxus inside. As they arrived in the interior, they were greeted by a friendly woman seated behind a small reception desk. Greetings. Do you two have any business with the mayor? The woman asked in a sweet voice. Laxus stepped forward and held out the job request. We are mages from Fairy Tail. We are here in regards to the mission of eliminating a demon. The lightning mage explained before rolling the job request up. So would you show us into the mayor's office? The woman gave the two a warm smile. That's wonderful news. She cheered happily before looking down to Naruto. Oh my. You look awful young to be fighting a demon, young man. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. He was plenty capable of protecting himself regardless of his size and age. Hey, trust me, this kid is fine, he's my little brother after all. Laxus said proudly while crossing his arms and giving Naruto an approving smile. But we are wasting time talking about trivial things. Where is the mayor's office? Just head down the hall and it should be the fourth door on the right. The woman instructed before giving a bow of respect. And thank you for helping our town. Laxus nodded and walked off, making a gesture for Naruto to follow. The small blonde followed after his older brother and quickly made their way to the office doors. Wasting no time, Laxus knocked on the doors to the office. Hello, we are mages from Fairy Tail. We are here to fix your demon problem. The S-class mage spoke through the door. Ah, excellent, please come in. The door is unlocked, the elderly voice of the mayor replied. Laxus placed his hand onto the doorknob and walked into the office with Naruto lagging shortly behind. As the duo entered the room, Naruto was reminded of his grandfather's office back at the guild. Since the mayor's office was rather plain, but had seats for guests and a large desk where the mayor would sit and do his duties. Speaking of the mayor, he was a fairly old gentleman, with large circular glasses, no hair and an all-black suit. Honestly, Naruto wasn't too impressed with the man so far. So you are the ones that accepted our job request. Well, you look capable, but, the man took a pause and looked over to Naruto. Could a child his age deal with a demon? Quote, yup. Naruto already decided he hated the man. Don't worry about my brother's ability. He is young, but he is already one of Fairy Tail's most promising wizards. Though I've done enough talking about my brother. Tell me about this demon we are here to eliminate. Laxus demanded in a firm tone. The mayor nodded. Well, it's a straightforward explanation. A mile northwest of the town, you will find a small cottage. The demon uses that as its home. Also, I should warn you, this demon will try to take the form of a young girl and try to trick you. Don't buy into its lies, it must be eliminated. Laxus placed his hands in his pockets and walked towards the door. He had all the information that he needed. All right, we should be back in an hour or two. Have our reward waiting for us. The lightning mage instructed before leaving the office, leaving Naruto temporarily alone with the mayor. Need anything, my boy? Or are you afraid to go after the big bad demon? The mayor asked, talking down to Naruto, who merely narrowed his eyes. Part of him didn't trust what the man said. Hurry up, Naruto, Laxus shouted from the hallway. Naruto gave the mayor one final look before leaving the office, quickly making his way over to his brother. Sorry Laxus, I was deep in thought. The gravity mage explained while taking his place by his brother's side. Whatever, Naruto. Let's just kill this demon so we can get paid and be done. Laxus replied impatiently, already walking off, not leaving Naruto any time to voice his concerns with the mission. Instead, the blonde just slumped slightly forward and sighed. Yeah, let's go, Ni-chan. The blonde mumbled unenthusiastically. Outskirts of town, inside the small cottage. Sitting together in a small corner of the cottage, three siblings latched onto each other for support. They had experienced and lost so much, as their parents had died years ago, and now they were currently marked as the family of demons. Though, this was because of the white-haired girl who was seated between her little brother and sister. See, the girl's name was Mirajan Strauss, and she was the one marked as a demon by the entire village. Her little brother Elfman and Listener refused to believe such lies. They knew what their sister was. But fear is a terrible thing, and because people feared Mira, their whole family had to pay the price. Mira, nay, I'm hungry, Listener cried in a weak voice, causing her sister to squeeze her tight. I know, Listener, and don't worry, after sundown your big sister will get food. Mira replied sweetly, deciding to leave the method she's used to obtain food a secret from the girl. Elfman, on the other hand, knew what his sister would do and frowned. The townspeople stopped selling them goods and allowing them in shops, so during the night, Mira would sneak into the village and steal what they needed to survive. Maybe we should skip dinner tonight, Elfman proposed, trying to discreetly tell his sister not to steal. Mira turned red in anger. You and Listener have to eat. It's my job to make sure that happens. The eldest of the siblings replied emotionlessly while standing to her feet. Listener caught a glimpse of Mira's right arm, which had been altered to resemble a demon's arm. Mira, seeing her sister's gaze, jerked her black cloak in order to hide her arm. Mira, please don't, Elfman began as he stood up and faced his older sister, hoping his plea didn't turn into another argument. Mira took her good arm and pointed a finger at her brother. If the townspeople didn't shun us, we wouldn't be in this predicament now, would we? They should be thanking us for taking care of that demon. Quote, we can't control other people, but what we can do is not act like the monsters they think we are. Elfman shot back before leaning close in and whispering, stealing isn't right, Mira. Listener watched her two siblings silently argue. She hated watching them fight. Though under the circumstances that they lived in, it happened too often to even get upset about. Instead, she stood up and walked over to a broken window. However, as she peered outside, Listener's eyes grew wide. Mira, nay, Elfman, nee, we have a problem. The youngest of the three spoke up. Outside the cottage, I don't like this, Naruto admitted honestly as he looked over to the house. It was a one-story run-down home, with all the windows broken in and graffiti all over the walls and door. Reading words like demon, evil, leave town, and so many more terrible things. What's not to like? Laxus asked as he walked slightly closer. The graffiti shows we are in the right place. Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes. If the demon is such a threat, why would people risk their lives placing graffiti where the demon lives? The blonde asked, while inspecting signs of damage inflicted onto the house. Just look, Laxus, it looks like a mob attacked this place. I've already said it a dozen times today, but I have a bad feeling. And this right here only proves my feeling to be correct. Okay then, say I believe you might be right. What do you say we do? The elder brother asked, looking down to Naruto for a response. Simple, we walk forward and do a peaceful investigation. If things turn bad, you and I are plenty strong enough to protect ourselves. Naruto explained as he drew closer and closer to the house. Stop right there, a voice of a young female shouted out. Naruto stopped mid-step and looked forward, trying to locate the voice. Not taking much time at all, Naruto spotted a mess of white hair poking behind one of the broken windows. Laxus snorted and lightning danced around on his fingertips. Then, without giving a warning, he fired a bolt of lightning towards the window, causing the female voice to shriek in fear. Laxus, stop! Naruto ordered while making a bolt of his own lightning and throwing it in order to cancel Laxus at. Ack! The two spells exploded with a loud crack of thunder, causing Laxus to growl and glare at his bother. What the hell are you doing, Naruto? The second-generation Dragon Slayer asked while getting in his brother's face. Naruto sighed and pushed a hand forward, causing his gravity magic to push Laxus back. I told you already, we need to investigate what is going on. Can you restrain yourself from attacking someone for 5 minutes? Quote. Laxus crossed his arms and walked over to a tree, then leaned against it. The mage closed his eyes and held up 5 fingers. 5 minutes, then I destroy that house and everything inside it. Naruto's eye twitched at his brother's literal reply. That's plenty of time, I guess. The blonde replied, already walking towards the house. Hello. I'm sorry for that little incident. My brother just likes to jump the gun every now and then. There was a pause of silence, causing Naruto to stop. My name is Naruto Dreyar, I'm a fairy tale wizard. My brother Laxus and I are on a job to hunt a demon. Is there one within the house? Laxus laughed and shook his head. Really, Naruto? Do you think a demon will tell the truth if one is inside or not? The mayor already said the demon takes the form of a small girl. My Nei-chan isn't a demon. The voice from before shouted back in anger. Naruto looked to his brother with a plain expression. I don't remember the mayor saying anything about siblings. Seems like he didn't tell us everything. Are you starting to believe me now, Laxus? His attention slightly piqued. Laxus walked over to Naruto's side. You have 2 minutes left. The eldest blonde declared. Everyone within that house come out now, or I will make you. Naruto looked at Laxus with disappointment. His brother wasn't helping at all. Laxus, will you leave me and my family alone? An older female voice shouted, as a white-haired girl wearing a black cloak walked out of the cottage. She seemed to be around Urza's age and had the same lifeless eyes that the scarlet-haired girl had when Naruto first met her. Why do the townspeople want us to come here to hunt a demon? Naruto asked, trying to figure the situation out. Who are you? My name is Mirajan and there is no demon here, so leave. Mirajan replied with venom in her voice. Suddenly a small wind blew by, opening Myra's cloak and revealing her arm, causing her to freak out and quickly hide her arm. Seeing this, Laxus instantly charged lightning in his hands, causing Mira to retreat in fear. So you are a demon? The eldest Dreyar sibling growled. Well, in that case you're going to die. No, a voice of a boy and the girl from before shouted. Before two child ran out of the house and stood in front of Mira. Leave our sister alone. Myra's eyes grew wide when she saw her siblings in danger. Elfman, Lysina, what are you two doing? Get out of here, it's dangerous. Quote, we are not leaving you alone, Mirane. Lysina replied, glaring at Laxus and Naruto, though she was too afraid to move any further. None of her family knew magic, unlike the two standing before her. Yeah, big sis, the 3 of us have to stick together no matter what. Elfman explained, as he was slightly shaking in fear, just like both his sisters were. Naruto walked forward and held his hands out. Will everyone just chill the hell out? Laxus, she is not a demon, her arm is just an incomplete takeover. And you 3, we are not going to hurt anyone. The youngest of all the people present spoke up, showing his superior intelligence and his maturity when handling such a situation. Laxus lowered his hand and turned around. That stupid mayor. The eldest sibling growled in anger the moment her realized Naruto was right. He wasted both our time. He's going to pay for that. Suddenly Laxus disappeared in a bolt of lightning, leaving the 4 children behind. Naruto looked off towards the town and chuckled. Don't worry about him. When Laxus gets pissed off, it's best to let him blow off some steam. None of the siblings said a word. Instead they stayed still and looked fearful at Naruto, who was smiling wide while bolts of lightning were firing down onto the ground near the town behind him. You said something about an incomplete takeover. The girl known as Lysina spoke up, earning Naruto's attention. What does that mean for my sister? Well, did your sister seem to absorb any animal, monster, or even possibly a demon? Naruto asked while taking a seat on the ground. The 3 children looked between each other and nodded. Yeah, I think she did. A demon tried to attack the village a few months ago, but we ran into it on accident. Mirane jumped in the way to protect us and the demon disappeared into her body. Elfman replied, explaining the situation for Naruto. Yeah, and ever since then Mirane's arm has looked all weird and demon-like. Listener added in, causing Naruto to nod. Yup, that's an incomplete takeover, but unfortunately I don't know how to help you. Though my grandfather is really smart, he is Fairy Tail's guild master. If anyone could help you fix your arm it would be him. Naruto pointed out while giving the siblings a wide smile. So why don't you come back to the guild with me and my brother? Even if you don't want to join the guild, wouldn't you want to be normal? Again, quote, Mira looked to her demon arm, then to her siblings. What do you guys think? I don't think it's up for debate. We can't pass up a chance like this. Listener reasoned. Yeah, and besides there isn't anything left for us here. We could all join Fairy Tail and start a new life for ourselves. Elfman spoke happily, as the prospect of getting out of their current situation was too good to pass up. Mira nodded and brought her siblings into a hug. All right, we shall go together, as a family. The eldest sibling mumbled happily, causing Naruto to smile. All right then, why don't I help you guys get everything packed? Magnolia is quite a trip away. Naruto explained as he walked over to his 3 new friends. 7 months later. It has been 7 full months since Mira, Elfman and Listener had joined the guild. And the 3 siblings were a perfect fit for the guild. Over the first couple weeks of their time at the guild, Makarov helped Mira master her demon form and even showed Listener and Elfman how to do their own takeover. Once Mira became able to control her magic, she was a lot more social. Though this wasn't the best thing, as she would typically butt heads with Urza, causing the two to fight. Elfman would always try to calm his sister down, but he had very little success calming his sister down. Once she got started, he was too bashful and reserved to have the guts to tell his sister when she was out of line. Then finally there was Listener, who over the last 2 months became Naruto's best friend. She owed a lot to the blonde for what he did for her family, and she chose to repay him by being the best friend she could be. This was a friendship that slowly turned into something else for Naruto. See, even though Listener was his best friend and they spent all their time together, Naruto slowly found himself having feelings for the older girl. This growing to a point to where his older brother Laxus had taken a notice, but no one else did, as no one truly knew Naruto like his brother did. Though Naruto never said anything because he knew his feelings were not returned the same way. He just hoped in time something might change. So that is where we join in on Naruto, as he is currently enjoying his favorite dish ramen while Listener sat beside him and observed him eat away. You know that stuff is bad for you. Listener warned, but the blonde didn't seem to care. It has too much salt. Naruto placed a mouthful of noodles in his mouth and waved the girl off. Then by swallowing he smiled. Well, if it kills me, I'll die a happy man. Quote, Listener rolled her eyes. Idiot, don't say stuff like that. I'd be lost without you, you're my best friend. Naruto looked to the side and stirred his noodles. He really needed to find a way to get Listener to understand his feelings. Yeah, sorry, I'd be lost without you as well. You are very precious to me, Listener. The gravity mage replied, turning back to the girl with a soft smile. Though when he looked towards her, he instantly frowned. Her attention had been moved over to Mira and Urza, both of whom had started another one of their little scuffles. I better stop Mirane before it's too late. Listener began before taking a deep sigh. For the 4th time this week, Naruto watched as the girl hopped off the bar stool and walked off, leaving Naruto alone with nothing besides his ramen and thoughts. Why do I keep thinking things are going to change between us? Sure, we are best friends, but I think that is all we will ever be. Naruto thought to himself as he sunk into a depression. Hey, would you mind if I sit here? A female voice asked, breaking Naruto from his daze. Looking to his left, he saw a girl around Gray's age with long brown hair and a yellow dress. She was holding a small glass of juice and she standing beside the seat where Listener was moments ago. Naruto motioned for her to sit and nodded. Knock yourself out, the blonde replied, while placing his attention back to his ramen. The girl took Listener's old seat and looked to Naruto. I've only been here for a week and I thought it's time I introduced myself to someone. So hi, my name is Kana Alberona. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Didn't know we had a new guild member. The blonde commented back, The name is Naruto, by the way, Naruto Dreyar. Kana nodded and shot a sideways glance towards Listener. You're always so preoccupied with your little friend over there. I'm not all too surprised that you were unaware of my presence. Naruto looked away as her words held a lot of truth. He had been spending a lot of his time with Listener, and maybe it was time to give the girl some space. Guess she doesn't see how into her you are. Kana added in, causing Naruto to nearly slip out of his seat in surprise. Slowly recovering from his surprise, Naruto looked over to Kana. Did Laxus tell you? The blonde thought with a small amount of anger. The older brother would always threaten to tell people about his crush, but he never thought Laxus would do so. Nah, I don't even know who this Laxus is. I've just observed a few people inside the guild. And I've noticed the way you look at her, it's a look that she doesn't return. Kana explained, causing Naruto to deflate in depression. Hey, don't get so down in the dumps on me. I came over here to have a nice conversation. Naruto nodded. Sorry about that, but I'm curious, Kana. What brings you to Fairy Tail out of all the guilds in Fury? This time it was Kana that turned slightly depressed. I've been looking for someone, she admitted. Naruto waited in silence for a moment, but she never elaborated further. This caused the boy to tilt his head. Who are you looking for, Kana? Kana gazed down to the liquid in her glass. Someone that doesn't know I exist, she replied cryptically, before turning towards him. Listen, I really don't want to talk about it. So could we change the subject? Maybe talk about our magics or something. Quote. Naruto nodded, but made a mental reminder to remember this conversation. He wanted to help every member of the guild, and Kana just made his list. Well, I know lightning, fire and wind magic, but my main magic is my gravity magic. Then there is my... Naruto took a pause and rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, can't talk about that one. Gigi-chan's orders. Kana looked at the younger child with surprise. Wow, I just started learning card magic and you already have over 4 types of magic. The girl replied in an unbelieving voice. Naruto gave the girl a cheeky smile. Yeah, I'm trying to learn more, but Gigi-chan and I think it's best I hold off on learning more magic. I mean, I'm only 10 and people already call me the Yosei Kami. Quote. Kana's mind was going in overdrive. The kid sitting beside her was only 10 years old, 2 years younger than herself, but yet he was powerful enough to be called the fairy god. You must be very powerful, Kana commented, trying to hide her surprise. Though you've mentioned your Gigi-chan. Who is that? Naruto smiled and noticed a small elderly man walking across the guild. Hey grandpa, the boy shouted out as he waved to the short guild master, causing Kana's jaw to drop. Hey Naruto, glad to see you're making new friends. Makarov called back as he went on his way. Kana snapped her head over to the giggling blonde and pointed a finger at the retreating Makarov. Your grandfather is the freaking master. The girl shouted in surprise. Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, and my big brother Laxus is one of Fairy Tail's 2S class mages. Kana nodded. That means his brother was placed in the same tier of strength as the man she was looking for. Though before she could say anything, a voice caught her attention. Hey Naruto, what's up? The voice of a completely naked Gray asked while taking a seat by Kana. Naruto sighed. Kana, this is Gray Fullbuster, and Gray, this is Kana Alberona. And while I'm at it, Gray. Naruto stopped and shook his head. He didn't have the patience to tell him this time. Nice to meet you, Kana. Gray spoke coolly before looking to Naruto. What is it, Whiskers? Quote. Your clothes are gone, Kana yelled before Naruto could even say a thing. Ah shit. Gray yelled loudly while finally noticing his situation. Naruto held his hands out and used his gravity magic to grab Gray's clothes from across the guild. Then at blinding speeds he threw them in the mage's face, causing him to fall and crash on the floor. Don't go streaking around, girls, you pervert. Naruto scolded, showing a little bit of Urza coming out of him. Speaking of the armor-clad girl, she walked beside her favorite blonde and ruffled his hair. Way to punish Gray for his foolishness, Urza commented before holding a hand out to Kana. Greeting, I'm Urza, Scarlet. Kana took the hand and smiled. Kana Alberona, she introduced with a slight hint of nervousness. She wasn't expecting to talk to so many new people yet. Naruto smiled and looked up to Urza. So tell me, Nei-chan, who won the fight? Was it you this time, or did Mira get the better of you? The blonde asked, causing Urza to get fire in her eyes. I would have beat her little whore ass into the ground, but... Nei-chan, calm down. Naruto laughed calmly, knowing his surrogate sister's rivalry wasn't a pleasant one at times. Kana just blinked at Urza's shift of mood and noted to herself, never piss Urza off. My apologies Naruto, I'm supposed to set a good example for you. Please strike me for my penitence. Urza begged as she bent over to be hit. Naruto sighed and looked over to Gray, leaving Urza in suspense. Gray, can you tell me what happened? The Ice Mage had just finished placing his clothes on and he ran a hand through his hair while he spoke. Flame Brain showed up with some huge-ass egg and said it was a dragon's egg. It distracted Urza and Mira long enough for me and Elfman to pull them apart. Wait, Natsu found a dragon's egg? The blonde mumbled in surprise. How come I didn't see any of this? Gray reclined against the bar counter. I don't know, you must have been busy talking to Kana. The black-haired boy replied smoothly, not really caring much about Natsu's egg. Kana giggled. I can account to Naruto's inability to not notice things when he is talking to someone. The brown-haired girl teased, thinking of their talk earlier about Listener. Urza smiled and took a seat by Naruto. Regardless of how forgetful Naruto is, the scarlet-haired girl began causing Naruto to slump over in annoyance. Natsu and Listener ran off to take care of the egg. So we shall see soon what it holds inside. Quote. Naruto looked to Urza. Listener ran off with Natsu. The smallest of the group asked, causing Kana to slightly frown at the tone of his voice. It sounded cracked and depressed. Urza nodded. Of course, they are very close friends. She explained, not picking up on Naruto's reaction. Yeah, Whiskers, it's not very surprising they ran off together, they are always together. Gray replied, not even noticing Naruto's downward look. Kana, however, picked up on Naruto's depression. So she did the best thing she could think of. She jumped off her seat and grabbed Naruto by his hand. Come with me, Naruto. Naruto was pulled out of his seat and looked to Kana, who was busy pulling him out of the guild. Hey Kana, where are we going? The gravity wizard asked. Kana smiled and looked to Naruto. You're my first friend from Fairy Tail. So since I'm new to town, it's your duty to show me around. Kana ordered in a stern voice. Naruto smiled, he knew what the girl was doing. All right Kana, I'll show you around town. Just follow me, Naruto said as he took the lead. And thanks. Kana nodded and walked beside the Yosei Kami. Don't mention it Naruto, it's what friends are for. The card-using wizard replied. Naruto nodded and started to point a few things out as he walked with Kana. He showed her the local magic shop, the best places to eat in town, and even a few of Magnolia's landmarks. During this entire time Naruto didn't think of Listener ditching him and leaving with Natsu. Instead he enjoyed his time with his new friend Kana. And the two were starting to grow closer and closer as the time went by. Speaking of time, the sun was starting to go down, though Naruto and Kana didn't mind. They were busy enjoying each other's company. So tell me Kana-chan, what do you think of Magnolia and Fairy Tail? Naruto asked with a small grin. Kana placed her hands behind her back and then she looked to the sky. I like it here, it's calm and the people are very nice. What about you? This has been your home longer than me. What do you think? I love this town and I love the guild even more. So I'm gonna keep growing stronger to protect what I love. I won't stop until I'm the ace of Fairy Tail. That is what I live for and that is my goal in life. Naruto declared boldly, sharing his dream with Kana. What is it that you strive for Kana-chan? Kana didn't have to think long, she knew her goal. It was to find her father, but she wasn't willing to share this knowledge with Naruto yet. Instead she was going to tell him a lie about being a great wizard, but a voice stopped her. So you want to be Fairy Tail's new ace? Well, that would mean you have to be stronger than me. A voice spoke from behind, one that Naruto easily recognized. Turning around, both children were met with the sight of a tall, muscular man with shoulder-length orange hair that was slicked back. He wore a long, black, high-collared and tattered cloak with shoulder plates, while around his waist is a simple belt. He was also sporting loose-fitting dark pants, complete with an armored waist guard bearing plates similar to the ones on his shoulders, tucked inside simple black boots. Guildarts. Naruto addressed normally, causing Kana's eyes to widen. You're returning from another job already? Guildarts nodded and looked over Kana. Yeah, I probably won't be hanging around for long, but tell me, fish cake. Who's the girl you are with? Is she your girlfriend? The elder wizard asked in a teasing manner. Naruto rolled his eyes and looked over to Kana, quickly noticing something was wrong with her. Though he chose to ignore that for the moment. No, her name is Kana Alberona. She joined the guild a couple days ago and I'm showing her around town. Well, it's nice to meet you, Kana. I'm Gildarts. The orange-haired father introduced, not even knowing his own daughter was standing before him. Kana nodded and looked down. She didn't have the courage to confront her father about her identity. Soon the trio fell silent and Gildarts made a long sigh. I'm exhausted from all my traveling, so I'm headed home. And fish cake, it's been a while since we sparred. Why don't you meet me outside the town in the forest for a friendly fight? Gildarts proposed, getting excited about testing the blonde's strength. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Sure, I'm down to kick your old ass into the ground. Gildarts threw his head up and started to laugh. All right, we will see if you can back up your words tomorrow. The Crash Wizard laughed out while he started to walk off. See you kids later. Kana looked to Naruto's with wide eyes. You can't really be thinking about fighting him tomorrow. The female wizard spoke up once Gildarts was gone. Naruto looked over to Kana with a serious gaze. You seem to know Gildarts is a powerful man and you acted rather weird when he was around. So I'd assume he is the person you joined the guild to meet. I'd even go so far as to say you are his daughter. Naruto concluded, causing the girl to drop her jaw. Yep, definitely his daughter. Your magic is almost identical to his. Kana looked down and rubbed her arm. Yeah, he's my Two-chan. Though he doesn't even know I exist. My Ka-chan only told me about him and where to find him before she passed away. Naruto looked down. I'm sorry for your loss, it must have been hard to lose your mother. Kana nodded. Yeah, it hurt. Though in a way you are lucky, you still have your father. And you got to meet your mother and know that she loved you. I've never met my parents before. Gigi-chan told me about my father once before, but I could tell he was lying. Naruto explained in a dry voice, his emotions completely void. I don't know why he would lie, but I didn't, nor do I care now. My family is the guild and that will never change. Kana smiled a little bit at the boy's words. You know, for someone so young you're pretty mature. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Whoever my real parents were must have been level-headed individuals. Though I don't care to know who they are, so could you keep what I said between us? Quote, of course Naruto, my lips are sealed. The brown-haired girl promised. Naruto bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Kana, but speaking of parents, are you going to tell Gildarts the truth about who you are? If you want, I can be there to support you when you do it. Quote, Kana brought the blonde into a hug and started to tear up. You would really do that for me? Naruto chuckled as he felt the girl squeeze harder. Yeah, we are friends after all. I just hope you don't get mad if I kick your dad's ass tomorrow. Quote, Baka. The girl mumbled in a low voice. Thank you. The next day, Gildarts stood in a small clearing, his arms were crossed and his emotions were blank. Standing across from him was Naruto, who seemed on edge and ready to fight. Off to the side was Kana and the Master Makarov, the latter of whom wanted to supervise over this spar the moment he heard about it yesterday when Naruto came home. The blonde excitedly proclaimed that he was going to fight Gildarts and win. So the master wanted to watch over the spar and see what would happen. Kana on the other hand wanted to come and watch her new friend battle against her father. She had never seen either of the two in action and she was slightly interested to see what would happen. So Naruto, are you ready to begin? Gildarts asked in a calm voice as he slowly cracked his neck. Naruto punched his palm and grinned. Yeah, old man, let's go. Gildarts held his right arm out and made a come at me sign. Naruto, not wanting to waste any time, charged straight towards the S-class wizard. Head-on attack. Gildarts mumbled in disappointment as he raised a hand to strike the blonde down. That is something Natsu would do. Quote, Naruto smirked and electricity danced around his body, then before he could touch Gildarts, his body turned into lighting and phased straight through the Crash Wizard, sending hundreds of volts through his body. What was that? Naruto asked with a snicker, his body reforming a few feet behind Gildarts. Looks like I already got the first hit in. Gildarts held back his laughter and turned his body towards the blonde. Getting a solid hit in and tricking your opponent are two different things. Besides, that didn't even tickle. I thought the great fairy god was better than that. I mean look, you didn't even move me. Naruto growled and raised his hand up. Oh, I'll move you then. He fired back, using his gravity magic to rip the ground up beneath Gildarts, sending the Crash Mage floating into the air. Gildarts smirked and held his hand onto the floating ground. Then by channeling his magic, Gildarts destroyed the floating earth, causing it to rain down at high speeds at Naruto. In response, Naruto held both hands up while showing no emotion, causing the chunks of earth to float midair. Then without a warning he sent everything flying back at Gildarts. Won't work, Gildarts proclaimed, before sweeping his hand to the side and casting his crash magic, resulting in all the rocks and clumps of dirt being blasted into dust. Naruto huffed in annoyance as he watched Gildarts land back onto the ground. He was standing in a crater where dirt and rock used to be, but he didn't take any step forward or backwards. All Naruto managed to do was move the man up and down, and that pissed the blonde off. I'm going to send you flying, Naruto announced, lifting his hand up. Gildarts didn't move, instead his body faintly radiated a white, magical cloak of his crash magic. Oh, I'd like to see you try, the elder mage challenged. Naruto gritted his teeth and raised his magical power, causing the dirt and rocks around him and Gildarts both to fly up into the air. Even Naruto's hair seemed to defy gravity, but still the Crash Mage did not budge. This made Naruto lose his temper and push even more magic into his attempt to move Gildarts. Though it felt like the blonde was lifting something that wasn't there, and this never happened before. Over with Makarov and Kana, the two saw the lines of sweat pouring down Naruto's face. They could easily tell the young mage was straining himself. Makarov knew his grandson and he knew beating Gildarts was his goal. So he could see why Naruto was pushing himself so far. Though he also knew that at his current level, no matter how powerful he was, Naruto stood absolutely no chance against Gildarts. Master, what is going on? Why is Naruto's magic not working against Gildarts? Kana asked the short grandfather while looking towards her new friend with worry. Makarov sighed deeply. Gildarts is using his crash magic to counter Naruto's magic. See, Gildarts' magic can destroy any type of magic and structure as long as he can overpower what he is trying to destroy. So as you might be able to see, Gildarts is slowly pumping out his magic and countering the effects of Naruto's gravity magic. So unless Naruto could overpower Gildarts, he cannot touch the man. So basically Naruto is screwed, Kana summarized, her voice laced with sadness for her friend. Makarov narrowed his gaze on his grandson. I wouldn't say that. Naruto has an interesting ability to rise to new levels when against a difficult challenge. If anything, I believe this fight will help Naruto grow tremendously. Kana looked forward with wide eyes. Do you really think so, Master? Makarov crossed his arms and watched the fight closely. We will see, Kana-chan, we will see. Quote, back over with the fight, Gildarts was starting to grow bored of how things were going. Are you done yet, Naruto? 'Cause so far you've shown me next to no improvement. The S-class mage began in disappointment before rising his magical pressure. Looks like it's time to end this. Naruto gritted his teeth and pushed his gravity magic even harder. For a split second his eyes flashed white and Gildarts was slightly moved upwards and back. Though this phenomenon didn't last long. As Naruto stopped altogether and started to pant. He was exhausted and getting nowhere with his current method of attack. Gildarts, on the other hand, was momentarily stunned. He didn't know what actually happened. He just knew that somehow, Naruto summoned up enough magic for a brief second to overwhelm his magic. And that was something Gildarts didn't expect to happen. Impressive, Gildarts mumbled to himself before looking over to Makarov, who signaled him with a nod. Let's see what your real limits are, Naruto. Naruto slightly tensed his body when he noticed Gildarts dash towards him. Without even thinking about it, Naruto raised a hand above his head and summoned a bolt of lightning. Heavenward halberd, Naruto cried out as he tossed a spear of lightning magic right at Gildarts. Pivoting his foot, Gildarts slid across the dirt and held one hand forward. Then with his crash magic he easily dispatched Naruto's lightning. As he continued to slide, he prepared his other hand behind his back for a devastating punch. End of the line, Naruto. Gildarts called out as he prepared to finish the fight in one punch. Time seemed to slow down for Naruto and everyone watching. Kana looked towards her father and newly found friend, not wanting harm to be brought to the latter. Makarov watched with anticipation to see what his grandson would do. He knew Gildarts never held back. Though he was very confident he wouldn't hurt his grandson. Finally there was Naruto, who had his hands held slightly in front of his body. He could attempt to block the punch, but he wasn't physically strong enough to stop a fully grown man. Especially one who was as strong as Gildarts was. Though as all seemed lost and Naruto was about to accept his fate, something clicked inside of him. He didn't know where it came from or what it was, all he knew was two simple words. Shinra Tensei. Naruto mumbled with power behind his voice and his eye glowing white once more. This was followed by a tremendous force of gravity slamming into Gildarts and sending him rocketing backwards. Though Naruto wasn't done there, he held his right hand forward and reached out towards Gildarts. Bansho Tenin. Naruto called out, causing Gildarts to stop midair for a brief second. Before he even knew it, he found himself being forcefully pulled back towards Naruto. Readying himself, Naruto's left fist danced to life with lightning magic. Though it was not the normal yellow lighting like Laxus had taught him. This lightning was a pure white color and it radiated unreal amounts of magic, enough amounts of magic to even cause Gildarts to sweat. So to save his own skin he pushed one hand forward and sent a wave of crash magic forward, hoping to force Naruto to move away, but the blonde held his ground and refused to move. Instead he held his hand outward and allowed Gildarts' magic to collide with his lighting. The end result was Naruto's lightning slicing through Gildarts' crash magic like butter. Makarov saw this shocking phenomenon and could tell Gildarts was in serious trouble. Naruto, that's enough, stop this at once. The grandfather shouted in a commanding tone. Naruto took notice of his grandfather's order and stopped Gildarts in midair. This made the crash wizard hover in the air while Naruto's lightning sparked a few inches from the man's chest. I'm impressed, Naruto. You really got me there. Gildarts chuckled nervously. He still didn't know what to make of the situation. Though, for now he figured why not compliment the blonde on his surprising strength. Naruto's eyes stopped glowing and reverted back to his normal bright sapphire blue color. Thanks, Gildarts. I'm guessing our spar is over then. The blonde droned back, already lowering Gildarts down to his feet. Yeah, I think it's best we leave this one as a tie. The older mage replied, inwardly thinking that wasn't the outcome that was about to happen. Gildarts for the first time almost lost a fight to another mage, and it was a 10-year-old child nonetheless. That's fine. I'll just beat you and become Fairy Tail's ace another day. Naruto replied with a shrug, earning a tick mark from Gildarts. Though after his little display the man didn't argue. Instead the master walked over and ruffled Naruto's hair. I'm proud of you, Naruto. You've grown so strong for someone your age. And you didn't tell me you practiced new gravity and lighting spells. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. The gravity spells were something I just tried for the first time, but I didn't use any new type of lighting magic, Gigi. Chan. This time Makarov looked toward Naruto with confusion. Then what was that white lightning you used? It was powerful enough to cancel out Gildarts' crash magic. I've never seen anything like it before. Quote, yeah, best don't keep secrets. What was that you did back there? Gildarts chimed in, wanting to know the answer as well. Naruto looked between the two elder men with confusion. He didn't know what he did and he had no proper answer. Instead he held his hand out and summoned his regular yellow-colored lightning. See, my lighting is its normal color. Tell them I don't know what happened, Kana. The master and ace of Fairy Tail looked over to Kana. She seen the exact same thing they did, but she knew the blonde had no clue what happened. Whatever Naruto did earlier, I can tell he had no clue what happened. So I believe it may be something to look into in the future. Kana explained, trying to be honest and take up for her friend at the same time. Makarov nodded, completely agreeing with the girl's words. Yes, Naruto is filled with plenty of surprises. Maybe this was just the newest one he had to show. Quote, Gildarts smirked and looked down to Naruto. People call me a monster brat, but I can see why you are called a god. I was nowhere near your power level when I was your age. You almost made me go all out. Quote, Naruto and Makarov both formed sweat drops on their heads. Though they both knew Gildarts didn't give his all, but they did know if the fight didn't stop when it did, well, Gildarts would have regretted not taking the fight as serious as he should have. Yeah, sure, old man. but since our spar is over, I believe Kana has something she wants to tell you. Naruto revealed, earning Makarov and Gildart's attention while at the same time making Kana turn red from embarrassment. Oh, what would that be? Gildarts asked the small brown-haired girl. Kana looked towards Naruto for help and the blonde gave her a warm smile. He silently mouthed the words, "You can do this at Kana." I'm. Kana stopped and took a hard swallow. I'm Yo. Gildarts raised an eyebrow as he watched the girl struggle to speak. Yes, what are you? Makarov looked between Kana and Naruto, his skin turning pale as he started to read the situation. Thinking to himself Gildarts was in for a shock if his hunch was correct. You are. Kana drifted off and couldn't find the words to reveal the truth. Naruto groaned at his friend's backward behavior, so he decided to take matters in his own hands. Listen here, Scruffy. Naruto spoke up, while walking in front of Gildarts and looking the man in the eyes. Scruffy. The man mumbled the name, which was a shot at his rugged beard. Naruto pointed a finger at Kana. He moved his finger towards Gildarts' daughter. Gildarts' jaw hit the floor and Kana's eyes grew wide. The cat was out of the bag and Makarov was smirking on the inside about being right once again. What? The Crash Wizard yelled in shock, running over to Kana and looking her over. Who is your mother? Rukia, Anko, Robin. No, the eyes are off. Nami, Yoko, Bulma. No, that isn't right either. Olivier, Kushina. How many freaking women have you slept with? Kana yelled out in anger. You know what I don't care to know. I just wanted to tell you that I exist. I don't expect you to be around or be a father to me. So see you around, Gildarts. Kana then turned on her heel and stomped off, but before she could move more than 2 feet. Gildarts wrapped his arms around her and held her close. Cornelia. Gildarts whispered her mother's name into her ears. Now I can see it as clear as day. You are Cornelia's daughter. Kana started to tremble and tears flowed down her cheeks. Yeah, she mumbled in a weak voice. Gildarts smiled. Cornelia was the only woman I ever loved. She was the only woman I ever married. I was devastated when she left me, but I never knew we had a child. If only I knew, I would have been there for the both of you. It's fine, you don't have to be there for me. Kana replied in a weak voice. Gildarts gripped tightly onto his daughter. Beautiful and stubborn, just like your mother. I promise from here on out I will always be by your side. That's if you will allow me to. Quote. Kana turned around and allowed Gildarts to see her tear-filled face. Of course 2-chan, that's all I want from you, Baka. The girl cried before latching onto her father. Naruto smiled at the father-daughter moment, but he quickly found his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. Why don't we give them some time alone? The short man proposed. Naruto nodded and turned away. Yeah, let's head back to the guild. I'm sure they will catch up to us later. The blonde replied, sending one more happy look at his new friend. Natsu was in a panic. He was kicking tables over and spewing fire out of his mouth every chance he got. Where is it? The young dragon slayer yelled in anger. Lisana followed Natsu around the guild and tried to stop the young boy's rampage. We will find it, Natsu-kun. Just please stop tearing everything apart. The smallest of the takeover siblings begged. Her plea fell on deaf ears, however, as Natsu continued to rampage about the guild, causing many of the weaker members to flee the building. Though the stronger wizards like Mira, Gray and Urza remained. Will you cool your jet's matchstick? Gray yelled as he pushed Natsu back and forced the Dragon Slayer's rage towards himself. Just what is your problem? Quote. Natsu growled and shoved his forehead into Gray's. Grr, you stupid snowman, I bet you were the one that stole my dragon egg. The pink-haired wizard accused. Gray gritted his teeth and started to push Natsu backwards. I don't have your stupid egg, flame brain. The ice wizard spoke honestly. Liar. Enough, Urza declared as she pushed the two apart. Gray didn't steal your egg, Natsu. He's been at the guild all day. So take a deep breath and tell me everything that happened. Mira walked over and crossed her arms. I bet that idiot ate the egg and doesn't want Lisana to know. I did not. Natsu yelled towards Mira. Why would I eat my dragon? Mira shrugged her shoulders. You're an idiot, that's why. Urza glared at her rival and got in her face. Be polite, the girl ordered in an angered-filled voice. Oh, and what will you do if I don't tin can? Mira asked in a challenging tone. I'll kick your half-dressed ass, you demon bitch. Urza replied, causing the two to lock hands and start to push each other while tossing insults. While this was happening, Natsu turned to Gray and started to accuse him once more. I don't believe Urza. I know you stole my egg. Gray punched Natsu in the chest. I didn't steal your stupid egg, moron. The ice mage yelled in anger. Liar. Natsu shouted while tackling Gray to the ground. Listener watched the four wizards duke it out and frowned. None of this fighting was helping anything, but it felt like she was the only one that knew that. If only Naruto was here. The younger girl sighed in depression. He would know what to do. But I am here. The voice of Naruto replied from behind, making Listener jump back in surprise. Naruto, don't scare me like that. The older girl ordered, while placing a hand on her beating chest. Sorry Listener-chan, but why are they at each other's throats this time? The blonde asked while looking towards his fighting friends. Listener looked to Naruto with the look she had when she wanted something from him. Natsu's egg is missing, could you stop them so we can find it? Naruto nodded and held his hand out, making the four fairy tale wizards float into the air and away from each other. That's enough, you four. I swear I'm the youngest, but at the same time the most mature. My apologies, little brother. Urza spoke sincerely to her surrogate brother. You may punish me for my actions. Yeah, whatever. Mira grumbled in an annoyed tone. No matter how mad she was at Urza, she could never be mad at Naruto. She and her family owed him a lot after all. Blame Flame Brain for this. Gray accused while trying to take another swing at the pink-haired boy. Naruto sighed and made the two float even farther away from each other. Natsu, Listener tells me your egg is missing. So instead of blaming your fellow guild members, why don't you ask them to help you find it? Quote, Natsu pouted and looked away. He hated when Naruto would make sense. Fine, can you jerks help me? Naruto sighed and started to make the Dragon Slayer spin. Use your manners, Natsu. Urza smiled and gave Natsu a thumbs up. Good punishment, Naruto. Naruto rolled his eyes and stopped spinning Natsu. Then he opened his mouth to speak, but someone else beat him to the punch. Everyone calm down, I have the egg. The voice of Elfman spoke from behind the group. Naruto turned around and found Elfman smiling while holding a giant egg. The egg itself was white with blue flame designs. Elfman, why did you steal Natsu's egg? Listener asked in a disappointed voice. I didn't mean to cause a panic, but I was afraid you or Natsu would crush the egg in your sleep. So I've been keeping it warm for you. Guys, the middle child explained honestly. You can have it back now if you would like. Quote, Elfman walked forward, but the giant egg blocked a majority of his eyesight. So he was unable to see the cup laying on the ground in front of his feet. Then before anyone could say a thing, Elfman tripped over the cup and the egg went flying into the air. Everyone's eyes grew wide as they watched the egg descend down onto the ground. Listener turned away as she didn't want to watch her egg smash. Naruto on the other hand released his friends from his gravity magic and jumped forward. And with just enough time, Naruto caught the egg in his hand. Though as he held it, his hands glowed green followed by small black designs growing out of his hands and onto the egg. What the hell? Naruto mumbled as he almost dropped the egg in surprise. Great save, Naruto. Natsu praised as he snatched the egg out of the blonde's hands, not noticing the new appearance of the egg. Urza eyed the younger mage. She saw what happened but she didn't know what to make of what she saw. Yeah, good job, Naruto. Elfman stood to his feet and rubbed his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry everyone, I didn't mean to cause so much trouble. The white-haired boy apologized. Listener smiled. It's okay, big brother Elf, everything worked out in the end. You were doing what you thought was best. It would appear so. The voice of the master boomed as he walked among the group of young mages. I'm glad Naruto got back from his spar with Gildarts quick enough to save the day. Quote, Natsu looked towards Naruto with a hint of jealousy. What, you got to fight Gildarts? That's not fair. I already called dibs on fighting him next, jerk. The Dragon Slayer whined, earning a bonk on his head by Urza. You aren't strong enough to fight Gildarts. The scarlet-haired mage pointed out before looking at the unharmed Naruto, thinking to herself just how strong the young blonde was. Besides, last time you challenged Gildarts to a fight, he hit you so hard that you flew across town. Quote, Gray, Listener and Mira chuckled at Natsu's expense, causing the pink-haired wizard to jerk his head off to the side. Naruto sighed and decided to try and pick his friend's spirit up. Hey, look at it this way, Natsu, you have an awesome dragon's egg. No one else in the guild has a dragon's egg, Naruto pointed out. Natsu smiled at that and opened his mouth to speak. Though just then the egg started to crack and shake. Ah, my dragon is hatching, the young boy shouted. Everyone leaned in closer and watched the egg glow bright. Then before they knew it, the egg shattered into dust, leaving nothing besides a small blue cat in Natsu's hands. Gray started to snicker at his rival's expense while Urza brought a hand to her chin and cocked her head to the side. Mira and Listener grew hearts in their eyes as they looked down at the small baby cat. Natsu just stared down at the small ball of fluff in his hands. He was disappointed it wasn't a dragon, though he couldn't help but look down lovingly at the cat in his hands. Naruto and Makarov looked at this cat with a different point of view. They knew cats didn't lay eggs, so there had to be something going on that they didn't know about. Nice dragon flame brain. Gray laughed in a low voice, taking a shot at his rival's new cat. Screw you, Gray, the fire wizard yelled in response, holding his cat tightly. Happy is better than any dragon. Well, besides Igneal. Happy? Listener asked with a small giggle. You were naming him Happy. Quote. Natsu nodded with a goofy grin. Aye, sir. Aye, sir. The small cat mimicked, causing everyone to go silent in shock. Did that cat just talk? Naruto asked, hoping he wasn't going crazy. Yeah, I think it did, Urza replied, not believing what her own ears heard. Makarov folded his arms and looked the cat over. It was a complete mystery. Though so was his own grandson, and Naruto was harmless enough. I don't know what kind of cat little Happy is, but I'm sure he will fit perfectly into our guild. Quote. 4 years later. It has been 4 years since Happy was hatched and Naruto had fought Guildarts. Over that time, the guild discovered that not only could Happy talk like a normal human, but the blue cat could also use magic and grow wings for flight. A feat that was very useful for Natsu, as he would have Happy carry him through the air, allowing the Dragon Slayer to fly high into the sky with his partner. Also during the past 4 years, Kana and Guildarts grew increasingly close. Finally they were able to have the father and daughter relationship which Kana yearned for so badly. Not only did Guildarts become a good father towards Kana, he also became her teacher as he taught her how to use his crash magic, making Kana one of the guild's most powerful members. Speaking of members, over the last 4 years Fairy Tail had gained dozens of new members. Some of the more notable ones would be Levi Magarden, Jet, Droy and a mysterious boy by the name Mistogen. The masked boy was even able to become an official S-class mage. That's of course after Urza, Mira and Kana had already joined their ranks, leaving other mages like Gray, Natsu, Elfman and even Naruto as regular wizards. Of course the only reason Naruto wasn't S-class was because of his grandfather. He felt letting his grandson compete would be unfair for some of the other members, so after he asked Naruto to sit out, the blonde agreed to not take the exams until he was 16. Then he would defeat anyone that got in his way. Though for now, Naruto was happy with life. Over the past 4 years he has only gotten stronger and has already completed multiple S-class jobs by helping Laxus, Urza and Kana. In fact, many started to wonder why the blonde wasn't S-class, considering no one knew of his and Makarov's deal. However, the biggest change for Naruto over the last 4 years wasn't his magic. It was his feeling towards Listener that changed. He no longer had a silly crush towards his best friend. Instead he was completely in love with her, doing everything he could to earn her love. Which explains why the Yosei Kami was seated at a table alone. His eyes and focus towards the beautiful girl with short white hair talking to her older sister. Over the years Naruto had grown quite well. No longer was he a small child. Now he was a confident 14-year-old who was slowly working his way towards manhood. Already the teenager was taller than his grandfather, as his height was only a few inches under 6 feet tall. Though his height wasn't the only change that Naruto underwent. He completely discarded all his baby fat and traded it in for lean muscle. His hair had become medium length, wavy and spiked while being a light blonde color like his mother's, and the black stake across his hair slowly receded away. Naruto also found an old picture of his grandfather's father, Yuri Dreyar. In honor of the man, the boy modeled his appearance after him. So he donned a black turtleneck, over the top of which he wore a leather jacket with a folded, fur-trimmed collar and breast pockets on both sides. He also wore simple black pants and matching black shoes. "Are you going to look at her all day?" a female voice asked in irritation. "Or are you going to finally tell her how you feel?" Naruto looked up to see one of the two girls he saw as an older sister. Kana Clive. She had grown over years as well and filled out nicely into her young female body. She wore a black tank top with a small leather jacket that left her abdomen exposed. She also sported tight capri pants and black high-heel shoes. "Oh hey Ne-chan," Naruto replied in an offhand tone before shifting his attention back to Listener. Kana grew a tick mark and took a seat by Naruto. "Don't play me off like that," the eldest warned while digging her knuckles into Naruto's head. "When your big sister comes to give relationship advice, you take it." Naruto rubbed his head. "OWW. Alright, you have my attention, Ne-chan." Kana smirked in victory. "Good, now here is my idea. Since my little brother is too much of a wimp to confess in person, write her a letter and give it to H. She can read it in private and give you a response later." "But what?" "No buts, mister," Kana cut in sharply. "Do as your big sister says. Besides, when have I ever steered you wrong?" Naruto held his fingers up. "Well, there was that time you convinced me to take some of Gigi-chan's alcohol. Then the time you convinced me to steal Myra's panties because you said you left yours in her room by accident. I thought either her or Listener-chan were gonna kill me. Then there was. Okay, you proved your point." The elder mage deadpanned. "But this time I'm right and not trying to prank you." Naruto sighed in defeat. "Fine, I'll give it a try, and if this is another prank I will stuff itching powder down all your clothes again." Quote. Kana growled with fire in her eyes. "That was you, bastard. I thought it was Natsu and happy." Naruto gulped and rubbed the back of his head. "Well, I done goofed." The blonde chuckled in a nervous voice. Kana started to radiate white magical pressure as she cracked her knuckles. "Oh yes, you sure did," she replied before taking a swing at Naruto's head. Quickly dodging and running towards the door, Naruto called out for forgiveness. "Please don't kill me, Ne-chan, I'm sorry." "Too late, asshole," Kana shouted while chasing the blonde down. As the two ran out the guild they pasted Mira and Listener. Both girls just sighed and shook their heads, knowing neither Naruto nor Kana would ever change. With Makarov, at the meeting of Wizard Saints. Currently Makarov was away from the guild, he was off on important business. Said business was meeting with the other 8 members of the Wizard Saints in hopes of finding a 10th member. The 9 most powerful men in Fury were gathered together at a large round table. In the center of the table was the emblem of the Wizard Saints. Starting off with the weakest member, his name was Jura Nikis, or more commonly known as Iron Rock Jura. The ace of Lamia scale. He was a tall and massive man with a heavily muscular figure, distinguished by his bald head. His chest was bare, being only covered by a series of dark belts crossing diagonally and around his neck. He donned a short mantle covered in horizontal blue and white stripes and sporting edges decorated by numerous short, yellow strings hanging from it. On his arms were tight-fitting green armbands almost reaching up to his shoulders. Around his waist there was a long loincloth, held up by a simple belt and sporting a motif composed of several arcs. The next member was Jose Porla, the current guild master of Phantom Lord. Jose was a tall, slim man with long, straight, black hair reaching down to his shoulders and a thin mustache. He had a long and sharp face, vaguely pointed ears, prominent eyelashes and dark-colored lips, his attire consisting of a flamboyant coat with a high collar that sported a jagged mantle and jagged lower edges, as well as intricately decorated borders and inners featuring 2 prominent wings similar to a bat's, with a matching witch-like hat bearing Phantom Lord's symbol, complete with an extremely long, bent top hanging down on Jose's left. A plain shirt which sported his Wizard Saint's medallion around the neck, with 2 light ribbons falling down from it, paired with long socks, and a pair of pointed shoes each bearing 2 furry balls, one on the front and one on the back of the foot. While donning this attire, his left hand's fingers were adorned by a pair of rings, with one of them sporting a spherical gem. After Jose there was the youngest of the group, a teenager by the allies Seagrain. His real name was Jello Fernandez, but no one besides a select few who worked beside him knew his true name. His most prominent features were his spiky long blue hair and the red tattoo under his right eye. He dressed himself in elegant yet simple robes, consisting of a long white frock coat with black stripes across the edges and on the upper part of the arms, a decorated standing collar, large straps connected to decorated buckles closing the inducement on the front over a dark shirt, and matching NTS and shoes. Finishing his attire with his wizard saint medallion around his neck. Next was Naruto's adoptive grandfather and master of fairy tale, MAKAROV Dreyar. He was dressed in his formal attire, wearing a white tunic with the fairy tale symbol on the left collar, and black pants, all in W. Hitch was covered by a formal white coat with white fur around the edges and with the wizard saint's emblem proudly placed on his back. Then after Makarov came the man ranked as the fifth most powerful man in Fury. Hideaki Fujikawa, a man who wasn't as well known as the previous members mentioned before him, but he was incredibly powerful regardless. Hideaki was a tall muscular man with shoulder-length black hair that was slicked back to reveal his pale white face. His attire consisted of a long dark green leather overcoat and matching pants and boots. His shoulders, knees and wrists all sported a gold-plated armor covering over his clothing. On his chest he had his wizard saint medallion hanging loosely down his neck. Finally he had a long golden spear gripped tightly in his right hand. Makarov always got chills down his spine when he looked at the man. For some reason the short master didn't trust the man, though moving away from Hideaki and towards the four gods of Ishgar. The first one to look at was the weakest of the four, Warad Sequin. Warad was an incredibly old individual as he was one of the founding members of Fairy Tail. He was an old friend of Mavis and Makarov's father Yuri. His appearance resembled that of an aged tree trunk and his hair seemed to be replaced by a leafy treetop. Warad was dressed in a high-collared kimono tied together with a belt, loose trousers, a coat, and a pair of boots. After Warad was the third strongest Wolfheim, who was a very short, older man who sports a long beard. He was dressed in a dark-colored shirt, a light-colored vest with large buttons and stripes towards the bottom of it. For pants he wore dark slacks decorated with diamond shapes and on his head he wore a large hat, glasses, and a gemstone earring. Seated beside Wolfheim was a man by the name Hyberian. He was an older gentleman with clean-cut dark hair, a well-groomed mustache, pointy ears, and a tattoo on his forehead that is reminiscent of a cross. He was wearing a button-up dress shirt, a lightly decorated vest, dark-colored slacks, and a bow tie. He covers his ensemble with a dark-colored cape that sports light-colored crosses towards the midline. He also wears a large ring on his middle finger, all the while elegantly sipping wine from a large chalice. Finally sitting at the largest chair at the table was the strongest man in Fury, God Serena. He appeared to be a middle-aged man with medium-length wavy and spiked light-colored hair that juts out at the top in a shape similar to rabbit ears. He has thick eyebrows and bears a scar over the bridge of his nose. He was garbed in a very well-decorated high-collared white kimono with golden designs covering his entire outfit. So now that everyone is here, let's get down to business. God Serena spoke loud and commanding. The Magic Council has been on my ass to find a 10th member to bring the Wizard Saints back at full strength. Quote, Wolfheim snorted. And are we not enough? The short man asked. His temper was on a very short fuse. Oh, don't be like that, Wolfie. The council is just worried about looking powerful towards the other countries. Warad pointing out while using his nickname for Wolfheim. Wolfheim's eyes changed into beast-like pupils, showing he possessed some form of takeover magic. A magic he was on the verge of using. Don't call me that, Warad. The short man warned. The plant-using wizard laughed. I didn't call you anything, Wolfie. The man replied innocently. Wolfheim started to radiate magical pressure in anger. Warad looked towards the man with a sudden serious face and matched his magical pressure. Would you two fools stop bickering? We have important things to discuss. Hyberian spoke up, breaking the tension between the two. You can fight after this meeting, but right now you are wasting my time. Quote, both men dropped their magical power and caused everyone from Makarov to Jura to take a deep breath. Even though they were wizard saints, the four gods of Ishgar were on a completely different level. Well, I'm glad that is settled. God Serena spoke in a monotone voice before looking to Makarov. Did you convince Gildarts Clive in joining as our new member? Makarov cleared his throat as all the attention was thrown towards himself. I tried to convince him, but I had no success. The master explained in a disappointed tone. God Serena nodded. That is unfortunate, but does anyone have any recommendations for a 10th member? The room remained momentarily silent, no one spoke a word. However, the newest of the saints decided to voice his opinion. I would like to nominate Makarov Dono's grandson Laxus Dreyar. Jura spoke up, earning eyes on him and a glare from Jose. The boy shows a lot of potential and as a relative of Makarov Dono is bound to have great strength. Quote, Bah, another fairy tale nominee, I'll pass. Jose replied, showing his hatred for fairy tale. Ward gave a warm smile towards Jura. I believe Laxus would be a great addition. He isn't exactly my first pick, but still a great one at that. My vote is yes. Well, in that case I'm voting with Jose. 2 fairy tale idiots is enough. Wolfheim declared, his decision made on his anger towards Ward. That makes the vote 2 against 2. God Serena announced to the group. I place my vote in as yes. Hyberian took a sip of his wine before speaking. I've heard of the boy's rash nature. No offense Makarov, but unless he does some growing my vote is no. Makarov nodded his head. It's fine, I actually agree with your statement. I vote no as well. This surprised many of the men inside the room. Most would think Makarov would vote yes. Not only was it his own grandson, but it was a chance to bring another wizard saint into fairy tale. Well, if Makarov is voting no, then I will as well. Seagrain revealed, completely ruining Laxus's chance of being a wizard saint. Ward frowned, but shrugged his shoulders. Oh well, can't win them all, but I believe my candidate has a better chance of joining our ranks. The plant mage explained cryptically before speaking with some power behind his voice. I nominate Naruto Dreyar. Hell no, Jose cried in anger. What is with all these fairy tale nominations? First there was Gildart's last meeting and now both of Makarov's brats. Why not offer the position to one of my mages? Because Makarov's brats, as you call them, and Gildarts are stronger than any mage in your guild. God Serena spoke up, making Jose retreat back into his seat. In fact, comparing those 3 to one of your mages, well, it would be like comparing my strength to yours. In other words, I vote yes with Ward. Quote, Wolfheim glared at Ward with anger. Still not voting with this bastard. So no. Hyberian shook his chalice around, disappointed that he was out of wine. The boy is too young and foolish. The only reason someone young like Seagrain is here is because he was mature enough to earn a seat on the MAGIC Council. So my vote is another no. Jura crossed his arms over his chest. Young or not, that boy is remarkably strong for his age. I believe in the years under the proper guidance he could become something beyond comprehension. So I place my vote in as a yes. Makarov opened his mouth to speak, but he was cut off. If I may speak, I didn't get to vote last time. Hideaki began slowly, earning all attention on himself. I believe the recommendation for the 10th member of our ranks as Naruto Dreyar is a wonderful choice. I've followed the boy's achievements recently and I'm impressed by his skill. So that is 4 people for Naruto Dreyar and 3 against him. Seagrain, Makarov, what is your answers? God Serena asked, hoping a yes could be met so he could leave. I vote no, Makarov declared, shocking the room once more. Neither of my grandchildren are ready to join the ranks of the wizard saints. Laxus for the way he behaves, while Naruto just hasn't had enough time to grow into the proper wizard I want him to be. Quote, well, Seagrain spoke in a calm voice. I vote yes. God Serena nodded. That settles things. Naruto Dreyar will be offered the position to join the wizard saints. Absolutely not. Makarov shouted in anger. I've said it already. Naruto isn't ready for such a responsibility. It's too late, Makarov Dono. The vote has been made. If you don't approach the boy about the offer, one of us will. Hideaki explained, showing the way everyone else besides a few felt on the subject. Actually, I have a solution to Makarov's problem. Ward spoke up towards the group. We will write Naruto's name down as our unofficial member. That will keep the Magic Council off our backs. That's if you don't say anything, Seagrain. Quote, my lips will be sealed. The blue-haired teen replied in a calm voice. Good, then I will take young Naruto-kun for 2 years and train him. By the time I am done with him he shall be plenty strong enough to join our ranks. Ward finished before allowing the idea he gave to sink in. Actually I remember last time me and Makarov Dono spoke. He explained his grandson was looking for a teacher who could show him earth magic. So I would like to take Naruto for a year as well and show him my magic. Jura revealed, causing Ward to nod. That's acceptable. I'll take him for a year and then you can have him. The plant-like man agreed. What do the rest of you say? God Serena folded his hands over the table. The yes has already been made. Right now the only person who has to agree to this is Naruto and Makarov. So what do you say? Makarov closed his eyes and reclined back. Knowing my grandson he would quickly agree to these terms. And as his grandfather I shouldn't hold him back. I will agree to Ward-sama's idea. Good, then our meeting is concluded. God Serena announced to the group. Ward smiled in victory while Wolfheim, Jose, Hyberian, Seagrain, Hideaki and God Seagrain disappeared, showing they were all nothing but thought projections. However, Jura, Makarov and Ward stayed behind. They had some talking to do. So now that the crowd is gone, let's talk for real. Makarov. Ward began in a serious voice. Makarov looked between the two men and sighed. You planned this, didn't you? The short guild master grumbled. Jura nodded. I'm sorry we didn't tell you, friend, but Ward-sama said you wouldn't agree. Got that right, Makarov mumbled while looking off to the side. Makarov, I need to know something before I train Naruto. Ward explained in a serious voice. How is he the son of my dead friend Mavis? Makarov and Jura's eyes grew wide. Both of them were shocked for much different reasons. They really did have some serious talking to do. Let's start with when I first found Naruto. Makarov began as he started his story of Naruto's origin. With Naruto. Naruto was walking with Kana towards the backyard of the guild. He held a small freshly written letter in his hands while he sported a large lump on his head. Nei-chan, did you really have to hit me so hard? The younger of the two whined as he rubbed his head. Kana glared at Naruto. You're lucky I'm still helping you. She replied before dramatically pushing her hair to the side. Just shows what a great big sister I am. Yeah, don't go around tooting your own horn. The blonde mumbled while looking off to the side. Kana growled and whacked Naruto over the head, causing the blonde to almost fall over. What was that? The girl asked, challenging him to say something stupid. My Nei-chan is the best. The blonde replied with fake enthusiasm. Kana crossed her arms and spotted Listener in the distance. She was standing under a tree and giving Natsu and Happy a talking to. Well, if you're done being an ass, your little girlfriend is right over there. She is not my girlfriend. Naruto deadpanned. Kana giggled and started to push Naruto towards his crush. Not yet, she isn't. After all, who could resist my little brother? Quote. Naruto saw Listener giggling happily while looking down at Natsu. The latter of whom wasn't even giving her attention. I don't know if I should do this, Nei-chan. The blonde began, his nervousness taking over. So many things could go wrong and... Quit being such a baby. Kana ordered while pushing her surrogate brother forward. Just go over there and be yourself. She won't even know what the letter is about until she reads it later anyway. Quote. Naruto turned around to face his sister. I guess you are. Kana, where did you go? The blonde mumbled while scanning the area for the brunette. After a moment he found her hidden off to the side behind a tree. Once she noticed she was spotted, she made a go-ahead sign with her hand. Though Naruto remained still, causing her to groan. Hey Listener, Kana yelled out before hiding away. Her attention being grabbed away from Natsu, Listener looked over and noticed her best friend. This of course caused her to smile and wave the blonde over. Hey Naruto, haven't seen you since Kana chased you out of the guild. Naruto walked over towards the group and rubbed his head in embarrassment. Oh, you saw that? The blonde laughed out. Listener giggled. Yeah, I did. I swear you two will never change. You both always fight about something. You'll never get a girl to like you that way. The girl teased playfully. Naruto let out a fake laugh. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. Natsu raised an eyebrow. He knew Naruto's laugh and that one he used was clearly fake. Though he decided to keep that bit of information to himself. Hey Naruto, what's in that envelope? Happy asked while floating on Naruto's head. Is it fish for me? Naruto's groaned. Everything was always about fish with Happy. No Happy, it's a letter. Naruto explained while holding it up for the cat to see. A fish wouldn't be able to fit inside. Happy pouted at the blonde's response, he really wanted a fish. Natsu on the other hand moved up on his feet and took interest in the letter. It looks blank, who is the letter from? Natsu asked. Listener laughed and snatched it out of Naruto's hands. I bet Naruto's got a secret girlfriend he isn't telling us about. The girl theorized before acting like she was upset. And to imagine you wouldn't even tell me about her. Quote, Naruto sighed in exhaustion, he didn't even try to take the letter back. It was for Listener to have after all. I don't have a girlfriend, Listener. The blonde explained. Ah, don't be like that, Naruto. I know it must be hard talking about girls with me. After all, I know how you feel about me. Listener began, causing Naruto to go tense. We are like brother and sister, but since we really are not related, it must be hard for you to talk about these things with me. Just know I'm here to help you, we are best friends after all. Naruto looked down in depression. Yeah, I guess I should be more open with you regarding my feelings. The blonde admitted, though that letter isn't for anyone else, but for you. Quote, Listener was actually surprised, who would send her a letter? If you don't mind me asking who sent this letter? The girl asked, her hand slowly opening the envelope. Stop, don't open it yet. Naruto instructed, cashing Listener to stop. Like I said, the letter is for you and only you. So I would assume you should read it in private. Listener nodded and tucked the letter away, but her question still wasn't answered. She didn't know that the letter was from Naruto, though Natsu on the other hand was starting to get an idea. Before any of the three could speak, the voice of Mira called out to her sister. Listener, it's time to go. The eldest sibling yelled out. This beast isn't going to sit by and wait for us to take care of it. Quote, Elfman pumped his fist in the air. Yeah, Lil, sis, let's go be men. Naruto frowned. You have a mission? The blonde asked in a disappointed voice because missions usually took a couple days to complete. So Naruto would have to wait for an answer from Listener, and that wait would drive him insane. Yeah, since Mirane is S-class now, she is taking us on an S-rank mission. The white-haired teen explained, causing Naruto to get worry in his eye and Natsu to grow jealous. What, no fair? Take me too. Natsu cried out childishly. Sorry Natsu, the only man on this mission will be me. Elfman declared, shutting the dragon slayer down. Natsu growled and jerked his head to the side. Whatever. The pink-haired teen mumbled. Sorry Natsu-kun, I promise I'll do a mission with you another time. Listener vowed as she walked off, but she was stopped as Naruto grabbed her arm. Please be safe. The blonde mumbled in a weak voice. I've been on enough S-class jobs to know how dangerous they are. I can't imagine something happening to you. Listener smiled and placed her arms behind her back. Don't worry Naruto, I will be safe. The girl replied, already making her way towards her siblings. Naruto watched the three mages walk off and sighed. He didn't know what to do now. Not only was he going to worry about what Listener would say about the letter, he also was going to worry about her safety as well. You like her, don't you? Natsu spoke up in a low voice, making Naruto tense up. Yeah, more than you or she would know. The blonde admitted honestly. How did you know? It's obvious the way you act around her. Though she seems too oblivious to notice it. Natsu explained, causing Naruto to laugh. That's pretty bold words coming from you, Natsu. The blonde joked, trying to hide his feelings. Yeah, maybe that's why it took me so long to figure it out. But now that I know you like her, I'm going to help you win her heart. Natsu declared with a cheeky grin. Aye sir, you just have to give her fish. Happy spoke while still perched on Naruto's head. That's not how things work, Happy, but thanks for the idea. Though Natsu, with all the time you spend with her, I thought you had a thing for Listener. Naruto admitted, while letting a hint of jealousy shine through. What, me and Listener? Hell no, I don't like her like that. And now that I know how you feel, me and her will never be a thing. Natsu replied, giving Naruto a sense of relief. But let me guess, that letter was from you. Naruto nodded. Yeah, it was. Kana made her presence known and placed Naruto in a headlock. And you have your big sister to thank for such a wonderful idea. Natsu smiled as he noticed Kana. Oh hey Kana, heard any news on your father? The pink-haired teen asked, his mind quickly placed somewhere else. I wanna fight him already, I mean he has been gone for a whole year. Kana looked down. She and Gildarts were finally acting like father and daughter, though when he left a year ago it felt like he was out of her life once more. I talked to him a month ago. He hasn't made any progress on his 100-year quest. To be honest, I'm just glad he is still alive. No one has ever lived through the mission he underwent. He will be back before you know it, sis. Naruto spoke softly, trying his best to comfort his sister. Aye, sir. Gildarts is super strong. There isn't anything he can't do. Happy chimed in before growing wings and floating into the sky. Yeah, he has to come back soon so I can fight him. Natsu chuckled loudly, punching his palm with a flaming fist to show his point. Kana smiled at the comfort her friends gave her. Even though her father was gone, she wasn't without family. Thank you guys. Quote. Naruto and Natsu smiled an identical wide smile. He don't mention it. The two boys spoke in unison. Kana was surprised. She didn't notice how similar the two boys were until now. Their smiles, facial features, and even the way they talked. It was almost like they had some kind of relation to one another. Hey Naruto, my boy, we need to talk. The voice of the master yelled out, breaking Kana from her thoughts. Naruto looked over to his grandfather and raised an eyebrow. Is you meeting over already, Gramps? The blonde asked. Makarov nodded and signaled for Naruto to follow him before walking back into the guild. Looks like you have to go. Kana pointed out. Naruto chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, Gigi-chan seems serious. I better not keep him waiting. The gravity mage replied before running off. Catch you guys later. Kana, Natsu and Happy waved goodbye to their friend and watched him run into the guild. Hey Natsu, wanna get a drink? Kana asked as she now had no one to spend time with. I bet you're a lightweight like Naruto. No way, I can outdrink that bastard easy. The Fire Dragon Slayer declared. Ain't that right, Happy? Well, you haven't beat Naruto in anything yet. The blue cat pointed out, causing Natsu to fall on his face and Kana to laugh. Back with Naruto inside the guild, the blonde wizard was currently walking into his grandfather's office. Once he entered the interior, he was not only greeted by his grandfather, but two other individuals as well. Being struck with confusion, Naruto raised his eyebrow. What did you want to talk about, Gigi-chan? And what is Ward Sequin and Juraniki's doing here? The blonde asked, easily recognizing the two powerful men. Makarov held his hand out. Please take a seat and I'll explain. Naruto complied and took a seat between Jura and Ward. As he took his seat, he noticed their bodies flicker, signaling they were thought projections. Ward couldn't help to look at Naruto with a hint of nostalgia. He dressed like his old friend Yuri, but everything from his light blonde hair color and features screamed Mavis. It's a pleasure to meet you, Naruto-san. Ward greeted. Likewise. Naruto replied with respect. It's an honor to meet a founding member of my guild. I would also like to say what a pleasure it is to meet the famous Yosei Kami of Fairy Tail. Jura spoke up, extending his own greeting. Naruto nodded with a smile. I'm flattered that you've heard of me, Iron Rock Jura. Like I told Ward, it's an honor. Jura cracked a grin and looked to Makarov. Quite the polite and humble grandson you have here, Makarov. Jura praised while keeping the fact he knew Naruto's true lineage a secret. The master made both men swear to keep what they learned to themselves. Yes, he makes this old fool very proud, but let's get down to business. Makarov proposed, his features turning serious. Naruto, some interesting events have unfolded in the last hour. All of which involve you. Quote, what do you mean involve me? Naruto asked with confusion. He knew his grandfather had a meeting with the Wizard Saints and he knew he was currently in a room with 3 Wizard Saints. It's simple really. Ward began as he folded his hands over his lap. You've been selected to be the 10th member of the Wizard Saints. Naruto's eyes grew wide, the news making him stand on his feet and slam his hands on his grandfather's desk. Are you serious? The blonde shouted in surprise. Do you really think I'm ready for something like this? Hell, I'm not even S-class yet. Makarov held his hand up, causing Naruto to take his seat. Now you know just as well as I do that you could be S-class. Though being a Wizard Saint is something on a completely different level. That's why Ward and Jura are here. Naruto looked between the two men. Okay, so why are they here? The blonde asked quickly. Jura cleared his throat. We offered to train you and evaluate you as a possible member of our order. The tall bald wizard explained. So we came to see if you would accept our offer. Naruto was surprised. Being a wizard saint was a tremendous honor. And being offered to be personally trained by two of their members was unheard of. I don't know what to say. The blonde admitted, too stunned to think of a proper answer. Well, if you say yes, I would take you away for a year to train. Then I would send you to Jura for another year of training, which will end with you being evaluated as a possible member of the wizard saints. Ward explained. Lying about the last part is technically all Naruto would have to do is agree to become a wizard saint, but the blonde didn't know that. Naruto looked down. That was 2 whole years away from his friends and the people he loved. People like Listener, and the blonde wondered if he could take that kind of commitment. Sure, on one side Listener could reject him, then a 2-year training trip would be perfect. Though on the other hand, what if she returned his feelings? Would Naruto pass up such a big opportunity for a girl? I don't know about this. I'd miss everyone in the guild so much, Naruto admitted honestly. Jura nodded. That's understandable, but we are offering you a chance to grow stronger. That way you can always protect the guild and all the people that you love inside it. Naruto nodded as his point made sense. Makarov on the other hand looked lovingly towards his grandson. Naruto, even though I would miss you terribly, if you truly wish to become the guild's strongest, an opportunity like this could help you reach that goal. I'm sure all your friends would understand why you would leave. Of course you cannot tell them about you being offered the position of a wizard saint. We have to keep that on the down low for now. Naruto nodded and started to think to himself. He was staring to think about taking the offer. You know, Naruto, you remind me of an old friend. Ward spoke up, grabbing Naruto's attention and making Makarov and Jura turn pale. My friend would do anything for the friends she cherished. I have the feeling that you would do the same. Quote. Naruto nodded. Of course I would. The blonde spoke without hesitation. That's why you should take the offer. There is a lot of dangers out in the world and your friends and guild will need your power to survive. Ward explained, leaving all the information he knew of Mavis out, making the other 2 men sigh in relief. Naruto looked to his hands and clenched them into fists. He was already one of the guild's strongest, but he wasn't the strongest. Now he was given the opportunity to become the strongest and he was going to take it. Alright, Ward-sensei and Jura-sensei, I'll agree to your offer. Naruto revealed, causing both men to smile. When will my training begin? Excellent. I will arrive at Magnolia in 1 week to take you away. My advice would be to go say your goodbyes and pack your belongings. Ward instructed before disappearing. I will take my leave then as well. I look forward to teaching you some earth magic, Naruto. Jura said before he disappeared as well. Naruto looked to his grandfather. Now the two were alone and they could talk more freely. Do you really want me to leave, Gramps? Quote. Makarov shook his head. I don't want for any of my children to leave the guild. But it's not like you will be gone forever. It will be hard to be away from you, but I know this is for the best. The aged wizard explained before standing up and walking over to Naruto. You've made me the proudest grandfather for 14 years. I know you will continue to do so in the future. Naruto smiled and brought his short grandfather into a hug, his words causing a small tear to roll out of his eyes. I promise, Gigi-chan, I'll never stop making you proud. Naruto walked slowly out of his grandfather's office with a disheartened expression on his face. Sure, he was going to get the chance of a lifetime, but he was going to miss his friends terribly. Honestly, the blonde didn't know if he had the strength to go 2 years without seeing his loved ones. Though as he approached the guild's bar where Kana was seated by Natsu, he took solace in the ideal that this training was to protect those he loved. Everything I'm going to do is for them, Naruto thought to himself as he watched his surrogate sister laugh. Kana, who was busy downing her 8 pint of fairy ale, noticed Naruto out of the corner of her eye. Then while continuing to drink she waved the blonde teen over. Naruto smiled and took a seat by the beautiful brown-haired drunk. You know drinking all that booze isn't good for your health, nay. Chan. The blonde scolded before looking over to Natsu. The pink-haired wizard had his head rested against the bar counter and he looked to be in pain. I mean, just look at Natsu over there. Kana snorted and waved the bartender for another round. Please, I'm getting lectured by Fairy Tail's very own ramen addict. Kana shot back, causing Naruto to rub the back of his head. Besides, I can't help it that Natsu can't hold his liquor. Then again you aren't the best drinking buddy either. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, cause a 14-year-old should be a hardcore alcoholic. The blonde grumbled sarcastically. Kana shrugged her shoulders. Never know if a job you take will be your last. That's why I live my life to the fullest and do whatever the hell I want. That doesn't mean you have to drink like a fish every chance you get. Naruto pointed out. Try substituting your fairy ale for ramen. You are hopeless, you know that right? Kana mumbled in an annoyed tone, before she started to drink again. Natsu groaned and rubbed his head. Will you both shut up? Everything is so loud and it hurts. The Dragon Slayer whined to himself, making his little blue partner laugh. Alcohol must not agree well with a Dragon Slayer. The small cat giggled out. Naruto let a small smile cross his lips. It would seem so, but happy I have a job for you. The payment is 1 whole fish. The blonde revealed, causing Kana to raise her eye in curiosity. I'll do whatever you ask for a fish. Happy agreed with vigor, not even knowing what the request was. All right, go find Urzane and Gray for me. Then bring them here, Naruto instructed. Aye sir. Happy saluted before flying off. So Naruto, what's that all about? Kana asked, already picking up on her brother's odd behavior. Did something happen while you talked with the old man? Naruto folded his hands over the guild's bar and nodded. Yeah, but let's wait till everyone is here before going into detail. Quote. Kana seemed to accept the answer and waited for Happy to return. Natsu seemed to finally recover from his headache and like Kana decided to wait as well. He was also quite interested in what Naruto had to say. Eventually the small blue cat flew back over with Gray and Urza lagging behind. Naruto, I found them, now give me a fish. Happy spoke quickly as he really wanted a fish. Naruto smiled and tossed a small fish over to the cat. There you go Happy, you earned it. The blonde chuckled out as he watched the cat devour his favorite food. So Whiskers, what did you want? Gray asked in a calm manner before taking a seat over by Natsu. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Hey, how do I say this? Urza folded her arms and gauged Naruto's behavior. What mischievous actions have you done this time? The scarlet-haired knight asked in an intimidating tone. Naruto tossed his hands up in defense. I didn't do anything, Nei-chan, I promise. The blonde cried out in fear. Urza narrowed her eyes. Well, that's good, but if you haven't done anything bad, what did you want to talk about? Quote. Yeah, Naruto spit it out already. Kana added in, as her curiosity was getting the best of her. Naruto sighed and tried to find the correct words. After a moment of thinking he found the words and courage to speak. In a week I'm leaving Fairy Tail. His words were followed with silence. No one knew how to react with the news. It was a bombshell that none of them expected Naruto to drop. What do you mean you're leaving Fairy Tail? Exclamation mark quote. Natsu asked in a loud voice. He knew the blonde wasn't taking a job because he wouldn't gather them all up like this if that was the case. What could make you want to leave the guild? Are you not happy here or something? Gray asked right after Natsu, both boys having no idea what Naruto was thinking. Naruto shook his head and looked down. That couldn't be farther from the truth. I love this guild and everyone in it, that's why doing this is so hard. The blonde explained slowly, but I've been given an opportunity that I have to take. So that's the reason I have to leave the guild for a while. Alright, what's this opportunity then? Urza asked with a critical eye. I've been offered to be trained personally by 2 members of the Wizard Saints. Naruto revealed in a calm voice, trying not to make a big deal of the news. What? 2 Wizard Saints? Kana shouted in surprise. It's unheard of for a Wizard Saint to take a student, but you are telling me that 2 of them are going to train you? Naruto nodded and ran a hand through his hair. Yeah, apparently they've heard of my exploits and now have interest in my potential. So they approached Gigi-chan about training me. Natsu looked at his friend with a rare form of seriousness. How long will this training last? 2 years. Naruto replied calmly. 2 years. Kana, Gray, Urza and Natsu all shouted together. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I told you guys it would be a while. The blonde began before tightening his fists and looking down. Trust me, I don't want to leave you guys for so long. Though this is my chance to grow stronger, so I have to go. Everyone looked to Naruto with a sad expression. Each one of them cared for the blonde like a younger brother. It would be hard to let him go, though they could see it was even harder for him to leave. I support your choice, little brother. Urza spoke first as she grabbed Naruto's head and slammed it into her chest plate, making a loud thump and almost knocking Naruto out cold. Just be safe and stay out of trouble. Quote. Naruto smiled and wrapped his arms around Urza. I promise I will. The blonde mumbled before breaking the hug. Gray stood up, already completely naked, and held his hand up. The guild's gonna be pretty boring around here for 2 years without you. I'm gonna miss all the pranks me and you pull on your sis. Naruto held his hands to Gray's mouth and gave the boy a sickly sweet smile. Gray, don't talk and go put some clothes on. Gray raised an eyebrow and looked at Naruto with confusion. Though as he noticed the two female figures radiating magical pressure from behind, the Ice Make Wizard got the idea real quick. Oh Naruto. Kana spoke in a way too cheery voice, making Naruto twitch nervously. Remember our little talk earlier? Was there any other accidents that happened to me or Urza caused by you? Urza growled and summoned a sword from her equip space. Turn around and answer the question, Naruto. The girl demanded. Naruto gulped and turned around, flashing his sister figures a large toothy grin. Whatever happened, I can promise Natsu did it. The blonde accused, pointing a finger at the dragon slayer. What the hell, Naru? Natsu was silenced as two fists buried into his face and flipped him over the bar counter. Naruto and Gray flashed smiles of relief towards each other, neither believing the lie actually worked. That will show you, Natsu. Kana grumbled as she dusted her hands off by clapping them together. Oh, and Naruto. Yes, nay. Naruto was silenced as Kana placed another fist into his face, sending him over the bar counter with Natsu. You're the worst liar ever. The Crash Wizard shouted in anger. Gray watched the events unfold and started to back away nervously. Though he backed into something metal and sighed. Turning around, he only got the glimpse of scarlet hair and a fist. Then, like Natsu and Naruto, he went flying over the bar counter, landing on both Naruto and Natsu. Get off me, snowman, Natsu cried out. And Naruto, we are so fighting in 2 years for that. Shut up, flame brain, Gray shouted back in anger. You wanna fight too, asshole? The fire wizard asked. Bring it on, Gray yelled back as the two started to fight on the floor. Why the hell are you still naked? Naruto cried out as he tried to get away from the two teens. Urza and Kana smirked in victory as they got their payback. Well, Kana got her payback. To Urza it was just another punishment. Happy, who had just finished eating his fish, chuckled at the scene unfolding before him. Hee, Naruto, better watch out. If Lisanna finds out you are letting naked guys crawl on you, she will never love you back. The small cat pointed out carelessly, forgetting Naruto's crush on Lisanna was a secret. Gray and Urza both stopped what they were doing and looked at the blonde with shock. Holy shit, why didn't I see that earlier? Gray spoke with surprise in his voice. You were always spending so much time around her and always look at her really weird. Quote. Hey, I do not, Naruto cried as he glared at Gray. Kana sighed and placed a hand on her hip. Yes you do, the brown-haired teen pointed out, making Naruto slump over. But don't worry, it's a cute weird. Quote. That doesn't make me feel any better, Naruto mumbled in a depression-filled tone. Urza crossed her arms and walked over to Naruto. Even though she is that witch's sister, as your sister I approve of your choice in women. Even though my brother is too good for some harpy. The scarlet-haired wizard spoke sincerely, though she mumbled the last part to herself. Natsu walked over to Naruto and placed a hand on his fellow wizard's shoulder. What are you going to do if she doesn't get back before you leave? I don't know, she has the letter I gave her. Though who is to say she will return my feelings? Naruto replied in a sad voice. Urza and Kana both sighed and raised their fists into the air. Then in one swift motion they both knocked Naruto over the head. Don't be so down on yourself, they both scolded. Naruto rubbed his head and pouted. Why are you two always hitting me? The blonde whined out. Kana smirked with a gleam in her eye. Hey, they are fists filled with love, the Crash Wizard replied. Urza nodded and pumped her arm forward. And I have plenty of more love to give out. I think I'll pass, Naruto grumbled in annoyance. Beside, I have to go find Laxus and tell him what is going on. Urza and Kana rolled their eyes at the mention of Laxus. To Naruto the older blonde was a great brother, but to everyone else he was an ass. Have fun with that, Kana mumbled as she went back to drinking her alcohol. Urza smiled and wrapped the blonde in another hug. After you're done we can go out for strawberry cake and ramen. Naruto smiled and broke the hug. I would like that, Ne-chan. The blonde admitted. Gray walked besides Naruto and held a hand up. I'm gonna head home and chill. Don't forget to make some time to hang with me before you leave. The ice wizard instructed. Naruto reached up, gave Gray a high five, followed by the boys bumping their forearms together. You got it, Snowman. The blonde chuckled out before Natsu stepped in between them. I'll see you around, Naruto, and don't worry about Listener. I'll make sure everything works out, that way you will owe me a fight in 2 years. The pink-haired boy explained, showing his true motive. Naruto sighed and slumped over. As fighting people all you ever think about? Quote, aye sir. Happy chimed in before anyone else. Natsu loves to fight. Naruto smiled. Yeah, and you got a deal, Natsu. In 2 years I'll come back to kick your ass. The blonde replied with a cheeky grin. Natsu growled and shook his fist. That's what you think, jerk. I'm gonna train twice as long as you. The pink-haired boy declared. Naruto opened his mouth to point out the Dragon Slayer's flaw, but instead he shook his head and walked off. Alright Natsu, we will see, but I'll talk to you guys later. I have to go track down Laxus Knee. The group of fairies waved the blonde off with warm smiles. Naruto couldn't help to crack a grin as he made his way towards his brother's usual hangout. He had a lot of great people in his life and it made the blonde very happy. I wonder how Laxus Knee will take the news. Naruto mumbled to himself as he walked the streets of Magnolia. Knowing that I'll be growing stronger and that will make the guild stronger. He will probably be all for the idea. Naruto turned down a street corner and approached a small warehouse. This of course was the location to find Laxus when he wasn't on a mission or didn't want to be at Fairy Tail. As Naruto grew closer he brought one hand up and made a sideways motion, causing the sliding doors of the warehouse to slide open with his gravity magic. The now opened warehouse was revealing nothing besides darkness, however he knew that didn't mean no one was there as his brother's followers sloths. Friends normally placed runes to conceal themselves from others. His suspicions about the runes turned out to be true once he approached the opening and noticed a small outline of purple writing on the ground. Yo Ni-chan, you got a moment? Naruto asked as he walked into the building. Stepping on the other side, Naruto was met with a bright light and 4 figures. The first was sitting on a crate, lazily flipping through a magazine. Her right hand twirling a strand of her brown hair. She wore a revealing green dress with a pattern that resembled vines on it, and purple high heels. She also donned a coat somewhat resembling the one Laxus would occasionally wear. This woman was the self-proclaimed strongest woman in Fairy Tail, Evergreen. The next was a tall muscular man. The upper part of his body was covered by a dark cloth which was almost completely plain, with the exception of a pair of lines on his chest. His pants were a matching black and were held up by a belt, which bore the Fairy Tail insignia. Finally his face was concealed by the knight-like helmet over his head. This man was Bixlo, another friend of Naruto's brother. Standing in between Evergreen and Bixlo was the leader of the Thunder God tribe, Fried Justine. Fried is a slim man of average height with waist-length light green hair. His bangs were brushed to one side, covering the majority of his face. He wore a knee-length double-breasted coat, which possesses a wide collar, large lighter-colored cuffs decorated by a darker line on the back part, and edges adorned by 2 thin golden lines. Around Fried's waist is a pair of buckled belts, attached to which on his left hip is his sword. Fried's attire is completed by a pair of loose light-colored pants tucked inside simple boots. Finally there was Naruto's older adoptive brother, who was sitting in the far back of the room sporting his trademark coat with a fur trim. What do you want, Naruto? Come to hide from Kana and Urza again? Because if so I'm quite disappointed in you. Laxus began in a monotone voice. You are one of the guild's finest and one of the people who shall be allowed to stay in the guild once I'm master. Quote, Naruto sighed and waved his hand to the right, forcing a crate to slide over towards him. Then before the crate could come to a complete stop the blonde jumped onto the crate and took a seat. Show off. Bixlo grumbled. Show off, show off, show off. The floating totems behind Bixlo mimicked. You know Gigi-chan isn't even planning on retiring yet. So I wouldn't go around calling yourself the next master yet. After all, who says he? Would even pick you as his successor? Naruto asked, making Laxus growl and lightning flash around his body. Just tell me why you are here, Naruto. I know it's not to come here for a pleasant chat, so what's your motives? Laxus asked in a slightly annoyed tone. Naruto crossed his arms and looked down. In a week I'm leaving for 2 years. The blonde revealed. Why? I'm being trained. By who? 2 members of the Wizard Saints. They each will train me for a year at a time. Quote. Laxus nodded and rubbed his chin. The 3 members of the Thunder God tribe looked to Laxus and waited to see his reaction. They didn't know what to think. The fact that someone like Naruto got an opportunity to train with 2 Wizard Saints was unheard of. Well, I can only assume in 2 years you will become quite the mage. This is good. My new fairy tale will need a strong ace, so make sure to grow as powerful as possible. Laxus instructed, making Naruto slightly frown. What? No, I'll miss you, little bro. What happened to my kind big brother? Naruto asked in a joking voice. Evergreen snorted. Laxus kind. Kid, do you even know your brother? He isn't kind, he is the strongest fairy tale mage. The brown-haired girl declared. And I'm the strongest female fairy tale wizard. This time Naruto snorted. Please, Urzane, Mira and Kanane are 10 times stronger than you. They are the real strongest women of fairy tale. The blonde fired back, causing Bixlo to laugh. Laxus, I forget how much spunk your little brother had. The kid's a freaking riot, ain't that right, babies? Yeah, the totems chanted. Evergreen glared at Naruto and slightly pushed her glasses down. Don't make me turn you and your little fangirls into stone. 'Cause if I have to prove myself I will. Evergreen, stop this at once. Freed ordered in a stern tone, making the female flinch. How dare you, threatening Laxus Sama's little brother. That's a new low even for you. Screw you, Freed, Evergreen shouted back, throwing her magazine at the mage. Will you idiots quit bickering? Laxus asked in an annoyed tone. I'm trying to talk to my brother. Sorry, Laxus. They both yelped together. Naruto crossed his arms and smirked. What's the matter, Ni-chan? You seem extra pissed off today. The younger blonde noted. Laxus gave Naruto a death glare, but once he noticed the blonde wasn't intimidated, he sighed. I was going to take an S-class quest, but Mira and her stupid siblings took the last one. So I've been stuck in town all day and I haven't done a single thing. The oldest of the Dreyar boys explained. In fact, when I'm master, weak wizards like Mira, Lysina and Elfman will never take an S-class quest. Naruto frowned at his brother's words. He not only insulted his friends but he also insulted the woman that Naruto loved. Why are you always so down on everyone? You even treat your own friends like shit. I respect power, and if you're weak I have no need to associate myself with you. Laxus replied harshly. And I will treat people the way I see fit. Quote. Naruto growled and jumped off the box, and in a fit of rage he sent the crate flying into a wall with his gravity magic, making the large piece of wood smash into tiny bits. Well, if you continue down your current road you will never be master. Naruto growled as he started to stomp towards the exit. A real master wouldn't belittle his friends. He would do everything he can to help them. Since you don't care, I guess I'll see you in 2 years, Laxus. Quote. Laxus gritted his teeth and watched Naruto leave. He was slowly losing his little brother and he was too blind by his own ambition to see that. 3 days later, Naruto slowly walked through the streets of Magnolia. His head was throbbing as he had gotten next to no sleep recently, thanks to all the late nights he was having with his friends. Considering after Kana, Urza, Gray, Happy and Natsu learned they didn't have much time left with Naruto before he left, they wanted to really squeeze 2 years worth of tea. Ime together in 7 days. This of course took a small toll on Naruto as he has been so busy with his friends. The blonde hadn't once returned home. In fact, Naruto really didn't want to go back home and see his brother. Naruto was quite upset over his older brother's behavior. So until he leaves for his 2-year training trip, Naruto has been rotating between staying with Gray and Natsu. Though currently the fairy god was slowly approaching the doors of the guild. He had stayed the previous night with Gary and the ice. Make Wizard had left for the guild a few hours before him. So that left Naruto alone as he made his way to the guild. Just a few more days then I'm leaving this place for 2 years. Naruto mumbled to himself as he looked up to the sky and noticed a storm was rolling in. I'm going to miss this place, but I should probably hurry to the guild before the storm hits. Naruto continued towards his guild and noticed the doors were swung wide open. This was odd considering when a storm would be on the way, his grandfather would always keep the doors shut. His curiosity slightly piqued. Naruto walked through the doors, allowing him to see the group of fairy tale wizards huddled in a circle. Scanning the area, he spotted his older sister figure, Kana. She was near the edge of the group and she had tears in her eyes. Kana, nay, what's going on? Naruto spoke loud enough to earn eyes on him. The crowd parted as Kana walked over towards him. Naruto, I'm sorry, she croaked out while holding her arms out. Naruto stood still and let Kana embrace him, his focus placed on Miragen and Elfaman, both of whom were in the middle of the crowd of wizards. Though he couldn't see a certain someone and his heart dropped. Where is she? I don't see her. Naruto asked in a weak voice, though deep down he feared he knew the answer. Where is Listener? Kana closed her eyes and squeezed the blonde. She's gone, Naruto. The elder wizard sobbed into his ear. Listener is dead. Naruto zoned out, his whole world crumbling in one instance. He couldn't believe it. His best friend and the woman he loved was dead. 2 days later. It has been 2 days since Elfman and Mira had returned with the grave news of Listener's death. The event had completely rocked the world of every single member of Fairy Tail, none believing the cheerful 15-year-old was dead. Though not a single person was as heartbroken as Naruto. He had lost not only a dear friend, but someone who he loved. And now he will live his life never knowing if she loved him back. In fact, Naruto was affected by Listener's death so much that he skipped her funeral. To him they were just burying an empty casket for closure and he didn't want that. He decided to pay his respects in his own way. So he headed to the place outside Magnolia where he and Listener used to play. It was peaceful and a good place for Naruto to clear his head. You loved looking at the sunset, but even something so beautiful is empty without you. Naruto mumbled to himself while floating some stones around his hands with his magic. I shouldn't have let you go. Naruto then sent a stone forward with his magic. It hit a tree in the distance and used enough force to send the rock straight through the tree. I could have at least tried to go with you. Naruto sent another stone through the tree. I could have protected you. He shouted in anguish as he sent 3 more rocks forward. Why did you have to die? Naruto asked himself as he let the other rocks fall harmlessly to the ground. Naruto stood in silence for a moment. The only sounds that could be heard was the wind passing through. Though soon he found tears trailing down his face and he fell to his knees. You shouldn't have even been on that mission. The blonde sobbed as he punched the ground, thinking to himself about what Laxus said the last time they spoke. Does Ni-chan make a good point about members of the guild? Single quote. Naruto shook his head and rubbed his eyes with his sleeve. Now wasn't the time to think of things like that. He was too emotionally unstable for that. Naruto, are you okay? A male voice called out to the blonde. Naruto recognized the voice and didn't turn around. Instead he stiffened up and finished drying his tears. Hey Elfman. The blonde replied in a soft voice. Elfman gripped his fists. It was common knowledge that he was the reason Listener died. This was because he failed to accomplish a full-body takeover and ended up killing his baby sister. Though it was even better known that Naruto and Listener were close friends. We missed you at the funeral. The large white-haired man began. The master said some kind words about her. That was nice of him. Naruto replied in a dry tone. Elfman looked down. He came here to check on Naruto though he found it hard to speak to the blonde. Listen, I know how close you and Listener were. She was your best friend and losing her was like losing your own sibling. Elfman quickly got onto his hands and feet. Please, I need you to forgive me for killing her. No one else blames me, but it is my fault she is dead. I need to be held responsible and you are the next best person besides Mirane to hold me responsible. You have it all wrong, Elfman. She wasn't just my best friend. I was in love with her. Naruto explained as he turned his head to the white-haired wizard. And I'll never know how she felt about me. That makes the pain sting even worse. Elfman felt a buildup in his throat and the tears started to flow. He didn't even know how deep Naruto's feelings went. Naruto, I'm so. Just shut up. Naruto cut in sharply. You didn't kill Listener and she would be pissed at me if I blamed you for her death. Naruto then rose to his feet and walked over to Elfman. Then as he came within inches of the man he held a hand out. Elfman held a hand out to the blonde weakly, but Naruto didn't accept the hand. Instead he pushed his hand against Elfman's chest. I can't blame you, but... Naruto stopped speaking and his eyes glowed white. Then in a fraction of a second, he jerked his hand away from Elfman, forcing a large mass of black magic to come out of Elfman's chest. Then just as quickly as it came out, it shot to the side and started to form into a solid form. One that Elfman thought he wouldn't ever see again. I can blame that beast that took Listener away from me. The beast unleashed a loud roar, causing Elfman to stumble backwards in fear. Naruto on the other hand remained still and held his ground. Get out of here Elfman, I need some time to vent. Naruto mumbled in a low voice, as a thin layer of white magical power outlined his body. Naruto, forget how you did that, are you crazy? Mira, Listener, and I together were no match for that thing. Don't get yourself killed too. The takeover sibling cried out, but his cries fell on deaf ears. Just go back to Fairy Tail Elfman. Naruto ordered in a stern voice. Elfman stumbled to his feet. Naruto wasn't listening and he needed to go get help. He wasn't going to let someone else die. So he took off in a sprint towards the guild, hoping the master was around to help. Naruto looked over his shoulder and noticed Elfman quickly running off. Good, he's gone. Naruto mumbled as the beast dropped his arm over top the blonde, trying to smash and kill Naruto. Though without even looking, Naruto lifted his left arm slightly up and stopped the beast with ease. Now I can go all out. Quote, the beast unleashed a loud roar and tried to push Naruto down into the ground. Though the blonde smirked as he wouldn't budge. Was this the arm you used to kill Listener? Naruto asked, as he channeled more gravity magic than he ever had before, using enough force to completely rip the beast's arm off its body. He sent it flying and crashing into the ground. The beast shrieked in pain and held the area where its arm used to reside. Oh, don't worry, I have an interesting ability to heal pretty nasty wounds. So I'm going to tear you to sherds and piece you back together just to rip you apart again. Naruto began as his hand sparked to life with lightning. I'm going to make you feel the pain my heart is going through. Quote, the beast backed away. It was actually afraid of the approaching blonde-haired wizard. So afraid that it actually turned away and started to run away. Naruto smiled and raised his hand up, making the beast float into the air. Oh, you're not leaving, that I can assure you. The blonde explained, before sending the beast crashing into the ground. Followed by a large bolt of lightning striking its backside. Few minutes earlier at the guild, the atmosphere in the guild was the complete opposite of its daily norm. Kana wasn't drinking, she was too worried about Naruto to do that. Urza was faring similar to Kana, except she decided to sit beside Mira and comfort her longtime rival. Even Gray and Natsu weren't their usual selves, the latter was understandable considering his friendship with Listener. Though as everyone sat in silence, a loud roar pierced through the silence of the guild, making Myra's eyes grow wide and place her hands to her ears. No, no, make it stop. Mira shrieked in terror as flashbacks of Listener's death went through her head. Though her mind clicked and she searched the guild. Where is Elfman? Urza placed her hands on Myra's shoulders and attempted to calm the wizard down. Shush Mira, relax and take a deep breath. If you tell me what got you so upset I can help. By now the entire guild had their eyes zoned in on Mira as they were all trying to figure out what made the girl so upset. The beast that took over Elfman, I'll never forget the sound it made. I think it has taken over Elfman again. Mira explained as she clutched her head. I can't lose my brother too. Urza scanned the guild and spotted Natsu and Gray over at a table. Gray, has either you or Natsu seen Elfman? The scarlet-haired wizard asked. Sorry Urza, I haven't seen him since the funeral. Gray admitted as he looked down, things just haven't been going good recently. Natsu frowned and punched the table. Same here. Natsu mumbled in a low voice. I can't even smell him. Urza looked around the room and tried to find any sign of the takeover wizard. Though she couldn't spot anything, however, a weak voice managed to grab her attention. I saw Elfman head out towards the forest after the funeral. Levi revealed, earning all eyes on her. But I don't know why he would do that. Kana looked at Levi with dread. Levi, what direction did he leave? Did he head to the forest west of Magnolia? Levi nodded. Yeah, I think so, but why is that important? Everyone looked to Kana, who was rubbing the side of her head. I really need a drink. The Crash Wizard grumbled. You see, when Naruto wants to be alone, he heads to the forest west of Magnolia to train and think. Over by the wall, Makarov was sitting cross-legged on a crate. Though as he listened to Kana talk about his adopted grandson, he was filled with curiosity. That's why Elfman went towards Naruto. Mira mumbled in a low voice. Listener and Naruto were friends and Elfman knows how close they were. He probably wants to speak to Naruto. Kana, Urza, Gray and Natsu all looked down, all knowing the true extent of his feelings. Well, if that's the case, things could get a little more complicated. Gray began as he folded his arms. It all depends what's going through that blonde idiot's head right now. Quote, what do you mean, Gray? Mira asked, not understanding the Ice Wizard's words. It's because Naruto loved Listener. Natsu answered, making Mira's eyes grow wide. He loved her and she died before he could even tell her. Makarov closed his eyes and lowered his head. My poor Naru-chan, why didn't I notice this before? The aged master asked himself. Mira gripped her fists, a single tear trailing down her cheek. He loved her, the S-class wizard mumbled. The entire guild looked to Mira with surprise, everyone thinking how sorry they were for Naruto. Since it was common to see Naruto and Listener together in the guild. And it was well known throughout fairy tale, how close of friends they were. Though now it was revealed that there was something more to that friendship. Kana sighed and walked over to Mira, then by taking a seat by the girl she nodded. Yeah, he did. The brown-haired girl spoke sadly. I always tried to push him into telling her, but he was so backwards. He always feared about losing her friendship. Mira started to sob silently and Urza and Kana leaned over to comfort her. Though before anything else could happen, the guild's doors swung open, revealing a panting Elfman. Elfman, Mira shouted in relief as she saw her brother. Where is Naruto? Kana asked, as she noticed her surrogate brother wasn't with him. Elfman bent over and pointed a hand behind himself. Naruto, Naruto. Elfman took a deep breath and recomposed himself. Naruto is fighting the beast by himself. Natsu nearly jumped out of his chair. What? The Dragon Slayer yelled. I thought its soul was trapped in your body. Elfman opened his mouth to speak, but he was silenced as Kana and Urz went rushing past him. They both lost a friend and they were not waiting to lose a brother as well. Kana and Urza have the right idea, we can talk later. Right now let's go make sure Naruto is okay. Gray shouted as he followed after the older wizards. Natsu nodded and took off. Come on, Happy. Aye, sir. Quote, Makarov sighed and jumped off the crate. He knew how powerful Naruto was, so he knew the blonde would be fine against the beast. However, he was concerned about Naruto having an emotional breakdown. Don't worry, Naru-chan, I'm going to be there for you. The master mumbled in a low voice, his short legs carrying him to where Naruto was. Soon one by one every fairy tale wizard ran out of the guild, leaving only Mira and Elfman. Come on, Elfman, we should go as well. That beast won't take anything else from us. Mira mumbled in a weak voice as she walked over to her brother. Elfman was shaking with fear, but he knew his sister was right. You're right, Ne-chan, let's go. Quote, with Naruto. Naruto was walking slowly towards the beast. In his right hand was a ball of white fire, while his left hand held a spark of white lightning. The beast itself was a mess, it was covered in blood and was missing both legs and an arm. Though it was still very much alive. Does it hurt? Naruto asked in a dead voice, void of all emotion. Or can an abomination such as yourself feel pain? Naruto placed his hands together over his head and in one swift motion he threw them outwards, expelling a large stream of fire and lightning at the beast, hitting the monster right in the chest, creating a large hole. Gwa! The beast wailed in anguish. Proud with his work, Naruto held a glowing green hand up. Then within seconds, the hole in the beast's chest disappeared and its limbs grew back, filling the large creature with enough strength to stand once more. Naruto took a deep breath and clutched his chest. He never used this much magic, especially this much of his healing magic, and he didn't know the effects it could have on his body. Though at the moment he didn't care, he just wanted to avenge Listener. The beast bent down on all fours and stated to run off. trying its hardest to escape the torture Naruto was placing it through. Haven't you learned? Naruto asked the beast, as he lifted the creature into the sky with his magic. You cannot escape me. Naruto then slammed the beast into the ground and walked over beside it. Then by clicking his fingers, a large tornado of wind started to spin around Naruto and the beast. That should discourage you from running away. Now where were we? Quote, outside the twister of wind, Kana and Erza had just arrived on the scene. Both were filled with worry as they noticed the twister of wind, which was obviously Naruto's. Though to make matters worse, neither girl was able to get a glimpse of Naruto or the beast inside the roaring winds. Kana ran over and attempted to dash past the twister, but her body was quickly deflected back. Shit! The brown-haired wizard cursed as she rolled across the dirt. Kana, Erza yelled while running over to look her friend over. Are you all right? Looking up, Kana grumbled something about annoying blondes. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a few scrapes, but how are we gonna get to that idiot? Erza lifted Kana to her feet and summoned a sword. Like we always do, by force. Kana sighed and her hand started to glow white. I guess that's the quickest way. The girl replied. Erza nodded and dashed forward and took a swing at the twister. While Kana unleashed a wave of crash magic at the wind. However, Erza's sword was ripped from her hands and Kana's attack had no effect. Well, that was unexpected, Erza mumbled in a low voice. Kana gritted her teeth and gazed at the rapidly spinning winds. You're telling me, my magic had no effect whatsoever? Quote, Kana, Erza, did you find him? Gray shouted as he ran over and finally spotted the large twister, causing him to stop and look up. Well shit, is that moron inside that thing? Yes he is, Kana answered in a low voice. Whoa, what is going on over here? Natsu shouted out as he and Happy finally arrived. Natsu, can you smell Naruto inside there? Kana quickly asked, wanting to have any information on her little brother. Natsu sniffed the air and his body stiffened up. Yeah, I smell Naruto, but, the dragon slayer trailed off. I also smell blood, a lot of it. Erza's eyes grew wide. As the blood Naruto's? The girl asked, lifting the dragon slayer by his scarf. There isn't any way to tell, blood all smells the same. It could be Naruto, the beast, or ever a combination of them both. The pink-haired dragon slayer answered. Then we must get inside that wind barrier. Master Makarov spoke up, as he and the rest of the guild finally arrived. Every spell has a weakness, we just have to find it and then exploit it. Everyone nodded and started to think of a way to help Naruto and drop the wind barrier. Though back on the inside of the twister, Naruto was still fighting the beast. Take this, you stupid bastard! The blonde yelled, as he expelled dozens of crescent-shaped gusts of winds at the beast, slicing the monster all over its body and forcing it to yelp a cry of pain. The beast fell onto its knees and started to pant, but its hell wasn't finished yet. Naruto raised his hand into the air, once again lifting the monster with his gravity magic. Then by holding his hands outward and together, a cannon appeared out of thin air around his hands. Death is too good for you, but this is going to hurt. Naruto began as 3 magical circles appeared before the barrel of the cannon. Let me show you something new I've been working on. The blonde mumbled in a low voice while fire, wind and lightning started to leak from the gun's barrel. The beast's eyes grew wide as the cannon suddenly erupted in a stream of magic, consisting of the 3 elements Naruto knew. The cannon shot ripped through the beast's left side and continued into the sky and past the wind barrier, allowing everyone outside to see the enormous attack soaring into the air. What the hell is that? Natsu shouted in surprise as he felt the magical power coming from the cannon shot. I don't know, Erza replied in an awestruck tone as she shuddered. But the magical power from that blast is enormous. The master stepped forward and watched as the attack slowly faded away, allowing the hole in the wind barrier to reform. I don't know what he did, but I do know Naruto was responsible for that blast. The aged wizard explained, before looking to his guild members. Is there anyone here who has an idea of how to get within the barrier? Yeah, I have one. The voice of MAKAROV Dreyar spoke up arrogantly. Everyone looked to the side and watched the blonde S-class mage walk towards the group of fairy tale wizards. Though as he got within a few feet of the crowd, MAKAROV crossed his arms and looked towards the wind barrier without doing or saying anything else. Then while everyone waited in suspense he continued to do nothing. This action made Kana growl. Well, are you going to tell us your idea or just stand there? Stand here, the lightning wizard replied in a bored tone. Kana was infuriated. She took one step towards Laxus, but the hand of the master stopped her. Laxus, the master began in a soft voice. Please, I need to know if my grandson, your little brother, is okay. If you know a way to bypass the wind barrier, tell me. Laxus closed his eyes and remained still. No, was the answer he replied with. Why you? Kana seethed in a low voice, half tempted to attack Laxus out of anger. However, before she could even move an inch, one very loud and very pissed dragon slayer rushed Laxus. Stop being a prick and help your brother, Natsu shouted, as he tried to punch Laxus square in the jaw. Being outmatched, Natsu was easily stopped when Laxus brought a lightning-covered fist down on the teen, quickly knocking him into the ground. He doesn't need me or any of you, the second-generation dragon slayer replied coldly. Gray gritted his teeth. Like Natsu, he wanted to knock Laxus off his high horse, but he knew he couldn't do so. Urza, on the other hand, was about to rush the teen down and force him to comply with her demands of helping Naruto. However, before anyone else could get a word in, Mira walked over to Laxus and looked up to her fellow wizard with tears in her eyes. Do you even care for your brother? The white-haired girl asked in a weak voice. Because I loved my sister and that beast stole her from me. Are you not concerned about losing your own brother, or do you just not care? Mira, nay, Elfman mumbled in a low voice, while watching the two S-class wizards. Laxus looked to Mira with no emotion. No, I'm not worried about losing Naruto, because I know he is strong. Honestly, you are all so concerned about going in to help him, while none of you thinking about why there is a barrier. Naruto doesn't want the beast to escape until he mangles its lifeless corpse. That's why no one can get in or out. Everyone was surprised by this revelation, everyone besides Makarov. He was already aware of what Naruto was doing, but it was a path he didn't want his grandson going down. Laxus, I'm not concerned about Naruto's physical health. Though your brother has been through enough mental trauma as is, the master shouted as he was finally fed up with his older grandchild. Naruto needs us now more than ever. So if you're not going to help us get to Naruto, you are more than free to leave. Laxus gripped his fists and looked around the area. Everyone was glaring at him with a mixture of looks. Some hate, other disappointment, and the rest were just plain depressed. Fine, whatever, the lightning wizard growled as he jerked his shoulder and started to walk off. Though Laxus stopped as he caught a glimpse of something huge out of the corner of his eye. It was the beast, and it was flying out of the wind barrier and headed straight towards him, giving him just enough time to act on instinct and roll out of the way. What in the hell? Natsu roared in shock, looking at the beaten, bloodied and mangled beast. It was still visibly breathing, but it was by no means in good shape. It looks near death, Mira mumbled in a low, almost satisfied voice. Gray couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was expecting to find Naruto seriously injured, though he would have never thought Naruto could do something like this. Kana looked to the beast and then to the barrier, which was parting to reveal Naruto, who bore an emotionless expression on his face as he walked out. Naruto. The Crash Wizard spoke his name with a shiver in her spine. Urza looked at Naruto and didn't know what to do. She had never seen her surrogate brother like this before. Even Makarov was at a loss. His grandson looked like a completely different person than the bright and cheery blonde he was accustomed to. Naru-chan, I'm so sorry. The master spoke in a low voice, a tear trailing down his face. Naruto paid no attention to his fellow guild members. Instead, he rose one hand into the sky, instantly coating his hand in bright white lightning. It's been fun, but I'm finished with you. The fairy god began as the lightning started to form into the shape of a spear. High above in the sky, unknown to everyone below, Mavis was watching her son. Her heart broke into pieces as she watched her son struggle with losing someone close to his heart. She only hoped he wasn't slowing going down the dark path his father took. Stop this, Naruto, the mother begged in a low and unheard voice while contemplating on showing herself and stopping her son herself. Though her voice wasn't as unheard as she would have thought. Naruto for a moment raised an eyebrow at the unfamiliar voice. He didn't sense anyone around that the voice would match up with. He looked to his left and right, then finally he started to look upward. However, As a hand clamped onto the blonde's wrist, he stopped and looked behind his back. "That's enough, Naruto," the voice of his older brother Laxus declared. "I think it's had enough." Everyone looked at Laxus with surprise, none expecting the action from the mage. Naruto frowned and tried to jerk his arm free. "I'll be the judge of when it's had enough," the blonde replied in a stubborn voice. Laxus growled, "I've sat by long enough and allowed you to do as you wished." "Though I've had enough," the eldest of the two began as he tightened his grip. "At first I believed you needed to express your anger and vent. Though I now realize that is not what you do, Naruto. This isn't what Listener would want." Quote, Naruto's eyes grew wide, the lightning around his hand starting to fade. "I have to avenge her." The blonde tried to convince Laxus and himself. Laxus shook his hand and brought the blonde into a hug, making Naruto stop channeling his magic altogether. "No you don't, Naruto, just look at the beast. You could torture and kill that monster, but nothing would change. Listener would still be gone and there would be an empty void inside your heart." "Then what do I do?" Naruto asked in a low voice, tears slowly leaking out of his eyes. "Take her memory and cherish it, use it to grow stronger. Become the great mage that I and Listener both knew you would be." The elder Dreyar replied in a soft voice so only Naruto could hear. "Train for 2 years and then help me make a fairy tale where innocent girls like Listener won't die." Naruto listened to his brother's words and pondered over them. "You don't have to say anything, just think about it," Laxus explained in a near-silent voice, before letting go of Naruto and walking off, leaving everyone standing by wondering what the blonde had said. Though some like Kana and Urza didn't care, they instead rushed Naruto and tackled the blonde to the ground. "You idiot," Kana cried as she buried herself into Naruto's chest. "Don't ever do something like that again," Urza instructed in a stern tone, tears rolling down her face as she clamped Naruto's head against her armor. Naruto looked over between the two girls he called sisters. "A fairy tale where innocent girls won't die. Maybe me training to protect my friends won't be enough, maybe Laxus has a point." The blonde mused in thought, thinking to himself that he didn't want to lose anyone else he loved. Makarov looked at his grandson with a soft smile. He has been through a lot, though there was a lot of love within the guild to help him. "Why don't we all make our way back to the guild?" the master proposed as he walked over to his grandson. Naruto nodded, but then shifted his gaze onto Elfman. "That sounds good, but Elfman, I want you to reabsorb the beast's soul. It's a power you may one day need. And I feel you will have much better control over it. Because it knows if it tried anything ever again, I will be there and I won't be merciful again." Elfman nodded and went to go do as instructed, while the rest of the guild looked at Naruto with a new look. All believing that something has changed in the blonde and they didn't like it. Today was the day that Naruto embarked on his 2-year training trip. Currently the blonde was standing with a suitcase in hand outside the main gate of Magnolia. He was waiting on the arrival of his new teacher for the following year, Ward Sequin. As he waited, Makarov stood in silence behind his grandson. Neither were saying much, as it was the crack of dawn and both were quite tired. Though the silence was starting to grow on Naruto's nerves. Why couldn't I just meet him at the train station? It would have been so much faster than traveling on foot. Naruto whined in a dry voice, slowly propping himself against the town gate. Ward-sama can be very odd at times, but you will find that out soon enough. The elder Dreyar explained, before closing one eye and folding his arms. Taking a moment to look Naruto over. "Though how are you holding up?" Quote, "I'm fine." Naruto lied quickly, his voice sounding annoyed by the question. Makarov frowned. "It's okay to talk about how you are feeling, Naruto. I know Lee-san. I said I'm fine." Naruto cut in sharply, as he didn't want to continue the conversation. The master nodded and decided to drop the subject. "You know, your friends will be upset that you didn't say goodbye." Naruto shrugged his shoulders with a sigh. "It's better off this way. Besides, this will only be temporary, I won't be gone for good." Naruto pointed out, as his thoughts drifted to Listener, who he believed was gone for good. "That's the spirit, Naruto," a happy voice chimed in from behind. "Why say goodbye when you are never leaving for good?" Quote, Naruto and Makarov spun around and were met with the sight of a smiling Ward. Both wondering how the man snuck up on them so easily. Though Makarov shrugged his shoulders, thinking to himself his old friend was a wizard saint. So with that mindset he was the first to walk over to Ward. Ward-sama, it's great to see you made it here safely. Makarov began as he held a hand out to the man. Ward smiled playfully and patted Makarov's head. It's good to see you too, Maki-chan. Last time I saw you in person, you were only this tall. The wizard saint joked, while holding his hand by Makarov's forehead. Naruto couldn't help to release a snicker at the man's words. Though after a moment he caught himself and stopped. Ward, it's good to see your sense of humor, like my height, hasn't changed. The third master of fairy tale grumbled, while placing his hand back to his side. Ward nodded and looked at Naruto. Well, trust me, next time you see your grandson he will have changed. I'll mold him into a fine wizard saint. The man promised, speaking with a serious tone, making it appear like he was a completely different person than moments before. Naruto grabbed his suitcase and slung it over his shoulders. Well, let's head out then. Makarov frowned at how quickly his grandson was wanting to leave. These next 2 years were going to be hard. All right, Naruto, stand right over there. Ward explained as he pointed to a large open area. Raising his eyebrow in confusion, Naruto complied to the strange man's instructions. Is this good? Naruto asked, standing in the center of the area. That's perfect, Ward replied in a happy tone, as he walked over to the blonde. Just remain still. Naruto did as he was told and watched Ward close his eyes. Then as he felt the man build his magical power, the ground started to shake. What the hell is going on? Naruto gasped as he started to sway off balance. Makarov smiled as he realized what the old wizard was doing. Brace yourself, Naruto, the grandfather instructed with a small smirk. Before Naruto could even question what his grandfather meant, a large red flower ripped out of the ground beneath him and carried both him and Ward high into the sky. Holy shit, Naruto exclaimed, as he looked down to the master, who was at least 20 meters below him now. There we are, traveling by flower is always faster than a train and it's free too. Ward exclaimed with a loud laugh. Naruto was amazed, he had never seen anything like this in his entire life. He then looked to the strange wizard saint who was laughing at his own joke. He places up this persona of an idiot, but deep down he is a fantastic mage. This is the level of power I need to be at, Naruto thought to himself with amazement. Well, are you ready to go, Naruto? Ward asked. Naruto shook himself out of his daze and nodded. Yeah, let's head out. Naruto, a loud group shouted. Recognizing the voices, Naruto looked down to see Kana, Urza, Gray, Natsu and Happy. All of them were running towards the base of the flower and waving him down. You shithead, trying to leave without saying goodbye. Gray shouted out with mock anger. That's not cool at all. Snowman is right, now you owe me like 3 fights. Natsu chimed in, speaking in the same tone as his rival. And you owe me a fish. Happy yelled out. Urza narrowed her gaze, making Naruto shiver at her glare. For not saying goodbye to your big sister, I will make sure to punish you with no ramen once you redo. RN. And I'm just gonna kick your ass. Kana added in with fury. Naruto looked down, but he felt a light hand on his shoulder. Go say goodbye, you 6 share a close bond. Cherish that always, one day your farewell may be for good. Quote, Naruto nodded and jumped off the flower, then by using his gravity magic he floated down to his friends. Though before his feet could even touch the ground, Naruto found 5 bodies tackling him to the ground. I'm gonna miss you so much. Happy wailed out, speaking for the entire group. I'm sorry, Naruto mumbled, disappointed in his own actions as he comforted the small cat. I shouldn't have left like this. Quote, Kana smiled with a small tear in her eye. I'll forgive you this time. The Crash Wizard replied, as she started to squeeze the life out of Naruto. I want to punish you for your foolishness, but that will have to wait. Urza admitted with tears pouring out her eyes. Natsu cocked a smirk and tried to hide his tears. Get really strong, Naruto, that way I won't beat your ass too bad next time we fight. The Dragon Slayer spoke without any backing behind his words. The group of fairies laughed at the pink-haired wizard's words. You're never gonna change, Natsu. Gray laughed as he shook his head. I hope the same goes for you, Whiskers. Naruto wiped his tears with the sleeve of his jacket. You guys. The blonde croaked weakly, they were the reason he wanted to get stronger in the first place. As he wanted to protect all of them. Am I doing the right thing? I believe so, Urza replied in a warm tone. I second that, Kana added in. Happy. Natsu and Gray chimed together. Naruto smiled and backed away from his friends. I don't deserve such great friends, thank you all for caring about me. Gray scoffed and tried to play the blonde's words off. Yeah, don't go and get too emotional on us, you loud mouth. While giving Naruto a kind smile, both Kana and Urza smacked Gray over the head, making the ice wizard's head spike into the dirt. Don't listen to him, Kana instructed. Never be afraid to show your feelings, especially around your big sisters. Urza explained with compassion in her voice. Naruto slowly began to float into the sky. I promise I won't. I love you guys, the blonde revealed as he slowly made his way back toward. We love you too, Kana and Urza both replied in a fit of sobs. They weren't ready to let their little brother leave. Natsu placed a comforting hand on each girl's shoulder, then by looking up he gave the blonde a tooth. Why grin? See you around, Naruto. Landing on the flower, Naruto let a small smirk pass his lips. See ya, the blonde replied sadly, before the flower unexpectedly shot off at insane speeds away from the area. Sighing to himself, Naruto watched the town he knew as home slowly shrink into the horizon. Then as the flower traveled he took the opportunity to sit down and collect his thoughts. Jewel, for your thoughts, Naruto? Ward asked as he took a seat by his new student. It's nothing really, but I will admit leaving them all behind is hard. Though I will see them again and by then I will be strong enough to protect them all, Naruto declared as he looked off into the distance. Ward chuckled. That's a funny choice of words, the man pointed out as he extended his body out and looked up to the clouds. Protect them all, huh? They seem like a perfectly capable bunch to protect themselves. Yeah, they are, but Naruto began as he trailed off in thought. He lost Listener and now he feared of losing his sisters and two best friends. He didn't want that to happen, he couldn't lose anyone else. And he feared what would happen to himself if he lost anyone else. Ward glanced over to Naruto. You know, when someone is determined to protect something, they do so out of a fear of loss, so tell me. That poor girl from your guild, Listener was her name. You two were close and you were afraid of losing someone else close to your heart. Naruto flinched, giving Ward his answer. I see, so you were close to her, the wizard saint noted, before he began to laugh to himself. Is something funny? Naruto asked with a hint of rage behind his voice. Does the death of the woman I loved amuse you? Quote. Ward shook his head and looked down to his pupil. No, I mean no disrespect towards you or your loss, I was just reminiscing and got lost in thought. See, you remind me of someone very special to my heart. An old dear friend I lost years ago. Slightly interested, Naruto raised his brow. Oh, how so? She was a woman who had lost her parents at a young age. She was raised as a servant and treated like trash, but one day everyone she came to know was killed, leaving her stranded alone on an island for years. Though even through all that, she never once cried. She feared that if she cried she would never see a fairy. Naruto narrowed his eyes. That's a tragic story, but I don't see how that connects with me. Quote. Oh, I forgot that part. Ward chuckled before pointing to Naruto's hair. She had light blonde hair like you, the man revealed before laughing to himself. Naruto rolled onto his back and almost fell off the flower, then by recomposing himself he glared at the man. Are you kidding me? My hair color is what reminds you of her. The blonde yelled out, not believing how weird his new master was. His laughter slowly fading, Ward slowly turned serious. There's one other thing. Like my friend, you are determined to protect your friends. Like her, you care for everyone you call friend and you treat them like family. It's a trait I haven't seen so prominent in another person until now. The plant wizard explained softly. You may go by the name Dreyar, but you carry her will and vision of what fairy tale is. Quote. Naruto looked down and let the words Ward soak in. What was her name? Ward smiled wide. She was the first master of fairy tale, Mavis Vermilion. Mavis. Naruto muttered the name and for some reason cracked a wide smile to match Ward's. Could you tell me more about her? Ward nodded. He promised he wouldn't tell Naruto who his mother was. though he never promised that he wouldn't tell Naruto everything else he knew about Mavis. Let's see, I first met Mavis years ago on a small island called Tenro. Edalus. Alone in a small room located inside the fairy tale of Edalus. A white-haired teenager was slowly sobbing to herself. Though what could cause the girl to be in such a state? And who was this girl? The answers were quite simple. The girl was Lysina Stratus from Earthland. While the reason she was upset was thanks to the piece of paper clutched in her hands. Over and over she read over the last few words written onto the letter addressed to her. Unable to properly move past them. These words were the 3 simple words of, "I love you." Naruto. Lysina croaked his name weakly as she was a mess. Her entire world had literally changed, and this letter was the final nail in the coffin. "Why didn't you tell me before now?" As she cried to herself, a voice called out to her. "Lysina, come on down. Everyone is waiting on you." Lysina dried her tears and tucked the letter away somewhere safe. "I'm coming, Mirane," the girl shouted out to her sister's counterpart, before heading out of the room and pretending like she was someone she wasn't. 6 months later with Naruto. 6 months have passed since Naruto first left Fairy Tail, and since then the blonde has done nothing besides train. Though his training wasn't what Naruto had originally envisioned. He expected rigorous training sessions and practicing advanced techniques. However, for the past 6 months, Naruto has had the same schedule. Which was meditation, followed by practicing the skills he already had, followed by more meditation. Honestly, Naruto was growing rather sick of his rather lackluster training regimen. He wanted to get strong enough to protect all his friends, not learn how to meditate. Though for now, Naruto did as he was told, hoping Ward knew what he was doing. He was a well-respected member of the Wizard Saints after all. Currently, Naruto was outside of Ward's house, floating high into the air with his gravity magic. While he floated, Naruto was in a meditative position and his eyes were closed. Down below the blonde wizard, Ward was moving around his garden, watering the various plant life that surrounded his home. As Ward watered the plants, he began to hum a happy tune to himself. Naruto listened to his master, who was now slightly distracting him. He tried to block the older wizard's noise out, but as the time passed by, Ward was starting to grow louder and louder. Eventually Naruto's eyes snapped open and he looked down to Ward. "Okay, I can't focus anymore," Naruto grumbled, as he floated his body onto the ground. "Can we please focus on learning something new?" Ward placed his watering can down and looked over to Naruto. "We have been working on something new," Ward replied in a happy tone. "Haven't you noticed yet?" Naruto shook his head. "No, all I've done is meditate and work on the skills I've already mastered. When am I gonna learn something new, something that will make me stronger?" Ward folded his arms and sighed. "You already have so much power inside you, power that you can't even control. Like your ability to amplify your spells and turn your magic white, an ability which you have no control or understanding about. So let's work on controlling that power then," Naruto replied in desperation, showing his desire to improve himself. "But we have been doing just that," Ward explained while poking Naruto's chest. "From what your grandfather told me, this power comes from when you were pushed either physically or mentally. I theorize it could be triggered by a combination of both. So maybe if you meditate and find inner enlightenment, it could help you understand more about not only your powers, but also about you as an individual." Naruto rolled his eyes and took a seat on the ground. "What is there for me to figure out?" Naruto asked in a dry tone. "I already know everything I need to know about myself." Ward sighed and took a seat. "But do you really?" the old wizard began, while looking to the sky. "You don't know your parents, you don't know where this power you have comes from. And you don't know how to forget Lysina's death." Naruto flinched at the last part, the memory of his loss still fresh in his heart and mind. "I know all I need to know about my parents, like for example, Ivan is not my father," Naruto declared, giving his master a hard stare, while moving the conversation away from Lysina. Ward was surprised. Makarov never mentioned Naruto knowing Ivan wasn't his father. "What makes you say that, Naruto?" Naruto glanced over to his master, just by the way Ward spoke. Naruto knew that Ward was aware that Ivan wasn't his father. "So you know he isn't my father as well," Naruto mumbled while moving to lay on his back. "Well, I've known for years now. It's just I've had this feeling that he wasn't my father. Grandpa is unaware I know the truth, but this doesn't change anything. Grandpa is still Grandpa and Laxus is still my brother and I'm a Dreyar. Ward smiled at Naruto. That's quite mature, but don't you wish to know your birth parents? Quote, maybe one day, Naruto mused, while watching the clouds roll by. But for now I want to focus on protecting my current family, Fairy Tail. Ward smiled and stood up. Well, let's get working on making you stronger then. Quote, Naruto smiled wide. It's about time, I'll do whatever you ask of me. Well, keep meditating, then once you've finished, I'll show you something interesting. Ward revealed in a cryptic voice, causing Naruto to nod and continue his training. 1 year later. It's been 1 whole year and currently, Naruto was in his 2nd year of training with his other master, Jura, whose idea of training was much different than Naruto's previous master. Naruto couldn't say he preferred one over the other. However, he did enjoy Jura's method of training, since it was a little more hands-on than Ward's methods. Speaking of hands-on, currently Naruto and his master were both deep inside a nest full of wyverns. Jura felt that simple training wasn't enough to prepare the blonde. So to make sure Naruto was ready to enter the ranks of a wizard saint, Jura had been making Naruto tag along on various dangerous quests. This way, Naruto could gain experience in the new magic and skills that Jura was teaching him. In fact, during most of these dangerous missions, Jura would just sit back and observe. He wanted to allow Naruto as much practice as possible, but he never placed the blonde in harm. So if Naruto needed his help, Jura was always prepared to jump in and assist his young apprentice. However, in the 6 months they have been together, Naruto has never once needed Jura's help, and today was no different than the previous missions. Man, there is so many of these things. Naruto whined while lifting a wyvern 10 times his size into the air with his gravity magic. I'm losing interest in tossing these beasts around. Jura smirked from where he was seated. The large bald man was sitting cross-legged on a large rock, which stood over his pupil and gave him a perfect bird's-eye view. What, are they too much for you? The older wizard joked, trying to get a rise from the blonde. It's okay to admit you've hit your limit. Quote, Naruto snorted, as if. The blonde mumbled, before taking his other hand and summoning 2 pillars of rock from the ground. These pillars shot up to the floating wyvern which Naruto had suspended in the air and crushed the beast like a bug between someone's fingers. I just dislike harming the weak. It's a waste of my time. Jura had a sweat drop on his bald head. These are A-class monsters, and he's already killed 20. And now he is bored and calling them weak. I swear there is nothing normal about this brat. Jura spoke in a low voice, one that Naruto couldn't hear. Suddenly a wyvern double the size of the one Naruto just killed came rushing towards Naruto from behind, causing the fairy tale wizard to leap forward before being crushed by a large claw. Oh, this one looks a little tougher than the rest. Naruto spoke in an excited voice, his right hand twitching in anticipation. Jura looked to the massive beast with a blank expression. Well, it appears to be the last one, why not make this interesting? You have to defeat this one with only your earth magic. Naruto grinned wide and started to crack his neck. I can do that, the blonde replied, while bringing both his hands high into the air, forcing dozens of large boulders to fly into the air. The wyvern hunched over and unleashed a loud roar, causing a shockwave of sound to travel towards Naruto. However, this feat had little to no effect on the blonde-haired wizard. Instead, it just made Naruto smirk, as he knew victory was assured. Let's see what you got, you overgrown lizard. Naruto yelled out, while yellow aura surrounded his body and the rocks floating beside him. The wyvern flapped its wings and sprung forward, causing its body to dash towards Naruto at high speeds. Its mouth was wide open and it was planning to snatch the blonde up in one bite. However, Naruto was easily prepared and sent all the boulders flying at the wyvern, causing the beast to stop and shield itself from the assault of projectiles coming its way, by using its wings as a way to shield its body from the full blunt of the damage. Noticing this, Naruto smirked and held a hand forward, while pointing 2 of his fingers outward. Iron rock wall, the blonde shouted out, creating stone pillars to shoot out from under the wyvern, forcing the large beast to fly up into the air. Off to the side, Jura cocked a grin at his student's attack. Using one of my defensive spells for an offensive attack. You're full of surprises, aren't you, Naruto? The bald wizard mumbled to himself. Noticing that the wyvern left itself wide open for an attack, Naruto took a leap into the air and floated above the wyvern. Then by flexing his bicep, the Yosei Kami met the wyvern in midair and placed his fist over the beast's skull. This caused the wyvern's head to jerk downward from the force of the blow, showing the blonde had grown exponentially in physical strength over the years. I'm not finished with you yet, Naruto declared, while clapping his hands together and closing his eyes. Trying to concentrate on the ground while floating in the air. Iron Rock Fist, the blonde cried, causing a gigantic stone fist to pop out of the ground. The stone fist then traveled up and past the wyvern, before redirecting itself to smash the wyvern back into the ground below, causing the beast to be smashed a few feet deep into the ground below. Naruto, seeing the beast trapped under the rock fist he made, smirked. Then by holding two hands out he decided to finish this little fight. Iron Rock Spikes, the blonde called out, creating dozens of stone spikes which impaled and killed the massive wyvern. Jura began to clap as he walked over to his student. Well done, Naruto, it's been only 6 months and you have become very proficient in using earth magic. I'm very impressed by your progress, the elder of the two praised. Naruto placed his hands in his pockets and smiled at the praise. There is a lot for me to learn still, the blonde admitted honestly. I'm not a master in earth magic yet, but I plan to be before these next 6 months are finished. That's a big goal, Naruto. Do you believe you're up for the task? Jura asked, while slowly folding his arms across his chest. I've mastered every other magic I've been taught so far, so earth magic shouldn't be any different than the others I have learned. Naruto replied causally. Is that confidence or arrogance? Jura asked with a slight smirk, causing his student to shrug his shoulders. Call it determination, Naruto answered with a serious face, one that left Jura surprised by Naruto's words. What makes you say that? Jura asked, while studying his student's facial features. Because I want power, Naruto revealed, as a mixture of two auras surrounded his body. Power to protect those I love, and destroy those who try to take away that which I love. Quote. Jura blinked as he tried to figure his student out. His emotions were a mixture of both light and dark, love and hatred, happiness and anger. Honestly, Jura was afraid of his student's behavior. Because his emotions were like a scale, his dark hatred seemed to be perfectly balanced by his love and lighter side. Though if something were to happen to tip that scale in one direction, Jura feared what could become of Naruto. You've already lost one person you cared for. And your friends, grandfather, ward and myself have tried to keep you from your own darkness. Though I fear if you lose someone else you love, there will be no saving you from your darkness. Jura thought to himself, while slowly zoning out. Naruto tilted his head and looked up to his master. Jura-sensei, are you still paying attention? The blonde asked with a confused voice. Jura shook his head and looked down to the blonde. My apologies, I was lost in thought. Jura replied while getting an idea in his head. You know, let's collect the mission reward and then go get some ramen to celebrate your performance today. Oh hell yeah, Naruto agreed with a large smile. Jura matched his student's smile and started to walk off. Well, let's head back towards town. I know the best place in Fury to get some ramen. Walking beside his master, Naruto never once dropped his grin while he began to think to himself. I've never had a real father, but when I'm with Jura-sensei, I feel like I know what having a father is like. The blonde admitted only to himself, happy that he finally had a bond of a father figure. 6 months later, the now 16 Naruto Dreyar had officially finished his 2-year training. Over the last 6 months Naruto had in fact mastered earth magic, which had left Jura both proud and stunned by the blonde's accomplishment. Though considering the level Naruto was at after finishing his first year of training with Ward, Jura knew there was something incredibly special about Naruto. Speaking of the blonde-haired mage, Naruto after 2 long years had finally returned to Magnolia. However, not a single person was aware of his return, since Naruto asked Jura to keep his return a secret, because he wanted to surprise his friends and family upon his unexpected return. So currently, Naruto was casually strolling down one of the streets of Magnolia, while on his right side was one of the water canals that ran through the town. Not much has changed around here. Naruto mused, his eyes floating around to different landmarks which he recognized. Though unlike his hometown, Naruto himself had undergone a few changes. His form of dress still stayed the same, as he chose to keep dressing like his great-grandfather. However, the blonde had grown quite a bit in size, showing that his body had matured over the last 2 years. Another thing that grew along with his body was Naruto's hair, which was quite long but didn't touch his shoulders, but did slightly overlap his eyes and covered his ears. Hopefully the old man never told everyone why I was actually gone, Naruto mumbled, while pulling a hand from his pocket, revealing a Wizard Saint medallion, which he quickly placed back into his pocket. I'd rather they not know about this for a while. I want things to just go back to the way they were before I left. I'll tell everyone I'm a Wizard Saint another day. Naruto sighed and looked to the sky. Though the guild's probably completely different from 2 years ago, I just hope everyone is still the same. The blonde spoke in a low hopeful voice, before looking forward to a blonde woman. She was walking alongside the canal and looked as if one wrong step could send her into the water. Though what caught the blonde's eye was the pink fairy tale guild mark on her hand. Seems like things have changed. Naruto spoke softly, a small grin on his face as he watched the girl balance herself. Hey Lucy, don't fall in. A passing-by fisherman called out to the named Lucy. Naruto watched Lucy wave to the man, while muttering something about being fine. However, Lucy quickly started to sway back and lose her balance. Then before she knew it, Lucy found herself plunging towards the water. Crap, Lucy shrieked, as she closed her eyes and waited for her body to hit the water. Though after a moment, there was no splash or feeling of wetness. What's going on? Lucy shouted, as she looked to the water which was inches from her face. Though before Lucy could get an answer, her body was quickly hoisted into the air and carried back onto solid ground. Better be more careful, miss. Naruto spoke to Lucy, as he was already a couple feet in front of her. Next time I might not be around to catch you. Lucy looked to the stranger's back and narrowed her eyes. She could spot a traveling bag on his backside and a suitcase in his left hand, showing that he was either leaving town or returning home. However, she had no idea who he was, but she was grateful to him. Thank you, Lucy called out, while waving to the blonde. Naruto held his right hand up, and waved to Lucy without looking back or speaking. Then while placing his hand down, Naruto turned to his left, which was the opposite direction of Fairy Tail. In fact, Fairy Tail wasn't Naruto's first stop. No, there was a place he had avoided for 2 years. At first he refused out of pain and stubbornness. Though after all Naruto's learned over the past 2 years and how far he's matured, now seemed like the perfect time for Naruto to make a stop at Lisa's grave. So as he entered the local graveyard, that's exactly what he did. He knew well that her body never got a proper burial, but he still felt that he should at least visit her grave once. Soon Naruto found himself standing over top of her headstone, which had her name, birth date, death date and finally the insignia for Fairy Tail. Hey Lisa, sorry I haven't stopped by to visit yet. Naruto began, as he kneeled down. I'm sure Mira and Elfman have already told you all about what I've been up to. Naruto dug into his pocket and pulled out his Wizard Saint medallion. What they don't know is that I'm a Wizard Saint now. Isn't that awesome? Naruto asked, and waited in silence. Jura-sensei was so proud when he gave me this. Oh, that's right, you don't know who Jura is. Well, he's a Wizard Saint too and he's super powerful. You would have loved him, and I'm sure he would have loved you. He's a great man and he's been like a father to me this past year. Naruto placed his medallion away and smiled, a tear going down his cheek. I've been thinking about you so much over these last 2 years. I even helped a girl a little bit ago that reminded me of you. She seemed like a total klutz. I bet she gets into all kinds of trouble just like you did. She's even a member of Fairy Tail, go figure, and her name is Lucy. I just hope she doesn't hang around Natsu. You know how much trouble he can cause. Naruto smiled and started to laugh, while tears went down his face. I still remember having to save you two from a Vulcan you pissed off in the woods. Geez, come to think of it, I was also bailing you out of messes. Naruto's lips started to shake, causing the blonde to ball his fists. Though as he looked down to the dying flowers on Listena's grave, he used that to distract the emotions he was feeling. Looks like your siblings have been leaving flowers, but they look dead. Naruto began, while placing his hand onto the ground by Listena's grave. Let me show you something my other teacher Ward taught me. Closing his eyes, Naruto focused his magic into the ground, causing hundreds of multicolored flowers to sprout out of the ground around her grave. I'm not as good as Ward-sensei, he makes flowers much more beautiful than I do. However, you always loved the nice little things I would do for you. You just never knew why I would do them. Naruto stood up and gave Listena's grave one more look over. I'm going to promise on your grave, I will never lose anyone again. I'm strong enough now to protect everyone, and I will. Naruto declared as he started to walk away. Goodbye Listener-chan, I hope you continue to rest peacefully. Quote, at Fairy Tail, the guild wasn't exactly in its usual state, in fact everyone's spirits were quite down. See a few days ago, Natsu along with Lucy, Happy, Gray and Urza had saved every guild master from the creation of Zerf known as Lullaby. However, in the process a lot of collateral damage accrued and someone had to take the fall for the blame. That someone was Urza, and the Magic Council had arrested the scarlet-haired wizard only an hour ago. Everyone hated what was happening, but no one voiced their outrage. Well, no one except for Natsu, who was currently throwing a fit. This is complete bullshit, Natsu declared, as he kicked a table over. We can't let the council boss us around like this, we need to stop them and get Urza back. Gray growled and glared at his longtime rival. I don't like this either Flame Brain, but it's the council. There isn't anything we can do about the situation. So just shut your trap and wait like everyone else. Natsu started to fume and grind his teeth, over to the side of the room. Kana was leaned over the bar, busy drinking the problem away. Listen to what Gary says Natsu, there isn't anything we can do. The Crash Wizard began, while tossing a barrel of alcohol to the side. Just be glad it's Urza we are talking about, she always come out on top. So have some faith in her. Grr, but it wasn't just Urza who went on that mission. Natsu yelled back, it's not fair that she has to take the blame. Natsu, the master spoke up in a serious voice, while he was sitting on a table. His eyes were glued on the Dragon Slayer as she spoke. Kana and Gray are right, so drop it. Or I will be forced to take action. Natsu jerked his body to the side and started to pout, though once he caught a glimpse of Lucy entering the guild Natsu quickly ran over to the girl. Lucy, you have to be on my side about helping Urza. The pink-haired teen spoke quickly. Lucy started to sweat and retreat. Well, I don't think it's fair that Urza is the only one being punished. She began, causing Natsu to nod with a grin. But causing trouble with the council is something we don't need. Besides, I've already avoided trouble once today, I don't feel like testing my luck. Natsu slumped over and took a seat on a chair. Damn it, the teen whined. Ignoring his partner, Happy flew over and landed on Lucy's shoulder. What kind of trouble did you almost get into, Lucy? The small blue cat asked. Lucy chuckled nervously and started to rub the back of her head. Well, I was walking back to the guild, and I almost fell into one of the water canals. Actually, I did fall in, but I didn't hit the water. Lucy explained, causing the entire guild to look at her with confusion. Somehow this random blonde-haired guy caught me, but I don't know how exactly. I was just floating above the water, then he levitated me back onto the ground. Like he controlled gravity. Mira spoke up, her voice slightly hitched while she was cleaning a dirty cup at the bar. Her mind quickly went to an image of a blonde-haired wizard, one who was very close to her now-dead sister. He was probably a gravity wizard. Elfman looked to his sister with sad eyes, forcing himself to look down. Like his sister, the image of Naruto came to mind, making the large man think of his last encounter with the blonde. Lucy nodded. Exactly, the celestial wizard exclaimed, while bringing her finger to her head. He also had a suitcase and a traveling bag. Maybe he's a wizard from another guild, who is stopping in town during his mission. Soon all the members of Fairy Tail, besides newer ones like Lucy, began looking to each other. All having similar thoughts about Lucy's savior. Natsu jumped out of his chair and onto Lucy, almost knocking the girl over. Did you get his name? The fire wizard asked, his mood shifting from angry to excited. No, Lucy replied honestly. I didn't even get to see his face. He had blonde hair though. Gray mumbled out. You guys don't think it's him, do you? Master, have you heard from him yet? Makarov sighed and closed his eyes. No, I haven't heard from him or Jura in a while. Though it has been 2 years since he left. He should be returning any day now. Lucy looked around completely confused by what was going on. That's true, Master, and besides, how many blonde-haired gravity wizards could there be? Kana spoke up in an excited voice, while looking to Lucy. Hey Lucy, by chance was this guy wearing a brown leather jacket? I think so. Lucy replied, not too sure herself. I didn't get much of a chance to look him over. What's gotten into you guys? Who are you talking about? His name is Naruto Dreyar, he's the master's youngest grandson. He's been gone training for 2 whole years now. Gray answered for the group. Lucy looked to the master with wide eyes, shivering as she thought of a second Laxus. Though the guy who saved her seemed kind, unlike the master's oldest grandson. Natsu on the other hand grinned and started to bounce on his heels. Naruto was already really strong, way stronger than Urza. I hope he is back so we can fight. The pink-haired teen wished happily. And if he's back now, he would surely go help me save Urza. Everyone who knew Naruto, besides Natsu, turned pale. If anyone would rush in beside Natsu to save Urza, it would be her surrogate brother Naruto. Oh god no, Kana grumbled in a low voice. If he finds out about Urza, he does have pretty bad timing, and coming back now would be pretty bad. Gray added in, while slowly stripping his clothes off. He would tear the council in half. Oh, and Gray, put your clothes back on. Mira instructed in a stern voice, causing Gray to scramble for his clothes. Makarov sighed and slumped over. My 2 grandchildren are gonna be the death of me. The old wizard whined. Elfman punched his fist and looked down. Naruto is too much of a man to not help Urza. The large man pointed out. And that's what everyone is afraid of. Happy mumbled, while still sitting on top of Lucy. Why is everyone acting like this? What makes the situation so different with Urza now that he might be back? Lucy yelled out, as she hated not knowing what was going on. Kana sighed and pinched her nose. It's because. The crash wizard stopped speaking, while brining a trembling hand to her mouth. Tears of joy leaking down her face as she looked to the guild door. Lucy looked confused, but once she turned around and looked in the same direction as Kana, she was met with the sight of a smiling blonde standing at the door. The same blonde who in fact had helped her earlier. Yo, long time no see, big sis. Now what's this mess I'm hearing about my other big sister? Naruto asked, his voice deathly serious and his eyes a cold icy blue. She isn't in trouble, is she? The room was silent, as everyone's eyes were focused on the scowling blonde at their doorstep. Some gawked at the wizard with looks of joy, showing how much they missed the blonde over the last 2 years. Others looked to Naruto with a fearful gaze, remembering his rampage with the beast that killed his best friend 2 years ago. Naruto Dreyar was finally back at Fairy Tail and no one knew how to greet the blonde. Especially after the current events that were unfolding with the woman who Naruto idolized as his older sister. Well, Naruto began in a strong, commanding voice while folding his arms. Is anyone going to tell me what happened to Urza? Quote. Before anyone could speak, Makarov hopped off the table he was seated on and started to walk towards his grandson. As he drew closer, his body started to expand and grow larger to a point where he was now eye level with the blonde wizard. Naru-chan, the old master mumbled, while a lone tear escaped his eye. It's good to see you. Naruto smiled as he found himself wrapped in a strong hug by his grandfather. It's good to see you as well, old man. Naruto replied, flashing the older Dreyar his infectious smile. You've grown, and I'm not just talking about your height. Makarov commented, as his face shifted into the largest grin he could muster. I can tell just by looking at you. You've become a very powerful wizard. I've been telling you for years, Gramps, I'm going to be the ace of the guild. Naruto declared, while gripping his fist and looking to the white aura radiating from his hand. And now I can back up that claim. I know you can. I've never doubted my grandson. Makarov replied, his body already shrinking back to normal size. Naruto grinned at his grandfather's words, but his smile dropped as his thoughts returned to Urza. However, before Naruto could ask about his surrogate sister, a certain brown-haired crash wizard snuck up behind the blonde and brought him into a headlock. "You little shit," Kana exclaimed with fake anger while burying her fist into Naruto's head. "You've been gone for 2 years and you never even once tried to contact your big sister. You might be worse than my old man." "Hey, I've been busy training my ass off," Naruto replied, as he reached over his head and started tugging on Kana's hair. "Don't get mad at me, you lazy drunk. I'd rather be a drunk than a ramen addict who can't even send his big sister a letter." Kana fired back, while pulling on the blonde's cheeks. Soon Naruto and Kana brought each other to the ground and started to roll across the guild floor. Both teams casting out insults as they fought. This caused everyone watching to look at the pair with sweat drops. Lucy, who was completely confused, leaned into Mira. "What the hell is going on?" the celestial wizard asked in a hushed tone. Mira giggled and pointed to Naruto. "See, Naruto has a special relationship with Kana. They have no blood relation, but they are siblings in every sense of the word. Same goes for Naruto and Urza, but Urza is more of the loving sister." While Kana, Mira trailed off, and smiled as she watched the two fight. It was a common occurrence that has been absent for the past 2 years, and now things finally seem to be returning to normal. "Well, you can see how their relationship is." Quote, Lucy watched the two wizards and laughed awkwardly. "Yeah, I can definitely see," she mumbled while watching Naruto and Kana kick a table over as they fought. However, before their little scuffle could escalate any further, Naruto wrapped his arms around Kana and gave her a hard squeeze. "I missed you, Nei-chan," the blonde whispered in a low voice, causing Kana to smile and return the blonde's embrace. "I've missed you too," Kana replied as she kissed his forehead and backed away, smiling wide to herself as she looked up to her surrogate brother. "Hey, I can't believe how much you've grown, but you're still my little brat of a brother." Naruto flashed his sister a large smile and was about to speak, but the voice of one dragon slayer grabbed his attention. "Naruto, fight me," Natsu shouted as he ran at the fairy god with a blazing fist. Naruto raised an eyebrow and turned towards Natsu, throwing a hand up and waving to his friend. "Yo Natsu, it's been a while," the blonde pointed out with a small laugh. Natsu smirked and attempted to punch Naruto in the face. "I got you, bastard," the pink-haired wizard declared, while his fist was about to make contact. Naruto's eyes flashed white and he slowly twirled his finger, causing a force of gravity to redirect Natsu's fist and made the Dragon Slayer punch himself in the face. "You sure got me," Naruto taunted, while watching his friend stagger backwards. Natsu's legs started to buckle, as the punch left him a little disoriented. The Dragon Slayer already packed quite the punch, but adding in the extra force of Naruto's magic and Natsu found himself in a good deal of pain. "Shit," Natsu growled before falling onto his back. "Still can't hit you." Quote, Naruto laughed and walked over to his friend, holding a helping hand out to his friend. "It's good to see you, Natsu," the blonde mumbled softly. Natsu grinned and grabbed Naruto's hand. "Likewise, Naruto," the fire wizard replied before he was hoisted back up to his feet. Off to the side, Lucy leaned into Mira while glancing to Naruto. He took Natsu down by just moving his finger. "Just how strong is he?" Quote, Mira sighed. "Honestly, who knows? 2 years ago he was easily among the top 3 wizards of the guild. But now, I believe he could very well be the strongest fairy tale wizard." Lucy's eyes widened as she looked to the younger wizard, finding it hard to believe there was another member of Fairy Tail who was so powerful while at the same time being younger than most of the members of the guild. Gray, who was standing beside Lucy and Mira, scoffed. After spending 2 years being trained by 2 wizard saints, he should be one of the strongest wizards in Fury. The ice wizard said, causing Mira to nod and Lucy to tilt her head. "What's a wizard saint?" the blonde-haired mage asked. Gray pointed to the master. "The wizard saints are a group of the 10 most powerful wizards in Fury. Our master happens to be one of the 10, but apparently 2 of the wizard saints were so impressed by Naruto that they offered to train him for 2 years. Lucy's eyes grew wide. "Wow, he must really be something else." Quote, Mira smiled as she looked at Naruto. She really missed his smile. "Yeah, he really is something special." The former S-class wizard replied softly. Back over with Naruto, the blonde was slowly being swarmed by his friends and peers. However, as Naruto looked around the room he was reminded of the person who was missing. Alright, can someone please tell me what happened to Urzunae? Naruto asked, his eyes scanning to every wizard in the room. Noticing no one would look him in the eyes, he frowned and stated, well, is anyone going to say something? She was arrested by the Magic Council. Natsu spoke up, causing Makarov and Kana to glare at the Dragon Slayer. Turning his attention to Natsu, Naruto narrowed his eyes and folded his arms. Go on, the blonde ordered. We went on a mission to stop a dark guild, and during the mission we wrecked a train station, demolished the guild master's meeting hall and killed a demon. Natsu explained quickly, while Happy flew down onto Natsu's shoulder. Me, Natsu, Lucy and Gray were all with Urza on the mission, but she was the only one who got arrested. Happy informed while looking upset. It's not fair, Naruto. I see. Naruto began in a low voice, while he tightly gripped his forearms with his hands. I will sort this mess out. Hell yeah, Natsu shouted as he pumped his fist into the air. Let's go. Absolutely not. Makarov roared in anger, his body growing in size. Urza will be fine. There is no need to cause an incident with the council. Naruto ignored his grandfather and walked past Natsu. You stay here, Natsu. I'll be back with Urza before sundown. The gravity wizard explained in an emotionless voice, while he slowly approached the door. Naruto, you idiot, don't go. Kana yelled as she prepared to stop the blonde from leaving. You will do more harm than good by causing an incident with the council. Kana is right, Naruto. Makarov began before taking a few steps towards his grandson. Just stay here, you know better than anyone that Urza is in no danger. Quote. Naruto continued to walk while ignoring everyone's pleas for him to stop. Gray gritted his teeth and ran by Kana's side. Don't get full of yourself, Naruto, you know better than to piss off the council. The Ice Make Wizard shouted. Everyone's right, Naruto, just be a man and stay at the guild. Elfman added in, but Naruto still wasn't listening. Don't make us force you to stay. Kana called out, this time causing Naruto to stop in his tracks. Naruto slowly looked over his shoulder and looked to his fellow fairy tale wizards. His cold icy blue eyes causing everyone to shiver and back away. And which of you is going to stop me? Naruto asked in a bored tone, before he turned back towards the door and started to walk away. I made a promise to protect everyone in the guild. So I will be back with Urzunae and keep her safe. I will not let anyone bully the ones I love around. With that being said, Naruto exited the guild, leaving a stunned group of fairies behind. Era. It didn't take Naruto very long to reach Era, as he had used the same form of flower transportation that Ward so frequently uses. However, the blonde had sensed a familiar magical signature on his arrival to Era. So instead of going all the way to the front door of the Magic Council's headquarters, the gravity wizard traveled to a thick portion of the forest, which was just a little outside of the headquarters. As he dismounted off from his flower, the blonde began to scan the surrounding area. His eyes looking for the person he had sensed earlier. You can come out now, I know you're here. Naruto spoke up while folding his arms and waiting in place. It's so nice to see you, master. A soft voice began from behind the blonde, causing him to turn around. What's the occasion? Are you here to eliminate the Magic Council? Naruto frowned as he watched a figure slowly rise from the ground. Said individual was an odd-looking man, as half of his body was completely black while the other half was white and both sides had yellow eyes. The man also had green hair and had what appeared to be plant life growing out of his body, the most notable of which was a Venus flytrap that sprouted out of his torso. Zetsu. Naruto mumbled in a plain voice, as he slowly remembered how he came to know the bizarre creature across from him. Flashback. A year and a half ago. Currently Naruto was sitting cross-legged on the ground, with his hands hovering over a small dead Venus flytrap. His teacher Ward had given Naruto the task to use green magic to revive the dead plant before him. The task wasn't so simple, as Naruto had been struggling with bringing the dead plant back to life for quite some time. In fact, it has taken so long that Ward eventually left, saying he has some wizard saint duties to attend to. Naruto was determined to complete his next step of training and make his master proud though. So that's why the blonde has been working to bring the plant back to life all morning. Come on, I almost have it, Naruto mumbled, while a bead of sweat started to pour down his face. Slowly but surely, the brown and decayed plant started to rise upward while its original green coloring started to return. I'm doing it, Suddenly in mid-sentence the plant lost all signs of life and went back to its dead state. In fact it appeared even worse off than before. Son of a bitch, Naruto punched the ground by the plant and gritted his teeth. Why do I keep messing this up? I'll never get stronger if I can't bring a stupid plant back to life. The blonde wizard yelled in frustration, his eyes and hands slowly glowing white. I have to keep trying. Quote, suddenly the plant perked up and started to grow, while its brownish hue turned to a mixture of white and black. It continued to grow until it was the size and shape of a fully grown human. What the? Naruto gasped as he looked into the eyes of the creature he had just brought to life. Hello master, it's a pleasure to meet you. The white half began in a calm voice. You may call us Zetsu. The dark half finished in a rougher voice. Did I just create you? Naruto asked in a non-believing tone. He had heard rumors of people like Zerf creating life, but he never believed it was possible. Why yes you did, you are quite impressive. The white half answered, and full of anger. The black half added in darkly. Naruto was dumbfounded. He had not just given life to a plant, but a living breathing individual. One that almost resembled a demon, and that slightly worried Naruto. Are you a demon? Naruto asked in a low voice. We are what you wish us to be. The white half began, but the black half smirked. But I wouldn't mind being a demon. Naruto looked downward to his own hands. Just what am I? The blonde thought to himself. He always knew he had strange abilities, but this took the cake. Am I a monster like the stories say Zerf was? Master, are you all right? The white half asked in a concerned voice. Naruto slowly looked up to his creation, his mind fearful if anyone discovered what he had done. He believed people would shun him and be afraid that he had the ability to create demons like Zerf. No one can know you exist. Naruto began in a low voice. Do you understand me? We live to serve you. White Zetsu began. So just tell us what to do. Flashback end. What are you doing here? Naruto asked in a slightly displeased tone. You're supposed to keep a tab on my grandfather's son Ivan, not risk letting someone know you exist. Let alone be seen near the Magic Council with me. We've been doing a little digging around the council. We suspect someone in the council has ties with Balam Alliance, a group that Ivan has shown slight interest in. White Zetsu began in an apologetic tone. So we are just doing as you told us, learn everything we can that involves Ivan Dreyar. Quote, Naruto began to massage his forehead at this new development. On one hand he wanted to find everything he could about Ivan, since he was the man responsible for the friction between his brother and grandfather. Plus Ivan wasn't a good man and Naruto knew he would be up to no good. So the blonde felt like keeping tabs on the man would be a wise course of action. However, there was still the risk of people learning of Zetsu's existence. A possibility that Naruto never wanted to become a reality, as he was fearful of being shunned for his abilities. I'm glad you're doing as I asked, but please avoid the Magic Council. I don't need anyone discovering you and how you came into existence. Naruto explained in a firm tone, while his eyes drifted to the Magic Council's headquarters. There could be problems not only for me, but for the ones I love. So stay hidden Zetsu. The plant-like creature nodded. We will do as you command master. Zetsu replied, before his body started to slowly sink back into the ground. Naruto sighed and started to walk towards the Magic Council. That's one headache out of the way. Now to deal with the council. Magic Council Meeting Hall. Urza was currently handcuffed and standing on a podium while being glared down upon by the better majority of the Magic Council. Though there were some members like Seagrain, who looked at the red-haired wizard with an amused expression. As Urza glanced around the room to keep her gaze from meeting Seagrain's, she took notice to the dozens of rune knights which filled the area. Clearly, by the large presence that they had gathered, the rune knights were anticipating some form of conflict. Though that was expected given Fairy Tail's reputation for never obeying the council's rules. Urza Scarlet, the commanding voice of the Magic Council Chairman Grand Doma began. You're here on numerous accounts of property damage and the assault of Magic Council officials. How do you plead? Urza lowered her head. I did what was required and take full responsibility for my actions. The Titania replied firmly. Honestly, why are we even here? Yujima asked while looking to his fellow colleagues. Young Urza was one out of a group of fairy tale wizards who stopped a dark guild and defeated a demon of Zirf. We should be commending her efforts, not placing her on trial. Keep your bias to yourself, Yujima. You side with the Titania because of your old ties with Fairy Tail and their current master. Michello pointed out with venom in his voice. Fairy Tail has gone doing as they pleased without consequence for too long. It's time their guild starts taking responsibility for their actions. I agree with Councilman Michello. Org, another member of the council, spoke up. Fairy Tail interfered with a situation which could have been handled by our Rune Knights, and in the process created a large number of property damage. Old fools. Yujima muttered under his breath while looking to Urza with an apologetic gaze. Let's get back on topic, please. Seagrain began while resting his head against his hand. I don't have all day to waste talking about Urza. Quote, Urza slightly bit her lip as she caught Seagrain's smirk. She truly hated the man seated across from her. Especially because of his resemblance to that man. Young Seagrain is right, let's discuss the proper course of action and punishment for young. Quote, holy shit, a voice from outside the trial room shouted, cutting off the chairman mid-sentence and placing everyone on alert. Stop him, another voice called out before a loud explosion went off. The lieutenant is down, a third voice shouted, before a blood-curdling scream could be heard. Everyone's down, run for it. A final voice shouted in distress. Soon screams and loud crashes could be heard growing closer and closer. This forced all the Rune Knights within the room to gather around the large entrance to the meeting hall. Urza turned her attention to the giant double doors and frowned, thinking to herself only one person could be responsible for the noise outside. Natsu, you idiot, Urza mumbled under her breath as she watched the closed doors, waiting for the Dragon Slayer to come bursting through. Suddenly everything grew silent, and nothing could be heard from the outside. This caused a small tension to build in the room as everyone waited in confusion, wondering to themselves what in the world was going on. Rune Knights, go investigate. Once again the chairman was cut off before he could finish his sentence, as the doors to the meeting hall were violently swung open, revealing a single blonde-haired teenager slowly walking into the room. Meanwhile, a hallway filled with defeated Rune Knights laid unconscious behind him. Naruto slowly entered the room and adjusted the edges of his jacket. Sorry for the mess, the receptionist wouldn't let me through. So I showed myself in. The fairy god replied in a slightly superior tone. Urza was at a loss. On one hand she was furious, but on the other hand she was overjoyed to see her surrogate brother after 2 years apart. Though before she could say anything, the remaining Rune Knights within the room sprung into action. Don't move. As head captain of the Rune Knights, I'm placing you under arrest. The man known as Lahar shouted as he and his fellow Rune Knights surrounded Naruto. Naruto nodded his head and looked around the room. Yeah, I'll pass on that offer. See, I'm here for my big sister. The gravity wizard explained before raising his hand. So you're dismissed. Right as Naruto finished his sentence, his hand began to glow white and all the Rune Knights jerked upward. And gave a salute to the blonde wizard. What did you do to me? Lahar asked as he found it impossible to move his body. Naruto walked past Lahar and patted the man on his shoulder. I distorted the gravity around your body in different directions. This is forcing you to stand in the position I want, kinda like my own little puppet. And don't strain yourself trying to break free, you couldn't move a muscle unless you could overpower the forces of gravity I'm placing on you and your men's bodies. And I doubt you're strong enough to overpower my magic. Lahar's eyes grew wide at the blonde's explanation while the members of the council looked down at the blonde in a stunned state of surprise. Is such control over gravity even possible? Org gasped in surprise, while looking at the young wizard who effortlessly dispatched the most elite forces the Rune Knights had. He's a monster, Michello added in. Yujima smirked as he watched the boy crash the trial. Maki wasn't kidding when he said his grandson was powerful. The old fairy tale wizard mumbled with a small chuckle. Naruto smirked as he slowly approached Urza. Hey sis, long time no see. The blonde chuckled in a happy tone, before he moved his hand in a downward motion and Urza cuffs came off a ND crashed onto the floor. Wanna head home? Urza let a small tear escape her eye before she jumped onto the blonde. Naruto couldn't help himself from laughing and staggering backwards as Urza wrapped herself around him. I'm going to punish you 1,000 times over for this. The scarlet-haired wizard sobbed into the chest of the boy who was now taller than his surrogate sister. Missed you too, Nei-chan. The blonde whispered in a low tone. You have some nerve, boy. Grand Doma shouted in rage, earning Naruto's attention. Hold on, sis, this will only take a minute. Naruto explained in a hushed tone before breaking their hug and walking towards the council, causing some of the members to flinch in fear from the blonde's glare alone. Dearest council, Naruto began with a fake smile. I will only warn you once, stay away from my guild and the people I love. You are in no position to be making threats, boy. Grand Doma yelled before slamming his fists onto the table he was seated at. Naruto raised an eyebrow and chuckled before slowly turning his body and pointing to the rune knights behind him. Well, considering what I did to your little army, I would disagree, but I digress. See, I read up on the recent events regarding why this trial is taking place, and I found out the real reason you arrested Urza. That reason is to hide the fact that your rune knights were completely useless in the lullaby crisis, and you don't want the population of Fury to know that. So you're hiding your failures by turning all the attention to punishing Urza. Quote, you brat. The chairman growled in a low voice. Call me what you please, but I promise you this. Go after my family again and I will destroy you. Naruto declared with conviction in his voice. How dare you? I will revoke your status as a. Do you honestly think I care about being a wizard saint? Naruto asked with a small laugh, while flashing the man his wizard saint medallion. But wait, I was asked to become a wizard saint so our nation could appear stronger. So do you really want to revoke my title of being a wizard saint? 'Cause if you do, people may hear how you and your rune knights failed to stop one wizard. In my opinion, that makes you look pretty weak. Quote, Seagrain smirked and leaned over the table he was seated at. He's quite the interesting little wizard, I say let him go on his way. The chairman growled in anger and folded his arms. Yujima snickered to himself as he was enjoying this trial more and more. Then lastly Urza could only look to her surrogate brother with shock, not expecting the revelation of Naruto being a wizard saint. Get out of my sight. Grand Doma ordered in a low and angered voice. And I will remember this brat. Quote, Naruto smirked and walked away. Didn't need your permission to leave. Anyway, which one of you could stop me? Michael McDoesn't exist. After all, half of you are thought projections anyway. Every member of the room looked at Naruto with surprise, some from his declaration about no one being able to stop him, while others were surprised how easily he deduced many of the council members were thought projections. Urza watched as Naruto walked to her side and held a hand out to her. Let's get going, Urza. Oh, and if you could keep the whole wizard saint thing a secret, I would appreciate it. I don't want everyone knowing about that yet. Naruto explained with an awkward laugh. Urza smiled and wrapped an arm around her brother. She was glad to have him back and see him smile, especially after what happened 2 years ago. Let's go home, little brother, and don't worry, your secret is safe with me. The Titania promised as the duo slowly left the room, with the intentions of returning to Fairy Tail. Seagrain, whose real name was secretly Jello, watched the two fairies leave the room and he crossed his arms, a small Fr. Appearing on his face. He is quite the powerful wizard and seems very fond of Urza. He could cause a problem for the future plans I have for Urza. The blue-haired man thought to himself, a calculating gleam in his eyes. A few hours later at Fairy Tail. Hey everyone, Naruto shouted out as he slowly walked into the guild hall, while Urza followed close behind. But the duo stopped when they caught something out of the corner of their eyes flying towards them. You idiot! Makarov quickly yelled, before striking his grandson over the head with a wooden staff and landing on the ground. What were you thinking? Naruto laughed and rubbed the large bump on his head, while looking down at his fuming grandfather. I got Urza back, the blonde began, moving the subject to the red-haired girl behind him. And I didn't ask you to save me, I was fine. Urza finally spoke up, before she smashed her fist on the back of Naruto's head. Naruto's head moved forward from the blow, causing the blonde to nurse his second bump. Ah, now you're hitting me too. The gravity wizard whined. She won't be the last either. The voice of Kana yelled through a small gathering crowd. I'm gonna kick your ass for whatever stupid stunt you pulled at the council. Naruto crossed his arms and stuck his tongue out. I didn't do anything, I just took Urza and left. You demolished half of the council's headquarters. Urza droned out, causing Makarov to turn white. Naruto waved his hand. Everyone makes mistakes. The blonde defended himself, earning a snicker from Natsu. You fought and knocked out every rune knight the council had. Urza added in. This time Makarov started to feel sick. Collateral damage. The blonde fired back, earning a few sweat drops from how he casually dismissed the accusations. You threatened the entire council. Urza yelled out, causing Makarov to pass out. I'm not apologizing. Naruto replied in a childish voice. Idiot. Both Kana and Urza groaned together. Naruto smiled and started to walk further into the guild. Love you, both. The blonde chuckled, but he stopped once Natsu jumped in his path. Let's fight for real. The Dragon Slayer challenged. This of course caused Naruto to raise his eyebrow. All right. The blonde agreed before looking around the room. Anyone else want to go at me? Not many moved a muscle at the question. Naruto was very strong 2 years ago, though after his training not a single person knew how strong he could be now. This frightened most as they didn't want to even try to fight the blonde, but there was one fairy who feared not. Hing, I will take you on, Urza declared as she stepped forward. I would like to see how you've grown in strength. Naruto nodded, but Urza wasn't the last as Kana stepped up as well. Don't think I won't pass up the chance to kick your ass. Kana yelled while she crossed her arms. Someone has to teach you a lesson. That's fine, anyone else? Naruto asked as his eyes scanned the room. Ah, what the hell, I'm in too. Gray spoke up, causing Naruto to grin. Sounds good, then meet me outside and I'll fight all 4 of you. Naruto explained as he started to walk outside. Wait, which one of us goes first? Natsu asked frantically, as he didn't want to wait. I asked first, so I should go first. Naruto merely smirked and looked over his shoulder. All of you, I'll fight you all at once. The blonde wizard declared, earning shocked looks throughout the room. He has to be joking. Jet gasped in surprise. I mean, Naruto is strong, but those 4 are some of the best wizards fairy tale has got. Droy added in. Naruto, we already know you're a man, don't try and act tough in front of everyone. Elfman shouted out, trying to talk some sense into the blonde. One of these guys is enough. No, Makarov spoke up as he stood to his feet, showing he was over his little fainting episode. If they wish to stand a chance, they must fight Naruto together. Quote, many of the guild members were surprised by the master's words, none of them believing that he would go along with Naruto's idea. Levi looked down. Surely you're kidding, master? The small blue-haired wizard asked. Makarov kept a firm look on his face and shook his head, signaling he was very serious about this fight. This of course left the entire guild at a loss, but as Urza stepped towards the guild's exit, all eyes were on her. The master is right, we will have to join forces. The scarlet-haired beauty declared, because she, unlike everyone else besides the master, knew that Naruto was a wizard saint. Naruto isn't the same as 2 years ago, he proved that to me earlier today. Quote, Naruto smiled at the hidden meaning behind Urza's words. I'll be waiting outside. The blonde mumbled before his body disappeared in a bolt of lightning. Before anyone could move, Naruto's opponents slowly walked towards the back entrance to the guild. They were all silent and preparing themselves for the fight that waited outside. Next, the master placed his hands behind his back and followed the challengers to the site of the fight. This of course left the remaining members of the guild behind. For a moment everyone stood in place, still a little shocked by what was transpiring. Though after a second everyone sprung to life at once. They quickly began pushing, shoving and running towards the exit, showing just how excited everyone was to see the fairy god fight 4 of the strongest fairy tale wizards at once. Naruto was standing completely still, while his arms were crossed and his eyes were glancing over each of his friends. Natsu, who was by his left, was eagerly bouncing on his heels, showing how excited the boy was for the fight. Standing by Natsu was Gray, who was keeping his normal cool and calm composure. Next came Kana, who had a gleam in her eye while she cracked her knuckles. She really wanted to pound her little brother figure into the dirt. Finally there was Ezra, who unlike the rest was trying to plan her battle strategy. Since the scarlet-haired knight knew fighting Naruto wasn't going to be an easy task, even if they outnumbered him. Makarov, who was overseeing the fight, walked between the wizards in a calm fashion. This is an all-out 1 versus 4 matchup. Anything goes as long as you don't seriously injure one another. The master began, as he started to lay down some ground rules. The fight will be over once one side is either defeated, surrenders, or I end the match myself. Is that understood? The 5 wizards all gave the man a slight nod. All right, Makarov began, while he slowly lifted his arm into the air. Then for a second a slight tension built in the air, while everyone froze like statues. However, this all changed when Makarov thrusted his arm in a downward motion and yelled. "Begin! Let's go!" Natsu shouted loudly, both his fists bursting to life in flames before he rushed Naruto. Smirking to himself, Naruto shook his head. "Really, Natsu? A head-on attack? Guess you haven't changed that much," the blonde pointed out in an almost disappointed tone. However, to Naruto's surprise, Natsu pointed a fist towards the ground and unleashed a torrent of flames, which rose up and created a large wall of fire that obstructed Naruto's view. "I'll show you how much I've changed," Natsu declared, while he ran around the wall of flames and brought 2 hands to his mouth. Fire Dragon's Roar. His eyes widening at the large twister of fire coming in his direction, Naruto quickly raised 2 fingers into the air. "Iron Rock Wall," the blonde shouted, while creating a large stone slab to shield himself. "Don't forget about me," the voice of Gray shouted from behind. Quote, "Ice Make Hammer." Moving sideways, Naruto lessened the forces of gravity around his body. That way Naruto could easily increase the distance between himself and Gray, which caused Gray to miss his attack by a mile and only strike the ground with his ice hammer. "Not bad, Gray, but not good enough," Naruto taunted, while his body started to spark with lightning. "But let's see how you like this Chidori Current." Gray's eyes grew wide in shock as a large stream of lightning discharged off of Naruto's body and went in his direction. The attack was moving so fast that Gray didn't even have time to react, but luckily he wasn't alone in this fight. "I got you, Gray," the voice of Kana called out, as she sent a wave of crash magic to cancel out Naruto's attack. Though she also managed to demolish the ground underneath the attack as well. "Looks like Kana has improved her crash magic. I wonder how she stacks up to her old man," Naruto mumbled to himself, as he looked over his 3 opponents, but then he quickly realized something. He could only see 3 of them, so that brought the question of where was Urza. Naruto got his answer almost instantly when caught glimpses of shadows overhead. This caused the blonde to look up and see the dozens of swords being flung in his direction, while Urza floated above in her heaven wheel armor. "Well shit," Naruto cursed, while diving to the side, doing his best to avoid all the sword flying around him. "Got you," Natsu shouted, while he appeared by Naruto and tried to deliver a punch to the fairy god's head. Ducking under Natsu's strike, Naruto kicked the pink-haired boy away with a strong kick to the chest. This caused Natsu to go sliding back a few feet while gasping in pain. Though the onslaught of attacks was far from finished, as Kana rushed towards Naruto. Her hands were radiating crash magic and she was planning to engage the blonde in a close-up fight. "Come here, twerp," Kana shouted loudly, before she started to send punches at Naruto, the latter of whom had a vein pop out of his head at the insult. "Who you calling twerp?" the blonde yelled in rage, while he engaged his sister in a fierce trade-off of punches and kicks. Unfortunately for Naruto, as he and Kana exchanged blows, Natsu regained his composure and went charging in, turning the fight into a 2-on-1. Though as expected, Naruto was able to keep up with both of the wizards, but he wasn't getting many openings to turn the fight around in his favor. "Hey, you guys have gotten better," Naruto complimented mid-fight, while he slowly started to gain the upper hand in the battle of fists. Kana smirked and caught a punch from her surrogate brother. "Well, you weren't the only one who trained these last 2 years. The beautiful drunk replied. "Yeah, we are just getting started," Natsu declared with a large smirk. Naruto planted a fist into Kana's gut, while simultaneously kicking Natsu in the jaw. "Well, show me what you're made of then," the blonde challenged. "We will," the voice of Gray yelled from behind. "Ice Make. Shinra Tensai," Naruto shouted, causing a wave of gravity to pulse outward and sent Gray, Natsu and Kana all flying away. However, as those three went flying, a red-haired blur dashed towards Naruto. "Take this," Urza began, as she swung her sword right at Naruto's head, forcing the blonde to duck under the blow to avoid losing his head, but he still managed to lose a few hairs in the process. Watching the hairs float to the ground, Naruto noticed his sister was now in her flight armor, which was an armor she used to increase her speed drastically. "So looks like we are getting serious," Naruto spoke in a low and excited voice, as he flashed his sister his canines. "Bring it, Nei-chan." Quote, "Gladly," Ezra replied, while she jumped into action and started to swing her sword at the younger wizard, the latter of whom merely kept his distance and used his gravity magic to increase his speed as he avoided the strikes. Over to the side, the members of the guild who were not fighting watched the two battle in awe, none believing Naruto would be able to keep up with four of the guild's best wizards this easily. "He's amazing," Lucy praised, while she watched Naruto and Urza move at blinding speeds. She knew the Queen of Fairies was powerful, but now she was getting a glimpse of the power that belonged to the God of Fairies. "He's actually keeping up with everyone, and he's even winning." Mira, who was standing by the young celestial wizard, smiled wide. "Naruto is quite the exceptional wizard. I mean, he didn't earn the name Yosei Kami for nothing," she pointed out in a carefree tone. Lucy raised her eyebrow. "People call him the fairy god." Elfman nodded as he folded his arms. "Yeah, Naruto's had that nickname for a few years now. What do you expect from the master's own flesh and blood? I know that I wouldn't want to fight a man like Naruto." Lucy smiled at the two siblings. "You both think very highly of Naruto, it seems." "We do. He is very special to our family and we owe him a lot," Mira admitted truthfully. "You won't find a better fairy tale wizard than Naruto." Elfman smirked at his sister's words, as they couldn't be more true. "But you gotta wonder who is stronger, the queen or the god?" the large man asked. Mira grinned wide and watched Naruto turn the tables on Urza and send the girl flying. "I'll always bet on Naruto," the former S-class wizard replied. "Hey, I'll take that bet," Jet declared, as he moved into the conversation. "Me too," Droy added in. "Hey, sign me up, Naruto's got this." Biska began before digging out a couple hundred jewels. "No way, Urza all the way. Plus she has Kana, Gray and Natsu with her," Max pointed out. "I got 1,000 jewels on Naruto taking them all down." Mikao spoke up before bringing his finger to rub his nose. "He is my former student in fire magic after all." "Ha! You might have taught him a few tricks, but that brat surpassed you a long time ago, Mikao," Wakaba proclaimed loudly, which caused his best friend to face fault. Lucy had a sweat drop roll down her head as she listened to dozens of her fellow guild mates place down bets. Back over to the action, Naruto stood passively and watched his friends slowly regroup together. They were all a little roughed up, but for the most part completely fine. Naruto, on the other hand, hadn't even broke a sweat yet, which just showed the gap in power the young wizard saint had over his friends. "So shall we continue?" Naruto asked, while a small chuckle escaped his lips. "Or have you had enough already?" Natsu smirked. "As if, I've waited 2 years for this fight," the Dragon Slayer replied, while both his fists caught fire. "Give me all you've got." Naruto smirked and a thin outline of white magic appeared around his body. "Well, if that's what you wish, let me show you a glimpse at my true strength," Naruto declared, as a small gust of wind started to swirl around his body. "Let me show you why I am the fairy god." With that being said, Naruto became engulfed in a large coating of magical power, while a strong gust of wind blew outwards from his body in every direction. The force of the wind alone was enough to force everyone present to shield their eyes from the dust and rubble being flung around. "Such power," Urza remarked in a low voice, while she gripped firmly onto the sword in her hand. "He was holding back that much?" Gray gasped in surprise, as the young ice make wizard had been giving his all in the fight, though now he could see the power gap between himself and Naruto. "He's been toying with us. TCH, that little show-off," Kana scoffed in an annoyed tone. "I'm all fired up," Natsu declared as he rushed at the blonde head-on. "Bring it, Naruto," said blonde smirked and tightened his right fist, while white lightning danced around his arm. Then in one quick movement, Naruto pushed his right arm outward towards Natsu. Spear of the Lightning Fairy. The blonde called out, before a large spear made of white lightning shot out of Naruto's fist and traveled straight for Natsu. Natsu reared his arm back and summoned a large twister of flames around his fist. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The teen shouted, before he sent his fist to collide with Naruto's attack. Natsu don't. Urza tried to warn, but it was too late. At the moment of contact, Natsu was engulfed by Naruto's spell and was quickly brought down onto his knees in pain. Gah! The fire wizard cried in pain before falling onto his face unconscious. Natsu! Kana yelled in worry, but she didn't have much time to focus on her friend. Was he just taken out at one hit? Gray shouted in shock. Ezra, who was standing in a defensive position, watched Naruto disappear in an impressive display of speed. Don't get distracted, the girl ordered, while she tried to locate the blonde wizard. Inferno of the Fire Fairy. Naruto shouted from above his friends, surprising the three remaining wizards. How did he get up there so fast? Gray asked in a panicked voice. Urza watched white flames circle around her surrogate brother and she instantly changed into Flame Empress armor. Forget about that, embrace yourself, she ordered. Naruto smirked, sent his attack down upon his three remaining opponents, quickly covering the three mages in a white inferno. Gray and Kana tried to use their ice and crash magic to counter the fire, but their magic had no effect in stopping Naruto's spell. And that's all she wrote. Naruto chuckled, while he landed gracefully onto his feet. Don't count me out so fast. The voice of Urza shouted in a loud voice, before the scarlet-haired girl extinguished the flames with a swing of her sword. Naruto observed his surrogate sister. She was taking deep breaths and was standing over the defeated bodies of Gray and Kana. He also noticed she had mixed her armor set around at the last second, a feat that only his sister was capable of doing. Hey, Flame Empress armor to protect you and then your Sea Empress sword to fight back the flames. I almost forgot how amazing your Ne-chan. Naruto complimented in a cheerful voice. But looks like you still took a lot of damage. Quote, Urza huffed and smiled at her brother. She was proud of how strong he had become. Your fire is most impressive, you could probably give Natsu some tips, she praised in a proud tone. Naruto chuckled and ran a hand through his long golden hair. Probably, but why don't we end this fight, Urza? Urza tightened the hold on her sword and nodded. Give me all you've got, little brother. Naruto smiled and bent down, as he prepared to spring forward. If you wish, the blonde mumbled before a spark of white lightning flickered around his torso, right before he disappeared in a bolt of lightning. Urza's eyes grew wide and she frantically searched her surroundings for Naruto. Though the young wizard saint was nowhere to be found. Though after a brief second the older mage smirked. TCH, haven't you forgotten from when we were younger? No matter where you go I will always find you, Urza declared as she gripped her sword tightly and turned around. Then by using all her strength she swung her sword at the blonde who was only a few inches behind her. Naruto grinned and ducked under the strike. I haven't forgot, Urza, but I think you've forgotten something. I'm the man who will become the strongest fairy tale wizard. Naruto yelled as his fist was surrounded by a twisted of white lightning and wind. Tempest of the Storm Fairy. Urza gritted her teeth, as a tornado of wind and lightning shot out of Naruto's fist and sent her flying off of her feet. She then went sailing across the battleground before landing hard on her back. Her armor was completely shredded by Naruto's intense winds and her body was riddled with pain thanks to the lightning. So this is what you're capable of, Urza thought to herself, while she laid motionless on the ground. To think you've surpassed me by this much, I couldn't be prouder. Naruto placed his hands into his pockets and walked over to Urza. Had enough, sis? The blonde asked, while he stood over top of the red-haired knight. Urza smiled and looked up to her surrogate brother. I have some more fight in me, but I believe regardless you would win. You've sure grown, Naruto. The fairy god snickered and reached down to give his sister a helping hand. Thanks, the blonde replied before pulling Urza up to her feet. I trained for 2 years to become strong enough to protect everything I hold dear. I believe my time was well spent. I won't argue that. I'm proud of you, little brother, Urza declared before wrapping her arm around Naruto's neck. Naruto grinned as he noticed his grandfather walk over and raise an arm into the air. I declare this fight over and the winner is Naruto Dreyar, the guild master proclaimed, causing half of the onlookers to cheer and the other half to groan in frustration. "Way to go, Naruto!" Mirajan cheered loudly. "What a man!" Elfman added in as he flexed his bicep at the blonde. "All our money." Jet and Droy whined as they sulked on the ground. "It's your own fault for betting against Naruto," Levi pointed out, while she tried to comfort her two best friends. "When have you ever seen him lose a fight?" Quote, "In their defense, when has Urza ever lost?" Mirajan pointed out with a light giggle. Over with Makarov. The proud grandfather looked up to his grandson with the widest grin possible. "I can see you've truly grown, brat. Poor Natsu. Gray and Kana are out cold." The master then turned his focus to Urza. "Looks like you were the only one he didn't completely wipe the floor with, Urza." The Queen of Fairies merely shook her head. "I may still be standing, but I was still completely outclassed today. Though when someone has the title you two possess, an outcome like that is expected." The girl replied in a low, near silent voice. Makarov chuckled and nodded his head. "Yes, I believe you might be right, but go inside the guild and rest up, Urza. And Naruto, follow me into my office. I'd like to talk with you more in private." The master then turned to his guild members and pointed to the unconscious fairies. "Also, will someone take care of those three?" Lucy and Happy quickly ran over to the aid of their three friends, while Mirajan lagged slowly behind. As before she helped her friends, there was something she wanted to tell the boys she hadn't seen in 2 years. So as the white-haired bar maiden passed by Naruto, she touched her old friend on the arm, getting his attention. "Need something, Mira?" the blonde asked. Mirajan smiled at the blonde. "Stop by my house after you're done talking with the master. I want to give you something," the girl explained in a kind voice. Naruto nodded with a large grin. "Gotcha, Mira," the blonde replied before following after his short grandfather. "I'll see you soon. I'll be waiting," the white-haired girl declared in a low voice as she watched Naruto enter the guild. Makarov's office. The grandfather and grandson duo entered the small office together and took their respective seats. Naruto reclined back and noticed the office hadn't changed in the 2 years since he was gone, which was nice to see. Makarov, on the other hand, looked to his grandson with amazement, as it still surprised him just by how much his grandson had changed. "So tell me, Naruto," the short master began, while he folded his hands over his desk. "Just how strong have you become over these last 2 years?" Naruto looked to the ceiling and pondered over the question. Honestly, he didn't know just how strong he had become himself, as Naruto had never had the opportunity to fully test his strength. So the blonde shrugged his shoulders at the question. "Don't know," the blonde replied lazily. A vein popped at his grandson's offhand remark. "What do you mean you don't know?" the older wizard asked. Naruto scratched the top of his head and looked to his grandfather. "Well, I learned how to wield green magic from Warrant. I've mastered wind, lightning, fire and earth magic. Plus I've also learned how to control my power to amplify my spells, which I dubbed as my fairy magic, you know, since I'm the fairy god and all. Then my gravity magic has also improved greatly along with my physical attributes. So I would guess I'm strong." Makarov nodded with a blank expression. "Yes, you're very strong, but to what extent does your power reach?" Well, I would say quite a bit. Ward would never spar with me due to his age, while Jura on the other hand was different. I actually sparred with him many times, and the only times I lost was when he would handicap me. You know, give me stupid rules like only use my earth magic or something like that." Makarov sighed. "So you're a monster." Quote. Naruto laughed at his grandfather's words. "I wouldn't go that far," the blonde replied. "I would say I'm deserving of my future title as strongest fairy tale wizard." The master rolled his eyes. "As you are now, you might be the strongest. I'd actually pay to see you and Gildarts go at it. Well, if that old womanizer would ever come back, we could see who is the strongest. Though until then, I just want life to go back to what it was like 2 years ago, before everything happened and I left for my training." Naruto explained in a plain voice. "That's why I want my title of Wizard Saint to be a secret for a while. I don't want to keep secrets, but I don't want everyone looking at me differently. I can already tell from what I did to the beast 2 years ago, people already see me in a different light, and I don't want that. I just want to be Naruto Dreyar, plain and simple." Makarov folded his arms and closed his eyes. "I can understand where you are coming from. If you wish to keep your title a secret, I will respect your decision. Quote, thanks Gigi-chan, but tell me, how has my big brother been these past 2 years? I haven't even seen Laxus since returning. Naruto pointed out while looking over to his grandfather. I'm guessing he's the same old Laxus. Quote, sighing with a slight nod, Makarov massaged his forehead. Besides being a little more vocal about how weak Fairy Tail has gotten, Laxus hasn't changed much. Naruto rolled his eyes. Figured as much. The blonde mumbled as he slightly stood to his feet. Well, is there anything else you wanted to talk about, old man? If not, I'm gonna head out to see what Mira wanted. No, I just wanted to get a full scope of your abilities, since I knew you didn't show everything you've learned during your fight. If I think of anything else, we can talk later at home tonight. The older wizard explained. Naruto grinned. All right Gramps, I'll see you later then. The blonde replied before leaving the office. Sighing to himself, as he was now finally alone, Makarov grinned wide and looked up to the ceiling. Your son has really grown, Mavis. I hope you're proud of him. I am. A soft and gentle voice answered. Makarov's eyes grew wide and shot down to the direction of the voice. Where to his disbelief he found Mavis sitting in the very chair Naruto was in only moments ago. First, Makarov stammered out in surprise. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you since I first took Naruto in. Where have you been and why are you here? Mavis gave her fellow Fairy Tail Guild master a smile. I've always been around Maki-chan, watching in the shadows to make sure my little Naruto was okay. It's the only thing I could do for my child. You've done a wonderful job in raising him, just like I knew you would. I don't deserve the credit, as it was the guild who really raised your son. The third master explained in a simple tone. You're too modest, Maki-chan. I've watched my son grow these past 16 years and I owe you an eternal gratitude for what you've done. He has become not only an incredible young wizard, but most importantly an amazing young man. So I merely wished to give you my thanks. Mavis began in a low and happy tone. It really makes me happy to see the kind of young man he has become. One who cherishes those he holds dear and would do anything to protect them. It fills my heart with joy. Makarov smiled. That's a trait he inherited from his mother, no matter what influence I or the guild have had. Naruto is who he is because he is your son, Mavis. He carries on your will and ideals even though he's never met you before. You might be right, Maki-chan, but keep an eye on my son. I don't know why, but I can tell he is keeping something from you. Mavis explained in a sad tone. I don't know what he's keeping secret, but it's obviously bothering him. Makarov lifted his eyebrow in confusion. Naruto seemed fine to me. What makes you so sure about this, Mavis? Quote, Mavis allowed a small smile to grace her lips. Like you said earlier, my little Naruto takes after his mother. He speaks and presents himself in a fashion that gives the illusion that he is a perfectly fine and happy individual. However, that's a front he puts on for others just like I used to do. He's hiding something away and all I ask is that you help him. Because if he's anything like me, he will fix everyone else's problems before dealing with his own. Quote, I've always done my best to help and guide Naruto, and I promise you, Mavis, I won't stop. The short guild master declared. Mavis smiled. Thank you, Maki-chan. The first replied before disappearing from the office. With Natsu, currently the pink-haired dragon slayer, was just now waking from his fight with Naruto. He was laying in the guild's infirmary and as he moved slightly out of bed, the wizard groaned in pain. This action earned the attention of the only other individual in the room. Natsu, Happy cried in joy, while the little blue cat flew into his partner. You're finally awake. Natsu, who was a little disoriented, looked at the small cat with confusion. Hey Happy, what happened? Happy frowned. Well, Naruto won the fight by knocking you, Gray and Kane out cold. Then a little bit after that Urza surrendered. Natsu tightened his fists and looked down. So he's that much stronger than me, where is everyone else? Well, Gray woke up a little bit ago, but some of the girls took Kana back to her place at Fairy Hills. The small cat explained. I see. Natsu began in a low voice. Happy tilted his head. He could tell his friend was troubled. Natsu, what's wrong? It's just I worked so hard for 2 years. I wanted to prove how strong I could be. I wanted to show everyone I had what it takes to be one of the strongest fairy tale wizards. Natsu began in a sad voice. But Naruto proved just how little I've grown. I mean, just look how much stronger he's gotten over the last 2 years. He's incredible. Naruto has always been powerful, and don't forget that you're strong too. Don't sell yourself short. You just have to prove your strength another way. The blue cat pointed out. An idea popped in Natsu's head, causing the wizard to grin and chuckle to himself. That's it, Happy. I'll prove I'm strong by taking an S-class quest. Can you help me, partner? Aye, sir. The flying cat replied enthusiastically. With Naruto. Naruto was walking down the empty streets of Magnolia at a rather slow pace. While he moved, the blonde kept most his attention trying to figure out what Miragen wanted him for. Though for the life of him, Naruto couldn't come up with a single reason. Maybe she wants to catch up. Naruto mumbled to himself out loud. It has been 2 years after all. Quote, passing by a small alleyway, Naruto folded his arms. That has to be it. The blonde theorized before squinting his eyes. Is it? I've never been able to figure Mira out, so who knows? A light scoff caused Naruto to stop walking and stand still. You shouldn't overthink things. A cocky voice chuckled from behind Naruto. Naruto grinned. Hey Laxus ni, the blonde greeted, before Naruto turned around to find his brother. The latter of whom was leaning against a building at the entrance of the alleyway. Long time no see. Yeah, it has. The elder sibling replied in a calm voice. Naruto smiled wide and walked over to his brother. He then held his arms out for a hug. Though instead of being met with a brotherly hug, Naruto was kept at arm's distance by Laxus. What are you too good to hug your little brother? Naruto whined, while looking up to the S-class mage with a frown. Laxus merely cocked a grin. Something like that, he replied before removing his back off the building he was leaning on. Though gotta say, nice fight earlier. You did what was expected of you. Naruto beamed with joy at his older brother's praise. It could have been more sincere. Though when dealing with Laxus, Naruto took his victories where he could get them. Hey, thanks Laxus ni. The younger blonde replied before pumping his fist out. I've gotten really strong these last 2 years. Maybe you could find out for yourself sometime. Laxus grinned and placed his hands in his pockets. I don't doubt your strength, Naruto. You're my own flesh and blood after all, but I have something to tell you. Naruto raised his eyebrow in confusion. What is it, Ni-chan? Laxus gave his brother a serious look and placed one hand on Naruto's shoulders. I'm currently working on plans for Fairy Tail. I have a vision to create a stronger guild that is respected by all. A new Fairy Tail that will be led by me, of course. That sounds great. I'm always for helping the guild, but why do I feel like something isn't right? Naruto asked. Have you not talked to Gigi-chan about this? Yes, and he didn't approve of my ideas. So I will take Fairy Tail by any means necessary. Then I will only allow the strong to stay in the guild and I will kick out all the weaklings. Laxus declared. Naruto's eyes grew wide. You can't do that. Everyone in Fairy Tail is our family. You can't just turn your back on them. Laxus narrowed his eyes. You sound like the old man, but don't you see, Naruto? In my vision of Fairy Tail where only the strong are allowed, never will an incident like Lisa's happen again. Our grandfather's carelessness allowed her death to happen. I promise you that I won't make the same mistakes. Quote, Laxus. Naruto mumbled in a low voice. The elder sibling locked eyes with his younger brother. I need to know, Naruto. When the time comes and I take what is mine, will you stand with me? Will you help me create a better Fairy Tail? Quote, Naruto looked down. I don't know. The blonde replied, as his brother was basically asking him to side against his own family and friends. Laxus sighed and ruffled Naruto's hair. Think over it, little brother. I know you'll make the right choice. And if you won't do it for my sake, do it for Lisa's memory. But I'll catch you later, Naruto. I got places to be. Maybe we can do a mission together soon and talk some more. The lightning wizard then walked off and disappeared in a bolt of yellow lightning. Naruto took a deep breath and looked up to the sky. He's asking a lot from me. I mean to turn on all my friends and our grandfather. But could he really make the guild better if his vision comes true? Quote, Naruto shook his head and started to walk. No, I can't think like that. The blonde tried to convince himself. The whole reason I trained for 2 years was so I could protect everyone in the guild. Not to use my strength to kick out the weak. Quote, The blonde smiled at his reasoning, but a lingering voice in the back of his head made him frown. The voice merely asking the simple question that haunted Naruto for 2 years. That being, what if he wasn't strong enough? Or even worse, what if he will never obtain the power he needs to protect his guild? Regardless of how hard he trains. Naruto gripped his fists and closed his eyes. I need to forget about all this and think of something else, the blonde declared, while he tried to move his thoughts to other things. Like what Mira wants me for. Happy with his current distraction, Naruto thought about Miragen's motives, while at the same time making his way to the girl's house. It didn't take Naruto long to make his way to the house that Miragen and Elfman shared. The building was a fairly sized house in the middle of town, one that Naruto had been to on many occasions. However, this was the first time Naruto had even approached the home since the incident 2 years ago. So he slightly hesitated and stopped walking, while brief flashbacks and voices of his younger self rang throughout his mind. Naruto had so many fond memories involving this house, though without the girl he shared those memories with. All those happy memories felt empty. Well, Naruto began, before he stopped to take a deep breath. Let's get this over with. Approaching the door to the house, Naruto raised one hand in the air and began to knock. He then stepped back and waited for someone to answer the door. Naruto stood in place and waited for what felt like an eternity, but in reality was only a few seconds. Coming. The sweet and cheerful voice of Miragen called out. Naruto watched the door open to reveal the beautiful fairy tale barmaid, which caused the blonde to smile. Hey Mira, the blonde greeted. Miragen grinned wide and motioned for Naruto to come inside. Hey Naruto, come on in, me and Elfman have been waiting for you. Naruto nodded and followed the girl into the house. Then as Miragen turned to shut the door, Naruto looked over to a small table, where he found a few decorative picture frames. There was dozens of pictures of the 3 smiling siblings, though one picture in particular grabbed his interest. Miragen looked over her shoulder and watched Naruto lift a picture up and frowned. She knew the exact picture that caught his eye. It was a picture of a smiling Naruto, while a grinning Listener stood closely by his side giving a peace sign. I remember you taking this, Naruto mumbled in a low voice. Miragen nodded. Yeah, it was right after the first mission you and Listener took together. Quote, yeah, Naruto replied in a low voice as he placed the picture down. Well, if it isn't the manliest person in the guild. The loud voice of Elfman boomed, causing Naruto to glance to his side. Hey Elfman, it's nice to see you, Naruto began before walking over to the wizard and holding a hand out. Elfman grinned ear to ear and accepted Naruto's hand. Likewise Naruto. Miragen grinned and walked past the 2 men. Why don't we go take a seat and catch up? Naruto nodded and followed Miragen with Elfman tagging along. The 3 wizards then made their way into a small living room and all took their own respective seats. Miragen and Elfman both shared a small couch, while Naruto took a seat across the 2 siblings. The 3 then went into a small awkward silence that made Naruto slightly uncomfortable. Sue, the blonde teenager began, while he started to tap his legs. What did you want, Mira? Miragen smiled wide and folded her arms. Well, I wanted to give you something, but I thought why not catch up first? I mean, it's been 2 years since we have talked to one another after all. Quote, Naruto nodded at her reasoning. You make a good point, it has been 2 years since I've seen you both. Elfman looks about the same, but you're completely different, Mira. Giggling to herself, Miragen placed a hand to her chest and pretended to look hurt. What, you don't like the new look? Naruto chuckled and shook his head. No, I like this new bright and cheery Mira. I'm glad, but I'm not the only one who has changed. You've definitely grown these last 2 years. And I'm not just talking about your appearance, you've grown exceptionally as a wizard. Miragen began before leaning in slightly. I'm proud of you. Naruto grinned and rubbed the back of his head. Hey, thanks Mira, I worked my ass off these last 2 years and it really paid off. What was it like training with 2 wizard saints? Elfman asked. Naruto scratched his head and looked to the ceiling. Well, my first teacher Ward was kinda strange, but besides his odd personality he was a great mentor. Then my second teacher Juro was the complete opposite or Ward. Juro was always level-headed and pretty normal. Though after spending a year with him. Never mind. Miragen raised an eyebrow at her friend's odd behavior. What is it? The young woman asked. Naruto chuckled nervously and rubbed the back of his head. It's kinda embarrassing to talk about. The fairy god began while his cheeks turned a rosy red. It's just you guys know I've never known my father or mother. Though spending the last year with Jura, I finally got to see what having a father was like. Mirajan and Elfman both exchanged a look before smiling wide at the young wizard. I'm glad you found someone who could be like a parent to you. Mirajan admitted honestly. Elfman nodded. Yeah, both your teachers sound like real men. Naruto smiled as he thought of his two teachers and the time they spent together. Yeah, they are pretty great. Quote. Mirajan grinned and leaned slight towards the blonde. So tell me, Naruto. The white-haired beauty began. After training for 2 years with two powerful wizards, just how strong are you? Naruto laughed and scratched his head. Man, why does everyone want to know how strong I am? The blonde joked in a carefree tone. First the old man and now you, Mira. Hee hee. Well, it's a reasonable question. The girl replied, while her brother simply nodded. Naruto sighed and looked at the two siblings, both of whom were eagerly awaiting his response. Well, I couldn't really put my strength into proper words. Naruto began as he started to dig into his pockets. But maybe this can paint a picture for you. Mirajan and Elfman both watched with interest as Naruto placed a small medallion onto the table before them. However, this wasn't just any medallion. In fact, Mirajan and Elfman both knew exactly what the symbol on the medallion meant. Don't tell me. Elfman began in shock. You're a wizard saint. Mirajan finished in awe. Naruto grinned and held the medallion by his face. That's right. I'm Naruto Dreyar, the fairy god of fairy tale and 10th member of the Wizard Saints. The young wizard declared before chuckling to himself awkwardly. But can you guys keep this a secret? Only the master and Urza know about this and I don't want people to know yet. If people figure out I'm a wizard saint they might treat me differently. That's something I don't want for now. Mirajan looked to the boy she had known for so many years with a dumbfounded expression. You're a wizard saint, the white-haired girl repeated. Naruto placed his medallion away and scratched his head. It's not that big of a deal. The fairy god tried to argue, but neither sibling bought into that. Naruto, this is amazing. This means you're recognized as one of the 10 most powerful wizards in the country. Elfman declared at the top of his lungs. You really are the biggest man in the guild. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I guess that's one way to look at things. Mirajan smiled from ear to ear. Listener would be proud of your accomplishment. I know I'm proud of you, Naruto. Hey, thanks, Mira. The blonde replied sheepishly. Mirajan nodded and stood to her feet. Speaking of Listener, I have something for you. The white-haired barmaid revealed before walking off. Naruto watched his friend walk off with a confused expression. So he turned to Elfman for some answers. What is Mira talking about? Elfman merely gave his friend a soft smile. It's something special, was the vague answer Naruto received. Naruto raised his eyebrow. And that something special is what? The blonde asked awkwardly. Many things. The voice of Mirajan spoke up, while she came back into the room. But most importantly, its closure. Naruto watched as his friend placed a small pink book before him. His eyes growing wide once he recognized what the book actually was. It's... Naruto's voice hitched slightly, as he felt a small build-up of emotions. Listener's diary. Mirajan nodded and pushed the diary even closer to Naruto. Yeah, she always kept all her secrets hidden away in this book. Naruto nodded with a small half-smile. Yeah, she did. I still remember the threats she gave me if I ever took a peek inside. Quote. Mirajan smiled. That's understandable, considering she wrote a lot about you. Naruto's eyes grew wide in surprise, not believing Listener would write much about him. But why? Elfman gave the blonde a large grin. A guy who gave her family a new life. Mirajan placed a soft hand onto Naruto's own. One who became her protector and best friend. Elfman chuckled and shook his head. Not to mention someone who was always a shoulder to cry on. Quote. Mirajan opened the journal to a certain page and placed it onto Naruto's lap. She talked about you more than anyone in this. You want to know why, Naruto? It wasn't because she was your best friend. Naruto's heart started to beat faster as he looked down and began to read. While doing so, a particular sentence stuck out to him, one that caused a build-up of tears to form in his eyes. She felt the same way. the powerful wizard declared in a weak and fragile voice. Naruto stopped speaking as his voice got caught up with emotions. Miragen placed a soft hand on her friend's shoulder to comfort the blonde. She loved you. The white-haired beauty. Naruto used his sleeve to wipe his eyes before grinning down at the small book. Thank you for this. It's bittersweet, but at least I can move on knowing how she felt. Quote, Miragen wrapped her arms around the blonde and gave him a hug. She wasn't the only one who loved you, Naruto. Me and Elfman love you like a brother, I hope you know that. Naruto nodded and accepted Miragen's embrace. Thank you for showing me this Mirane. Elfman cleared his throat rather loudly, causing Naruto to laugh. And the same goes for you, Elfman Ni. The blonde added in. Don't mention it, anything for a fellow man. Elfman replied loudly before flexing. Naruto looked to the two siblings and then to the book and his smile dropped a little bit. Hey Mira, you wouldn't mind if I borrow this for a while? Keep it. Miragen replied without even thinking about it. I was wanting you to have it. After all, there is a lot in those pages that were meant for you to hear. Naruto scooped the book up and smiled. I can't thank you guys enough. Quote, Miragen nodded and took a seat by her brother. Like Elfman said, don't mention it. Lisana would want you to have the closure you need to move on. Naruto stood up and bowed to his friends. Really, I appreciate this, but I think it's time I head home. It's been 2 years since I've seen my room, who knows what Gramps has done to the place since I've been gone. Miragen laughed. Give the master my regards. Naruto walked towards the exit of the small family home. I will, and you guys have a nice night. Elfman grinned. See you at the guild tomorrow. The loud man boomed, while Naruto gave a nod and walked out the door. Coming on the outside of the house, Naruto took a deep breath and looked into the sky. Then as he noticed it was growing into the late parts of the day, he started to walk home. However, while he did this, he stated to casually read through the diary he was gifted. Dear Diary, Naruto mumbled in a low voice as he began to read in a low voice. Today I returned from a mission with Naruto and I'm lucky he was with me. It was an A-class mission and I got into some serious trouble during the quest. Some jerks from a dark guild captured me and were going to do Kami knows what with me. Though out of nowhere Naruto came to my rescue and beat every one of my captors into the ground. Then after he obliterated the Dark Guild, he made sure I was okay. I may have lied and said my ankle was twisted just so Naruto would carry me. It totally worked by the way. Naruto took a pause and shook his head, while a small smile graced his lips. I can't believe she would do that, and here I thought I was a tricky prankster. The god of fairies chuckled softly, while he continued to walk down the street. Shit, it's Naruto. The voice of Natsu Dragneel suddenly yelled. We are busted. Lucy Heartfilia shrieked in fear. Act cool. Happy instructed instantly, causing Naruto to glance up and notice Natsu, Happy and Lucy walking in his direction. The wizard saint observed that the trio were all geared up and packed for a mission. He even got a glimpse of a rolled-up mission request in Natsu's hand. Yo, what's up guys? Naruto began casually, while he closed Lisana's diary and approached the group. Headed out for a mission. Yes, no, maybe. Natsu, Happy and Lucy all yelled at the same time, causing Naruto to lift his eyebrow and rest his hand on his hip. Are you trying to hide something from me? Naruto asked in a serious and intimidating voice. Natsu laughed awkwardly and started to walk past Naruto. Nope, we are just in a hurry to get a mission done. Lucy needs rent money by the end of the week. Quote, Lucy rubbed the back of her head and started to follow Natsu, while at the same time laughing in a nervous voice. Yeah, what Natsu said. Naruto glanced over his shoulder and watched Natsu, Happy and Lucy walk off. He knew something wasn't right, so holding his hand out to the group of wizards, Naruto channeled his gravity magic and froze the trio like statues. Now don't run off so soon. Naruto mumbled in a soft voice, while walking back around in front of the three. I know you guys are hiding something. What, you figured us out? Natsu yelled in surprise, while he was unable to move. He's clearly a master of detection. Happy declared loudly, while the blue cat was frozen still on top of Natsu's head. Naruto looked at the two with a blank expression before sighing. No, you two are just idiots. The blonde replied, while he plucked the mission request right out of Natsu's hand. Lucy shuddered in fear and watched Naruto unroll the mission request. I can't move at all. The celestial spirit wizard thought to herself in shock. Just how powerful is the master's grandson? Naruto frowned softly and his magical power spiked slightly. Natsu, this might be the stupidest thing you've ever done. The god of fairies began, while flipping the request around and holding it in Natsu's face. You actually stole an S-class quest. And to make matters worse, you're bringing Happy and this girl into your mess. Quote, we can do this, Naruto. The fire dragon yelled back, as she was trying to reason with his friend. I'm much more stronger than I was 2 years ago. Me, Lucy and Happy can do this. And Mirajan, Elfman and Lysina thought the three of them could take an S-class quest too. Remember how that turned out? 'Cause I can never forget it. Naruto yelled in anger, while his magical power subconsciously cracked the ground around the group. Could you really live with yourself if Lucy got killed like Lysina did? Quote, Natsu gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. I'd protect her. You couldn't even protect her from me. Naruto shouted in anger, causing Natsu to snap his eyes and look up to the blonde. And I'm not even allowed to take S-class quests. Quote, Natsu hung his head and Naruto released his magic, which caused all three wizards to drop onto their knees. I just wanted to prove I'm not weak. The fire dragon slayer mumbled softly before pressing his knuckles onto the pavement. Naruto sighed and rubbed the back of his head. You're not weak, Natsu. You're an idiot, but now I have to decide what to do with you three. Natsu pressed his forehead down in front of the blonde. I'll take full responsibility for this. I dragged Lucy and Happy into this against their will. No, it was my idea. Happy shouted in the defense of his best friend. Lucy bit her lip and looked up to the powerful wizard. No, this was my idea. I wanted the gate key reward for completing the mission. Quote, well, I could punish all three of you. Naruto began in an exhausted voice. But I know regardless of what I do, Natsu will try and sneak off to do the mission. Hey, me sneak off? No way, Natsu replied in a nervous voice, as trying to sneak away later tonight to do the mission was his plan. Lie to me again and I'll break every bone in your body. Naruto threatened in a deathly serious voice, which caused the trio of Natsu, Happy and Lucy to shriek in terror. He's a master of detection. Happy yelled in fear, as he knew Natsu was lying. Scary, Lucy yelled. I'm sorry, Natsu cried, while Naruto grabbed the teen by his head and lifted him off the ground. Naruto tightly squeezed on Natsu's head and glared at the boy. Since you'll do the mission despite any action I take. The blonde began in an angry voice. I'm going to tag along with you three, at least that way you won't die. Natsu's eyes grew wide before Naruto tossed him onto the ground. Really? You're gonna come with us? Quote, Naruto nodded and a white glow radiated off of his hands. I trained 2 years to protect idiots like you, so it would be a good test of my skills. Naruto explained before smirking at Natsu. Besides, if you don't die on the mission, Urzane will kill you for stealing an S-class request. So you might as well go down in a blaze of glory. Shit, Natsu groaned in dread, as a fire-breathing monster that resembled Urza came to life in his mind. A vision that made the wizard shudder in fear. I want to back out. Us too, Happy and Lucy cried in fear, as they wasn't the wrath of Urza Scarlet brought upon them. Naruto laughed and lifted the trio into the air with his gravity magic. No backing out now, the wizard saint yelled loudly, as he started to walk off. I've made up my mind and the 4 of us are going on an S-class quest. Thanks for watching.